Chat. Hi. How we doing? Hope we're doing well. It is a nice, fantastic Saturday. Thank you, Cocos. Appreciate it. That's a lot of cupcakes then, my friend. Hi, Crockrock. Here's Crockrock. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. And your struggle meals episode that you sent me is diabolical already. The first one is already crazy. Anyways, it's rather interesting. But anyways, interesting. Get some water. I have water here. Plenty of water prepared. This time I actually thought of water. I know it's crazy, but this time I did. Huh. Yep, we'll jump in a little bit. So first, we're gonna do the struggle meals. Then we're gonna do the shoe on head video. Obviously, we're gonna do the shoe on head video. I have a bunch of video I want to get through. Anyways. Okay, don't spoil the video. That's a fake reaction. It's because if you click on the video, it immediately shows it. That's the thing. Also, would you like to sign my petition to make Croc watch the 35-day-long movie? Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Well, I'd sign it. I'd sign it. Hold up, I need to check something real quick. If I have all the videos. And then, where can I sign the petition? Hi, Short King Unk. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Okay, first the Croc Rock one, then the Shoe on Head one. But first, I gotta check. Do I have all the videos? Seems like it. But I also wanted to add myself, well, by the way. Swedish movie that's 800. Ow, 800. That's crazy. Game show, yeah, we have that as well, but first I gotta do the Shoe on It one. Anyways, I think we start with the great yapping and we'll just go in. Bro, it is a huge jump scare that's there. It's a huge jump scare that's there. Plenty of water. And yeah, we'll go in. I am interested in what we're gonna face today. Besides the retardation from the Pragmata people. That's all we have here. Alrighty. Alrighty. Here we go. Yoink. Now we're over here. Of course we are. Of course we are. You're gonna love the last on this video. God, it can't be worse than a meat it can't be. I wait until you see the start of the shoe video. Yep, it can't be worse than the meat baby though. Anyways, I think it's this again. Yep, another episode of Struggle Meals. I'll move over in a bit. Croc stew, crazy. Anyways, Struggle Meals, the worst food on the internet, part 25. Yes, as you can tell, there is crocodile stew. This is a... I'll move over. This is my Fresh Prince You. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Every little bit of support that you give me counts and matters. Also, I read all the comments. You get a heart if you comment. Anyways, we'll go in. I need to do this because I need a little bit of help, and you can help me. So, yeah. Thank you. We'll go in. I am scared for my life because I know for a fact it is likely diabolical. And it will be. What we have here is, taste. It looks slightly, like definitely it looks crisp, right? I should probably, okay, maybe it's not always on this side. No, it is always on this side. Okay, then I'll rather just move my chat over, right? Over here a little bit. So it won't be that annoying, so we can see the disgusting shit. And yeah, we'll go in. I am excited. Ecstatic.
You ain't black if you never ate this.
Yeah, you're many things. See, actually, depends on where you're from. That person might be right. That's the thing. I think you're not human. I don't think like you're human. If you eat anything like this, but that's just me. How many parts are there? Oh god. There are many, and there's many delicious meals in these. I don't know what your problem is. Sounds great. Not like good food?
What up, cool nerds? Welcome back to another video. Yo, it's been a minute.
Also, I don't know if I would call this a struggle meal. That's not what was the struggle here? This isn't like you're gonna like I guess it is something you'd probably eat if there's nothing other available, but that isn't a struggle meal, right? I'm probably convinced that it takes a lot of skill to cook this, regardless, right? This is not like a denidi poke. No, but it's not like it's something it's not like beef or pig or chicken, right? Or turkey. Anyways.
But I'm back for real this time. I had a little vacation, was down in Florida, got some more tattoos. I'll show you them when they're a little bit more healed. They look kind of dusty right now.
You look dusty.
But cool nerds, you already know what time it is. We got to come back with a banger. And what better than that than a struggle meals? So we getting back on this channel, we getting back on the gaming channel. We're gonna be streaming on Twitch as well. So you already know what time it is. We getting back to the content for real this time. Okay, but on a serious note, after like Hood Meals and Homeboy, who was, you know, on the airplane cooking food and in the hotel making struggle meals, you don't think struggle meals can get any worse, but it can.
Oh my God.
Okay, so before we jump into this, I need y'all to remember, if you don't remember, I need you to go back. I don't remember what video it was. It was like Struggle Meals Thanksgiving edition, where they were cooking those like raccoons or undead Resident Evil dogs in that pot. Think of the last one in this video, but 10 times, 100 times worse than what was in that pot. I'm gonna need
I don't know what to expect here. No, you are not gonna be streaming on Twitch. That's dead. True. You won't. But this video is old. Sending a horror video. I think after this I might have had enough. Just the theory.
y'all to just stick around. Y'all already know what to do. Smack that like button, sub with notifications on. Let's get it. All right, so here we go. Starting lineup. First up, right? First at bat. Seafood boil. I mean,
see, I don't eat seafood, so I wouldn't know, right? But on like the first look, this doesn't look horrible. So I'm like here, like waiting to discover what's bad, unless like something's badly cooked. Also, is there some pasta in there as well? So what do we got here, right? So what do we got here? Okay, so with some crabs, right? Then I think sweet potato, maybe? Corn, obviously. This looks like, what are they called? Could also be some green peppers, actually. A little bit of pasta. Maybe, whatever that is. Doesn't look the worst, honestly. Doesn't look the worst! I would never eat this, but okay.
it's food and it's boiled, but I wouldn't deem this as a seafood boil at all. Like, what is this?
Wow, the land of make-believe.
Okay, y'all, so I'm gonna be straight up. I love seafood boils. I just love them. Like, if we date, we gotta go on seafood boil dates. You know what I mean? Like, and if you're allergic to seafood, get your weak immune system out of here.
Okay, bye.
Y'all remember on White Chicks when they were tearing up that food? That's me at seafood boils. Like, you know, a seafood boil is good when you wear the gloves and stuff. You know, it's like literally the thinnest gloves ever. I be tearing through it. I got the sauce on my fingertips. It don't even matter.
You sure can't put it away.
But this quote unquote seafood boil right here, the more you look at it, the worse it gets. Cause I'm looking at this and I'm like, where's the seasoning? I zoomed in like at like 1500%. There's not one speck of seasoning on this table at all, right? And then I'm looking in the background like who made it? And then I'm like, oh, okay. And I don't mean to be stereotypical, but then I'm looking at the ingredients of the seafood boil, right? You got some corn on the cob, right? You got some shrimp. You got crawfish. And then I'm like, what's that? You got ravioli.
I don't want no ravioli.
And maybe I'm just, you know.
Come on, it's not the worst. I think there's also some shrimp in there. Yeah, I see it. There's also some, this is not the worst. It could be significantly more diabolical. It could be. It could actually be. Right? It could be significantly worse, right? There's just some,
bamboozled and don't know about this ingredient being thrown in there, or this food being thrown in there. But I've never been to a southern restaurant where it's like, oh, they got crawfish, shrimp, you know, sausage, corn, potatoes, and then ravioli. That's what? Do they do that down south? What? And it's like y'all were almost there, right? But you ain't got no sauce or seasoning. Y'all just got table food and hopes and dreams.
I hope you're hungry for nothing.
Oh, it's finna slap.
Yeah, that would have slapped if you sat on the toilet, just place it there instead of this, whatever this is. So this is some rice and yeah, that's just doo-doo. that certainly it would have slapped into the toilet for sure. What the that's just doo-doo. Whatever that is, that's just doo-doo. Horrible.
I mean, I hope it slap you in the next week, because what is this? So apparently, this is rice and turkey necks. To me, this looked like one of those ghost poops that be just disappearing on you. Like, ain't no way. This slave food got to go. All right, so I'm one of those people who are willing to try any culture's type of food, right? Like, but if your food gives me dookie vibes, like, this is doo-doo fried rice. Ain't no way. So I'm thinking this picture is the same thing as the last one. But let's read this, because it just looked a little bit more seasoned and sauced up, right? But this person said, decided to buy food today. I thought this was a big piece of chicken. No, it's ginger.
Yeah, poop with rice, and if this is ginger, what did you do to the ginger? See, the only time I use ginger is for tea, right? Or if I need it for something medicinal, but what is this? What did they? That's a violation. That's a crime committed to a ginger. And I know ginger tea burns you out like legit, but that is not the Also, like how would you? Did they mix up the order?
Bro, have y'all ever just ate a thing full of ginger? Because ginger has all these properties that help you with like coughs and just other like things that'll help you out, right? Bro, I feel like ginger is spicy. I'll be out here dead.
Why is it spicy?
And it's one of the worst feelings in the world when you think you're biting into a certain type of food, and when you bite into it, it's not that food. Bro, I'm trying.
Is that fried ginger? That is fried ginger. That must be fried ginger. But how would a fried ginger even get into that? The fact that you can even order that is a big question mark. That's most of the problem.
Traumatized for life. I remember when I was a kid, I took a handful of what I thought were grapes, and they were black olives. I'm like, what type of grapes are these? Like, imagine you think you got a chicken finger and you dip it into some barbecue sauce or some honey mustard or whatever you like, right? And it's ginger. I'm not only fighting people, I'm fighting for my life. Just made some fried Fruity Pebbles chicken wings. Hey, you know, it's like
Fried Fruity Pebbles chicken wings. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. I wonder. Is that shrimp fried? I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe? If you're like pregnant. I don't know. In the other plate, maybe. I don't know.
black people. What? Like, those are some of the best fries. We just got to put that out there. Those type of fries, the best type of fries. So it's like top 3, right? But let's get back to the issue, right? Who was like, hey, they had, you know, chicken grease in the pot, right? And they were like, hey, slather this chicken up with some flour and some Fruity Pebbles. 3-day devil old eggs. Okay. And they look decent, but the description says 3-day devil old eggs, great fart fuel, $1 piece or 6 for $5. A little deal there. Serious inquiries only. I know what I got. This is wild. Like, imagine pulling up to somebody's crib like, hey, let me get a 5-piece or a 6-piece, whatever, right? Like, this is crazy. And they look decent, but I'm not pulling up to anybody's house for 5 deviled eggs or 1 for $1. And what's even crazy about this picture, it's sold. I don't know if it's all of them or just one at a, like, this is crazy. Like, no way. Facebook Marketplace is not a
Okay. 3-day-old deviled eggs. Deviled, not deviled, deviled eggs. So first of all, look at the description. 3-day-old deviled eggs. Great fart fuel. $1 a piece for 6, or 6 for $5. Serious inquiries only. I know what I got. You got you got pest control on you. Anyways, that's the first thing. First of all, these aren't deviled eggs. These are defiled eggs. That's all I can say. There's no way that you could sell those. Can you really just randomly sell food without, like, getting a certificate or anything? Especially if it's, like, eggs and shit? Because, like, I bet, if you tried that here, if somebody finds out, you're fucked. They're gonna send the fucking health minister after you.
Real place. Just finished cooking. Y'all want to play?
No, we don't. Whatever that is. Can I come to your house and buy some eggs? I mean, you could. Really want serious inquiries? Yep. So we got some peanuts, corn, and I think some meat in there. Yeah, I don't think so.
A plate of what? What is this? What is it? What type of soup is this? There's absolutely no way. Do people put peanuts like that? Like straight whole peanuts, shell and everything in their soup or whatever this is trying to be? Bro, and this whole smorgasbord of whatever is just 99% peanuts with the shell on.
These nuts.
Okay, y'all. So I need you, just stick with me on this one. Just stick with me, please. So listen to what she has to say. So my neighbor has been telling me for 3 weeks that he sells plates every Sunday. Cool, right? Everybody be trying to get their little...
You missed gravy, Poke, but still, I'm cooking a stew using your nuts. Y'all won the plate. I think we're good. I think we're actually good. That is... I hate you.
Hustle on time to whatever, right? I already knew I wasn't going to eat it, but just to support, I bought a plate today. Got home and I opened it. This is a $20 plate, okay? Let's read what it says. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and shells.
Life does not...
Is that rotten? Is that rotten? Is that rotten? So eggs? Also, it looks like it's already in the garbage bin.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Y'all, just... There ain't no way. Look at this plate. This, I'm telling y'all, and I say it every video we see like a Facebook marketplace or people selling plates type it. This is why the police officers be shutting the good people down on the streets who be selling like, you know, the hot dogs outside the stadium stuff because of this. You need a license, bro. And this is not licensed. Look, okay, look at the meatloaf. Meatloaf is probably the far from like the worst thing on the plate, right? Macaroni and cheese looks like you use like some sort of like acrylic paint for the cheese, yellow acrylic paint.
I thought this would have been eggs. This looks like scrambled eggs. I thought. But what is that other thing? Where's the potato gravy? Because it got reanimated. It's a zombie. This plate identifies as a fucking mushroom. This plate identifies as food poisoning.
Right? Shells, whatever. And the mashed potatoes? Why are they that color? This look like dirty, like snow. This look like slush. See, nah, bro. See, I'm gonna have to go get.
The only way I could see how they got that color is if somebody, okay, mashed the potatoes with the skin on. That's the only way I could understand how it gets this color. But then I have to ask where you do your mashed potatoes with the skin on. That's the only way I could explain it.
A refund. I don't need no receipt or nothing at all, because I'm gonna need a refund with interest, because the money I'm getting back and then the interest is me just whooping your ass. And my thing is, she said he been selling for at least 3 weeks, okay? Or asking her for 3 weeks to buy his food, right? My thing is, if you've been selling this for 3 weeks, can we check on the past customers? Are they alive? Are they in the hospital? Like what pandemic's about to start because of this plate right here? This is T virus, all the type of viruses. I just can't get over this quote unquote mashed potato. There ain't no way. This look like mashed fertilizer. Bro, and this is probably a wild comparison, but I be watching weird videos. Like I'm always watching like National Geographic type videos, animal type videos, bug videos, all that type of stuff. If you know, you know though. Have y'all ever seen those videos where the person who owns like a horse, they're trying to help the horse like with like pain or just shave their hoof down? Tell me this don't look like the dirt that
Okay, the skin does nothing when mushed. I know. I eat mushed veggies. I guess, but it looks like potatoes got mashed while they were still on the ground. It's just like maybe it was mashed with all the dirt on. That does also not make sense. Anyways, that's horrible.
come out the hoof. You ain't black if you never ate this.
There it is, chat. There it is. Roasted crocodile stew, it seems. Again, somebody must have if you're in Africa, probably that might count.
Okay, black people in the comments, if you ate this before, let me know so I can report you. Like this got to be some form of harassment. Ain't no way. What is this? Like what? What is this? You got a whole T-Rex arm in there, okay? Like where do you even go to order this? You just go like, let me get a number 5 Jurassic Park combo. And you know how we always begin on people who eat like well-done steaks, like, and they be, you know, trying to tear that steak up on the table and just earthquake. Bro.
Also, apparently it tastes like chicken and fish somewhere in between, right? That's a different type of struggle. Is that a foot? It might be nah, is that a foot? Nah. I think that might be one of the forelegs. It has to be. That's not a foot. Regardless. I didn't do anything, but I would certainly eat that if nothing else was there, I'll be real. I was told it tastes like something between chicken and fish. So that makes sense. I would eat that. I don't care. Fuck it. Dig in.
Oh, what is this? This got to be tougher than diamonds trying to eat this. Ain't no way. And it's always these crazy things talking about if you ain't black or if you ain't from, bro, if they talking about if you ain't black, bro, I start saying stuff like, you on thin ice, buddy. All right, y'all. So every once in a while, Facebook has some bangers. Like, I feel like Facebook's one of the worst apps just because it's just all like your parents and old people and just drama. I'm here for the drama, like on Facebook. I know I'm getting off topic, but drama on Facebook is one of the best things. I'll be seeing baby mamas and baby daddies fighting and stuff. And then just the other day, some girl who says she files taxes wasn't filing people's taxes and she had all these excuses. I'm in the comments just scrolling, just cracking up like it couldn't be me. But like I said, every once in a while, Facebook has a banger. And my thing is, vegans be doing the most when it comes to food. They gotta let you know. Like, I don't go around telling people like, yo, I eat meat and vegetables, pause, right? Like, no, no one cares, right? But there's a page called Elmwood.
Yeah, interesting how he needed to correct himself, right? When he said, I eat meat and vegetables, right? Because somebody could clip that out of context. The good old times.
Organic dog meat, okay? And it's satire. No one's selling dog meat, right? At least in America. But anyways, people are losing their mind because, like I said, it's your parents and all these old people who believe everything. And those people who believe everything always think like they're gonna get like a $20 gift card from like Texas Roadhouse. That's fake. Like, get off the internet. Like, if you think this is real. But anyways, this page says we cut up a dry-aged, locally raised golden retriever yesterday.
Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you cut up a dry-aged, locally raised golden retriever? What do you mean by that? Yeah, that must be something. Mission failed somewhere? That can't be real. I think this is a bait ad. This must be a bait ad. Yummy. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Well, she does look like she would eat dog, though. Look at that chunker.
All the prime cuts will hit our farmers market table this morning. Think rib steaks, T-bone steaks, sirloin steaks, all manner of roast, brisket, short, pup ribs, stewed dog meat, tenderloin, etc. Plus,
Well, this is a vegan ad. Okay, never mind. I understood it. I'm stupid. That's a vegan ad, right? That's a vegan thing. That's a vegan thing, and if you click the link, it'll, instead of like a website with dog, right? So it probably is like to like some anti-meat website. The link would go there. Yeah.
Sheila unlocked a new level, perfect strings on her first try. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, so everybody in the comments is losing their mind, like, this is disgusting. How could you cut up a golden retriever? Blah blah blah, right? But this is fake. It's a satirical page, but the website is real. They're selling real meat, and I'm not talking like pet meat, like, you know what I mean? But people are losing their minds, bro. But it's crazy what people who will do who are like vegans. They're going out of the way to make a dog meat, satirical dog meat website that sells actual meat. This is wild.
This is crazy.
Don't play with me. I'm a beast on the grill, babe. Are these chicken wings or bat wings? Regardless, absolutely not. And they cook the wings so much on here that they're Pokemon shiny. They're like, they straight up look like they got some sort of gloss on them. This is crazy.
I'm vengeance.
Okay, this was in response to, I don't even remember. But it's a pizza with like,
Is that a pizza? That's a pizza. I think that is a pizza. I think that is a pizza, okay? So I think that is a pizza, okay? It must be a pizza because it looks like a pizza, okay? Okay, but there is a few problems. Kiddos, there's a few problems. So, I think, like, this side might be a-okay. However, I do not know what this side is. And I think this is some sort of chips or Cheetos or whatever. So this is some form of chips. However, I don't know what the rest is. So this part looks okay. But this part isn't. Whatever that is, I don't want to know. I think there might be some corn on there, honestly. There's some corn on there, honestly. It might be something like some ham, chicken, something, whatever. Whatever that is. But, yeah. Whatever that is. Whatever. Yep, check the website's actually vegan. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ugh, disgusting. What is that?
what is happening right now? The more I look at this, the more my brain just shuts down. Like, my frontal lobe is just like, nah.
2 hours later.
Bro, I've been staring at this for like a good 10 minutes. What is on this pizza? I can't. It's bothering me. I thought that was like corn on the cob, but then it looks like holes. Like, what's that one fear? Bro, I cannot. Please! No! So this dude ordered wings and fries. Drumsticks and fries. Or what? But my man is eating fried pigeon toes. Y'all know how they got like popcorn shrimp, you did a little couple of them. Like, bro, what do they got? Popcorn wings? Like, what is this? You could go to this place and order a 12 wing combo and it wouldn't even add up to one regular size wing. Okay, so look at the tip of his finger, right? And then look at the size of the wings. What? It's the same size. Nope. I'd have to call every agency possible. The CIA, FBI, FDA, PETA, everybody. And these be the same places that be like, yo, we're struggling, y'all. Support small business. Keith Lee, come over here, fam. I'm gonna be on the phone like,
They are indeed struggle. Is this? They are indeed struggling, that's for sure. There goes toenails. So it would seem that they are for real struggling. Right? So is this like? I think this might be. Did they like fry some baby chicken legs and that's it? I mean the fries look alright, but whatever that is.
Excuse me, they're over here selling capybara fingers. Don't talk to me about struggle if you never ate off a pad.
With ranch. Hopefully it's at least unused. Honestly, this might be more the fun part is this might be more hygienic than some plates. But then the question is like, I know that a lot of like pads are I know that pads are what's the word? Full with chemicals. So I don't know. It might be a bit difficult here. They straight up took the bird fetus.
Maybe I'm tripping, but you know, the women I've dated, I've picked up, you know, pads with tampons or whatever, but those are kind of expensive. I feel like you're not struggling that much if you eating off pads. Like, you really eating wings off coochie diapers with wings? Like wings on wings? That's crazy, bro. Using a pad as a plate is, what? Is this a struggle? No, this is just insane. There's no way. Like, do you pour your ranch right there on the pad and like dip it in? So now you got pad mouth. I just feel like you could have went about this a different way. There's no way. Like, what were you doing? Like fumbling through the cabinet? Like, oh yeah, we got some pads left. Here we go. We in luck, babe. And my thing is like, when you're struggling, you don't just stop struggling, you know, after the first time. You do the same thing multiple times. Like you know, you eat ramen like as a college student. You eat.
A lot of these aren't even struggle meals. A lot of these look like failed experiments. You tried to do something and you fucked up. Not because you actually struggled or you actually had something that you were like, you fucking needed or anything, right? They aren't really, quote unquote, struggle meals, a lot of these. Which size chickens you got? Pretty much. They don't really struggle. A lot of these are failed experiments. Because you thought, you know what? I'm going to try that.
You know, syrup sandwiches, whatever, right? Struggle meals, like regular struggle meals. But my thing is like, when you go to the store, you in the tampon.
Affirmative struggle. Is this a term? Performative struggler?
Or the pad section, you're like, hey babe, what size coochie should we get for the wings tonight? Kool-Aid wings and fries. We had the Fruity Pebble wings, you know, with fries. Now we got the Kool-Aid wings with fries. And this is why, this gotta be Atlanta too. Y'all be just doing any type of restaurants with no type of like food certification or anything, just making up food. Ain't no way, bro. Hey, let me get the blue wings to go. Let me get the red wings to go. Like, we all know, we don't know the flavor. We just red. That's the flavor of the Kool-Aid. Hey, let me get red wings. No. What y'all know about these? Absolutely nothing. Next. Oh, no. Just made some deviled eggs.
What is it with eggs? What is it with deviled eggs? Another defiled egg. Another defiled egg! Why are all of these eggs defiled? That is horrible! These are defiled, not deviled. Aww. This is like mayonnaise, I'm assuming, right? Though I don't like the color of that mayonnaise. It looks like cement, almost. Not entirely. It's a little shade. The shade is a little too light. But the shade is also too dark for mayonnaise. Or maybe it's just the lighting.
I ain't gonna lie, these definitely got the devil in them. Okay, these whatever this is, been to hell and back. What color is that, bro? Is it green, bro? I'll smack this whole plate out your hand. And let me find out people are already eating these. Y'all, we're gonna read this and then we're gonna look at this picture. Okay, I hate school and everything about it. I don't know what to do. I have no friends. I'm literally eating in the bathroom right now, bro. And I'm big on anti-bullying, right? I've had people message me years later after high school and say, hey, I appreciate you helping me out and standing up for me because it helped me not get bullied. I love stuff like that. But then, like, you know, it makes me wonder, like, what these kids are going through sometimes, because this picture right here is crazy. Y'all, eating in the bathroom around dookie particle air, boy, this is a choice. You got one half of your sandwich on top of the toilet dispenser. Okay, it's covered with like.
I'm analyzing this. I'm analyzing this to find out what kind of accident you had that you did this. This must have been a bullied kid, because there's no way that he's eating on the toilet. My boy is being bullied, and the bathroom is the only place he can eat in peace. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Or maybe it's just, or maybe there's a reason he has no friends.
Toilet paper, or I'm sorry, paper towels, whatever, right? Then you open up the toilet dispenser so you could put your sauces on there. Like that's, come on, bro. Just think about it. That's not even sauce anymore. That's runny dookie. Because you got dookie air all just everywhere around you. There's no escape. Because you know people be blowing it up in school bathrooms, just public bathrooms in general. Bro, get out of the bathroom. And like I said before, when it comes to struggle, it doesn't happen just once. Like he got a whole setup right here. Like they do this on the regular, right? But my thing is, usually when you go to the bathroom or at work or school, you go there for a break to go on your phone or like be on TikTok, Instagram, just to text message, like, blah. Because some schools have like a no phone policy or whatever, right? Even work. But like this person does this on the regular, right? And you know for a fact when you go on break and you're not even using the bathroom, you just sit on the toilet, like, you know, texting, doing whatever, right? There comes a person in there with the strongest of bubble guts. They be coming in there and they are the real dookiers, right? The real they be blowing it up next to you. And imagine that happening while you eating the sandwich.
Girl, that's a booty hole.
Just a little something to take the edge off. Now,
This doesn't look bad. That's the problem, actually. That's horrible, but it does actually. It looks good. It looks good. I think it probably tastes ass, but it looks good. That's the Like, it looks good. That's the problem. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi. That looks good, but like, I don't know. Once I seen like 5 guys come out the same toilet, I'm afraid of what they were doing there. I know it. Watching 2 girls, 1, you get it. Together. Everyone holding the other ones, you get it. Stick. That's the worst part. Looks a bit like a volcano, which looks hilarious, honestly.
now we see this buffalo wing margarita martini. I don't know what this is, right? But what's crazy about this is that with the whole presidency thing coming up, Trump and Biden will like do this with black people and they'll look at the camera like,
Boy, if you don't get...
bro, what? Our first date? Absolutely not. This is why I don't like fancy.
That's the lost date. That's the lost date. That's the lost fucking date. I'm doing well. Have you been? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Thank you. Also, I did it. The big bed is no more. Anyways.
Restaurants, bro. And whether this is like satire or trolling, there's no way. Because a restaurant like this will be like, hey, this is our house special, right? And this will be $1,000 with inflation. Absolutely not. This looks like an Addams Family dinner.
Did you know that I can see you?
Yummy. I made myself some dino nuggets. This is the blackest of all black. Okay.
Bro, I can't say what I want to say. bro, that's crazy. I didn't know they had I didn't know they had the hood dinosaurs out there. These nuggets have the pass. That's what Poke ate on his first date. Hell no. Oh no, really? Yeah, yeah. I put it back into. I unscrewed everything. I put it back into its packages. Didn't take that long actually. Just half an hour. Wasn't that bad? Anyways, that's terrifying. That's what. Oh, these poor dino nuggies. They could have still been saved. If I just was there.
Okay, this is the blackest I've ever seen dino nuggets in my entire life. This looked like Armageddon happened 3 times over. Like the dinosaurs got hit by 20 meteors at once, and they were just like, okay, y'all, we're here. We're here, y'all. This has got to be top 5, maybe even top 3 worst things we've seen on Struggle Meals. Could be worse than Hood Meals, and like I said, the dude who be cooking in the hotel bathroom, right? I need y'all to just look at this. And if you're new here, don't eat during Struggle Meals. Don't eat before. Don't eat like even 15 minutes after. And if you did, yo bad.
What more do you want from me?
I can't do this with my teeth. Motherfucker,
No. Where's this going?
don't you tell nobody.
No, I got you. I ain't telling nobody.
Oh my god.
I'm from Mars too. I seen it all. You bite off.
That is crazy. That is I don't think this is what real. I think that is crazy. That is actually insane.
Ouch. Hang on. Put it in my mouth.
Oh, she took a bite. That's gross.
That is a struggle meal. That is a struggle meal. That is the definition of a struggle meal. Top 3 from what I've seen up until now. That is top 1. That is top 1. That cannot be beat. It cannot be beat. People, it cannot be beat. Hi Toasty, how are you doing? Are we doing well? So you changed the bed as well. The new one's here. Yep. It is. It's nice. God. That's a struggle meal. That's a struggle for both the meal and the person. Would you? No, I would not. I would not. Horrible. That is gross. Also, I replaced. I also got a new. I got a new blanket. New mattress. Everything new. Pillows. Everything as well. Well, technically not new. I've had them packed away for a while. I just used them that first time. My God.
Like, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Y'all. So there's just so much to take in right here, bro. There's so much to take in. So I'm looking at this, right? And it's like, bro, the setting in general looks like an abandoned house, like, you know, or whatever they're at, a storefront or something. Like, they just abandoned it eons ago, right? This animal, this pet, this, you know, cat, raccoon, I don't know what that was, but she was going to town on a, like, you know, 300-year-old carcass. Like, bro, this looked like that taxidermy cat from, like, you know, a few episodes back. This is crazy. She was chewing on it. And my thing is, this was all bones. I'm surprised she didn't like prick her mouth or something like that. No. And then she just tossed it to the side like, hey, whatever. Not like we're not gonna clean up this place, right? It's dirty. No. And then after she was done trying to, like, I guess.
It lives. Well, not really, but still. I realize how useful shorts are for growth. No, it depends. They can actually be harmful, actually. The reverse might be the case, actually. Said the picture I have seen. Hopefully you are tasty, my friend. That's crazy. Pokey, if I paid you $100, would you do it? No! First of all, that'd be on the internet. Second of all, no woman on earth would want to kiss me anymore. So, we can't do that. Well, except this one, I guess.
Or whatever, she like pulled back. Look, I guess we got a little meat right here. What? Bro, this is how I be eating wings at the restaurant, right? Like, but a dead animal that's not even, it don't even look cooked. Like, what? This looks like it was just rotting. Like, and it was rotting for a long time. And she, what? And then she just walked off. Just walked off like it was just a normal day on the job. And then I'm so grossed out, bro, I'm so grossed out that I didn't realize that she was chewing this with just gums only at first. She was chewing bones with gums only. Like, and then she put her teeth back in like, oh, I got it now. And like, as big as a germaphobe as I am, like there's just so much to take in, bro. There's just so, bro, you're touching this with your hands. You got your fake teeth in there with your mouth. Like, bro, you are chewing on this old ant. You know what? I don't even know what to say about this. If you do this type of stuff, just throw yourself in jail.
It might honestly be fake. You won't do that. Do it? No, no way in hell. I wasn't the one being eaten though. How would it know how I taste? Well, maybe it will eat you though. Maybe you will just like munch on you. Nom nom nom.
Turn yourself in right now.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Well, that is the end, and that was horrible. That was horrible, and yeah, that was definitely that belongs into straight up the top. That is the top, yeah. I think this is the top #1 we've seen so far. If she says top 5, top 3, there's no way there might be some worse in there, right? The Meat Baby wasn't nearly as bad. The Turkey Teddy also wasn't as bad, but this one takes the cake. That was horrible. That was horrible. You weren't kidding, Croc. The last one is devilish. The last one is actually devilish. You weren't kidding. You weren't kidding at all. The last one had it in it. If I do say so. If I do say so, Poke, would you date that? No, I would not. I like nice women, and I like women with decent, at least decent teeth. And I like them cute. So yeah. Anyways, it's time for the big one of the day. Obviously. Obviously. It's time for the big one. Okay, remember to save my video. I will. Maybe I'll DM you before I watch it. That will probably be more towards the end of stream because horror. So anyways, we'll see. We'll see. Here we go, right? This is the shoe video that we need to do because it is new and we're going to make fun of people. We're going to make fun of people. That's all I can say. We're going to make fun of people. Ew. I know we can make you have that sound in a different way. Anyways, here we go. We're ready. Songs, you need to understand how reaction VTubers work, okay, kiddo? You need to understand it. It's a tradition. It's a tradition. There's even somebody who's like, here, the stamp reaction, leave a stamp if you're a reaction VTuber reacting to it. It makes sense because it also helps a lot with the views. It makes sense. Is it weird to not have a type? Honestly, I don't have a type particularly either. Like, if somebody's cute to me, then I meld easily. That makes sense. Anyways. The male protector fantasy. Is it insult to want to be a father? Apparently so it is. At least the mold rats of Twitter think so. The lonely single women, what is it? The they and thems, the weirdos, anyways, and some of the conservative ones as well, that are very interesting, right? There was one chick that was very interesting. Didn't say men don't have baby fever and shit. Just in time, so it would seem. Cricket, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We'll go in. We will go in. That face, yeah, we'll go in. We'll go in. No, and it's not insult to be a father. It is absolutely, completely natural for wanting to be a father. Anyways, we'll go in.
Your eggs are drying up. If you're a woman online, you have probably heard that many times.
You've heard it, girls! You've heard it, girls! I have a decent portion of women on this channel at this point, right? So, that watch the video. So girls, you've heard it. Your eggs are running for their lives. And yes, your Oshis as well. Get your local Oshi pregnant. 3, 4, 5 children, 7, and a football team. All of them. Make it happen. Moving on.
Perhaps this image haunts you at night. It is a true fact that women's fertility begins to decline at age 30, and they suddenly wake up and get what we call baby fever. But what about the men? Do their sperms rot? Do their balls shrivel up into little raisins and die? Do they wake up one day and get baby fever? Do men have a biological clock in the same way women do? I've briefly joked about this in videos before. In fact, a clip of
Yeah, the rabbit holding the clock. Girls, you probably heard it from me. You say it a lot. Yes, of course. Girl, your eggs are drying up. You gotta lock in. You don't have much time anymore. I'd say we do. And it's a financial one. It's a spiritual one and a financial one. And I think it sets in for a lot of men in their mid-20s. Where, the father maxing begins. Or to like mid to late 20s where the father maxing wants to start. Anyways.
line from a video I did a few months ago actually went viral recently thanks to the VTuber Smug-Alana.
Ah, yes, the male.
Yes, Smug! I love Smug. I love Alana. She's cool. Short answer, no, men can have kids in their 40s and 50s. But will they have kids in their 40s and 50s? That's the question. And fun fact, technically it's not optimal to have children in your 40s and 50s as well, because fun fact, not only do women when they're too old contribute to birth defects, but men too. Here's a little fun fact. Well, yes, men are longer fertile, even they contribute to how do I say it? That a fucked up kid comes out. Sadly. I ate a clock. Now my body does have biological clock. Well, it stops working. That's when it comes in. You have one as well. Yep, that as well. And also, let's face it. If you're 40, 50, you're not having a child anymore. I'll be real. If you're 40 or 50, you're not having a child anymore. Most people have children in their mid-30s. That's just the truth. You're not having children in your 40s and 50s unless you like already have somebody. But yeah.
Biological clock.
And we already established this. You're in your mid-30s, 40s, maybe 50s. You're not dating a hot 20-year-old anymore. You'll get 5 minus 5 years. If you're like in your mid-40s, best you hope is a 40-year-old. If you're in your mid-30s, the best you can hope for is a late 20s, early 30s. Anyways. But yeah. Also, I saw the funny tweet. Where Shu literally said, yeah, Smug-Alana, check your DMs, dumb fox. So if there ever is a collab between those two, I would love to see it.
It's not physical, but spiritual.
Men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making pancakes with your wife in the morning, and you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. Oh my God. And the comments were full of men discussing their dreams.
Already happened! It already happened! It already happened. Or like coming home and like your wife, right? Coming home and you're like your wife, like, waits for you, right? Or like right? Even like just the idea, right? Let's say my woman works longer than me for some odd reason, right? Or we work at different times. Just like cooking for my kids, for my wife. Help me. Lord help me.
Dreams to start a family. There is not much discussion about men's desire to have children. Like many things, it's not really something they talk about publicly. That was until a certain video game came out.
Just, what are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmatic created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Pragmata is a sci-fi action game where you play as astronaut Hugh Williams, who is sent to investigate an abandoned moon base.
She's so adorable. She's so adorable. Diana is so adorable. Yeah, this Capcom got a real Capcom got a real gold mine on their hand if they can keep it up, right? Right. Not only is this game like, right, a really good game, right? Which recently Capcom seems to have struggled a little bit, right? But this is a really good standalone game. It's also like the kind of father-daughter relationship between these two characters and like how much they rely on each other. It's like really good. It's really good. It's like, right? Diana, right? Diana is a glass cannon. She can't protect herself. And Hugh is the tank and the protector and the one that does the damage, but she needs to hack things for him to be able to do damage. It is so cute. Diana is so AI. What the fuck adorable about it? You'll see it. You'll see it.
He meets a childlike android named Diana, and they team up to survive and escape the space station. Along the way, they uncover what went wrong and defeat the bad guys, all while forming a strong emotional bond.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
But it seems to have awakened something deep within gamers, especially male gamers. The urge to get married and have kids. I'm not planning on getting married and having kids, but damn, this game is like fatherhood calling to me. Is this how women feel about their biological clocks? This game makes me want a daughter. What is this feeling inside me? It can't be. It's like, I want to protect. It's like, I want to be a dad. They won me.
It is so real. They won me over. The white baby. Baby. Feel paternal. Yeah, she's adorable. It's true. She's adorable.
Over, the white baby makes me feel paternal. I will burn anyone and anything that tries to harm her. This game is dragging out the innate dad instinct. I want to like Pragmata, but I can't, knowing that men are also enjoying it. This is a game for incels.
So, The Last of Us is a game for insults as well. Is there another game with a father-daughter relationship or father-son relationship? Doesn't matter. Anything like struggle, Capcom is on top of gaming right now between Resident Evil sequels and remakes. Now this is what we are talking about, the same Capcom. Oh, well, you haven't seen some of the DEI stuff they have been pushing. You haven't seen some of the way some of previous Resident Evil games have struggled a little bit with existing. You don't know all the struggle they had with Monster Hunter Wilds. A game that still doesn't run properly anywhere. You missed the Monster Hunter Wilds Capcom arc, I think. Because that game ran like ass, it also sold like ass because of it. Anyways, it's interesting. But watching another Woke Agenda. I mean, kind of. We're watching a Shoe All Night video, but hi, Niwi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. And hi, Nimbus, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, there was some struggle going on with Capcom.
Babe, wake up! It's time for your yearly gamer culture war slap! It's 2014 forever, man. We are never going to escape Mr. Gamergate's wild ride. In this video, we are going to discuss the facts and theories behind the so-called male biological clock, after we discuss the drama surrounding the game Pragmata, and how a bunch of men expressing a simple, wholesome desire, the desire to start a family, has turned into yet another culture war. Yet another gender war. The gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, dealing with dating apps, hookup culture. Do men like curvy or thin women? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before we get deeper into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed to work better. They've been designed to be marketed better. More features, more gimmicks, more blades.
A classic. A classic. I always like, I said it the entire time, say it often, but like I always like how she dresses up differently for the ads. But just specifically for the ads. It's very interesting. God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. Yeah, sure. I guess.
Just add one more blade, bro. One more blade, I promise, bro. One more blade. While skin irritation is just treated like something you just have to deal with. And a major cause for irritation is blade flex, because most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That helps them adapt to like different angles, but also causes extra tugging and razor burn. Most people just learn to cope with like aftershave and cold water, fixing the symptoms instead of the cause. The question nobody asks is, should the blade even move? And here's where Henson shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade all across its length, they hold the blade in place, preventing any bouncing or skipping.
Eventually, she'll get me to buy a razor. If this continues, she will eventually. I wonder how many people she has gotten to actually buy one. Otherwise, she would constantly, you know, have an ad for it. Gender war, is that a thing in the West? Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I mean, certainly. Right? Especially if you're on TikTok. You can see it all the time. But so absolutely, yeah. And mostly, actually, fun fact, women. They made a they made a little bit of a study. Again, at this point, I don't trust studies anymore because a lot of the methodology is just faulty. But that's beside the point. Apparently, only 37% of women have a positive outlook on men, while for men it's more than double that have a positive outlook on women. So that's very interesting. I wonder who is the one getting radicalized here,
resulting in an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no need to compensate with pressure. And there's something really satisfying about that. Not just getting a better shave, but finally fixing something that's been quietly annoying you for years. Like when you spend months wondering why you don't feel rested even after you get 8 hours sleep, and then you realize, oh, I need a new mattress. You don't need more aftershave, you need a new razor. And since I switched to Henson, I noticed that my shaves have been smoother than ever. No tugging, no cuts. The best part is, once you invest in a Henson razor, it is a lifetime purchase. The only thing you need to replace are the blades, which cost just 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 per year. Henson offers a variety of different colors. I have the rose gold. I think it's so cute. So if you're tired of razor burn, skin irritation, and overpaying for replacement blades, Henson shaving is definitely worth checking out. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart. Then enter code SHOE at checkout to get the blades for free with your purchase. Big thanks to Henson for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? Now, let's get back to the video.
always sounds like a threat. I was like, yeah, gender war always been a thing anywhere. And then I remember there's Islam. Nah, there's no gender war because women don't exist in public. That's all there is to it. There's no gender war because there's no women in public. They have marriages with women and sex with men, at least in Afghanistan. If you do it right, you won't get cuts though. Be careful and you wouldn't need it. I guess, yeah.
Throughout history, there have been countless stories centered around a very specific dynamic: the adult protector and a child. You see it everywhere. In video games, they call it a dad simulator. The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, God of War, Detroit Become Human, BioShock, Life is Strange. Also movies like Logan, True Grit, in a way, Monsters Inc. Shows like The Mandalorian.
Yeah, The Mandalorian, for sure as well, right? Monsters Inc., I mean, yeah. Sully and Boo, is that what she's called? I forgot. Makes sense. What else? Where's another one where you had, I mean, it's also like a lot more interesting with Pragmata because not only is Hugh technically adopting Diana, But also, Hugh himself is adopted. So that makes it even more interesting, right? It's not just like family by blood, but like family by who raised you, which makes it even more meaningful. They solved gender war. Women lost. I mean, that's true.
Lorien, literature has done it forever with The Road, Les Miserables, and many, many others. It shows up time and time again because it taps into something deeply human. The instinct to protect, to guide, to teach, to nurture something more vulnerable than yourself. It is a beautiful and powerful story that has been told for centuries. And you're like really weird and an incel for enjoying it, actually. Incel game. If you buy this game, I'm gonna assume
The gender war is a global psyop to destroy humanity. Yes! 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 True. Right. That's why I don't like feminism. Fun fact. But because for multiple reasons. Feminism that isn't feminine, that isn't supporting women's strengths that are innate to women, that tries to destroy what women are, that tries to turn them into secondary men or secondhand men, is not something I want to support. Anyways.
you are a pedophile. I feel like it's a breach of ethics at this point to design child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. Like, let's stop with the defenseless girl the big strong man has to protect. This reeks of sexism and control. I hate—
If you think Diana... See, these people have not played the game. If you think Diana is defenseless, you are wrong. Hugh can't do anything without Diana. Diana can't do anything without Hugh. And that's that. That's all there is to it. These people have not played the game, that's why they don't know it. They both play off of each other incredibly well. These people don't understand that.
hate these father simulator games. They always give me the creeps. This is low Kirkenuanly fascist propaganda and gives me pedo vibes. Wouldn't it be cool if I sneezed right now? Fascist propaganda. If this is fascist propaganda, slap me and call me Adolf. Zoomer women really look at a wholesome
Shudolf, Shudolf. Yeah, maybe.
game involving a child and wait, what the f is low Kirkenuanly? After hearing about toxic masculinity for the past like 15 years now, finally a topic comes up where it's overwhelmingly positive masculinity, and what is the response? I think the funniest thing about the pragmata controversy is that those incels genuinely think they could ever get near enough to a woman to impregnate one. It's not nuanced. Pragmata is blatant pedophilia catered to male gooner gamers. Why are people thinking this is sexual or makes you a pedophile? Because men are notorious for being peds and disgusting humans. They sexualize everything.
I find that incredibly funny. Would they say anything? Would they have anything to say, about teachers doing weird shit to their male students? The gender war is just a way to start fights between common people, while the rich and powerful enjoy it. No, they just benefit of it because you can. A lesbian that was interviewed once said straight up, and I think she's hit the nail perfectly. They can make a profit of both of them hating each other. They can make especially a profit when women hate men. Like, I'm kind of confused on the modern meaning of fascism. I remember in local, like, this put anti-fascism in union game. That word has no meaning, right? If you look up the definition, that's what, right? That would literally, like, what do they mean about fascism? Everything that they don't agree with. That's what they mean about this. Right? That's what they mean about this. Because we have completely removed words from their actual meaning. Right? If you Google the definition of fascism, right? That wouldn't apply here. That's the problem. It's the same with incel. That has no meaning because they're calling men that have children already insults, right? Or married men. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it anymore unless it's actually used the way it's meant. They never play the games, just like Portkey Games getting harassed over Hogwarts Legacy. Apparently, we are already getting how do I say this? There will be a wave of harassment for Hogwarts Legacy 2. And even, see, you can't even use the proper definition that's given because fascism also applies to left-wing extremists. So you have a problem here. I think Metatron made a really good video about this. I watched it. Can't remember much of it, but I watched it. Metatron made a really good video about this.
Thing, you are not very smart. A lot of loser males who often turn to gaming are pedos. It is an unconscious strategy to avoid competing with chat, as well as complementing their own pure attorneyness. Stall development, what? Y'all are full of shit talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the f you want to play the game. You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. What? This character design creeps me out. Why does she look like a doll? Why is this blonde child with a blowout running around barefoot? I've not yet played the game. Is this expanded on in the plot? Or is this just eye candy for creeps? I feel like I'm going insane. She just looks like a cute kid to me. Like, that is just literally a cute little kid. I do not see the sexualization, and I am a huge pervert, mind you. I do not see what the f these people are talking about.
I don't know. Did you know having your own opinion, own thoughts and opinions is a fascist ideology? Correct. Correct. That's the problem. Simply having father-daughter characters are fascist. These people have no idea what the meaning of words are anymore, right? It's the same with Nazi, homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobe. That, by the way, does not exist. Right? These things, these people have no idea what these words mean. And that's the huge problem here. Not much to say.
There are creepy people on the internet who are sexualizing Diana. Yes, absolutely yes. It is a...
Right, these same people were calling a Latina a Nazi, which is impossible. It is ideologically impossible because you can only be one if you're ethnically German. Right? That's the problem. Here we are. It is impossible because you have to be ethnically German in some way. So you'd have to be yeah, right, you'd have to be a German. You have to be from the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, etc. You get the idea. Oh, hi Zeppelin, how you doing? I've been doing well. I have a video that I think will be enjoyed by all. Can I send? Sure. Why not? Sure. Sexualization, I'll need to cross a few dimensions until I'll be able to see it. Quite a few. Okay, gonna be honest, I a little agree. It looking a little creepy because I fucking hate realistic characters to give me Uncanny Valley. Of course, right? A lot of the same people said that, what's the word? A lot of the same people said that, right, not a lot of the same people, but a lot of people say, for example, they don't like Detroit Become Human because it hits the Uncanny Valley for them.
Small minority, but it is still disgusting. In fact, a subreddit had to be shut down because people were making not safe for work art of this child, which honestly is not shocking. It's Reddit. But that's not the game's fault. The game has nothing creepy in it. These creepy people will always exist, unfortunately. I have made several videos about these people existing. People getting mad here are not getting mad at the people sexualizing Diana. That would be completely understandable. It would make sense if they were going to the accounts that were doing that and calling them creeps, but no. They're for some reason just getting mad at people liking and enjoying the game. They're just spurging out and randomly calling everyone and anyone incels. Why did they make her look like a
star, though.
Why is the child sexy? Are you okay? These Twitter freaks see a child, immediately sexualize them, and think everyone else is as creepy as they are.
Seeing this character, like this character, right? The way it is, right? Completely innocent, right? Seeing this character like that and immediately thinking about anything sexual makes these people the creeps. Maybe that's just me, but I think it makes these exact people the weirdos, the creepy ones, the odd ones, right? Maybe it's just me, but I think that's the case. I think that when they think about this that way, they are the creepy ones. Nothing more to say here.
Like, no bitch, that's you! And Reddit! You and Reddit! There is nothing in this video game that caters to the freaks except for the fact that Diana is a child. Compare that to, like, Cuties, where there were up-closes of real children twerking. That is media. That is catering to those people. An article recently came out from the outlet The Gamer that in the beginning talks about what happened on the Reddit and how disgusting some people are being towards the character Diana. Okay, fair enough, I agree. But then towards the end, the author throws in something very telling.
I have not yet played Pragmata, and that's because I'm a little tapped out on stories where men adopt daughter-like figures and prove their masculinity by protecting them.
That is their real problem. Men protecting people. That's just them proving their masculinity. And as we all know, masculinity bad.
Blatantly not fuel, whether you agree with it or not. The average attraction trope on a little girl, blonde, blue eyes. I mean, the whole game is low-key Nazi propaganda.
How do you get to this? I mean, it's Reddit, okay? It's Reddit. So I won't say anything, right? I won't say anything, okay? It's a circle of hell, right? It's a circle of hell, seeing a normal child with no relation to sex and then thinking corn star is very questionable, for sure. It's just, why? How? How do you come to that conclusion here? This is mental illness.
To be fair, I think the men who play this are probably creepy, but how is it Nazi propaganda? Blonde, blue-eyed toddler and tiaras looking white girl.
Sorry girls, if you have blonde eyes, it's over that, dude. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and you're white, sorry girl, but you just are a chronicle Nazi, and there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot change it. If your child gets those as well, they're a chronicle Nazi. I can't with these people. I can't with these people. These are horrible. What is this?
You have to save is literally Nazi propaganda straight out of the 1930s, dude. Sorry, I don't see it. Ugh, I really don't have the energy to deal with this. Just use your brain.
Sorry, I don't have the energy to explain my schizophrenic paranoid delusion. Good. I don't have the energy to listen to it. Listen, I know we're all used to seeing gay, black, Hispanic, disabled furries in media lately, but I promise you, white people still exist. It's not Nazi propaganda.
I feel like this girl character is an objectification of the idealized child. She's pulled right from the patriarchal white supremacist imagination.
What a hellish time to live in! I guess you're either furry or Nazi. How do these people come to that conclusion? How do you do that? Bro, whatever they take, I want it. I want it. I want it. Whatever it is, I want it. I saw this interview of women and men being asked if they kill for their kids. Every woman said no. The dudes were like, yeah, I'd kill someone for from someone else's kids. For someone else's, yeah. I'd be like, why? Obviously, like, kill for my kid, for sure. I probably, if it means I can't get to protect someone else's, then for sure, I guess. Patriarchal white supremacists. I find that very, very funny, They act like that's only for white people. What even is this video talking about? The game Pragmata, and people are acting a little weird about it, like this.
The perfect pure white girl child that must be protected so she can produce the next white generation.
That doesn't make sense. This is a robot. It's an AI. It's a clanker. An adorable one at that, but like, goodness gracious.
Anyway.
Funny how y'all have paternal instincts for a child with a model woman's face plastered on it. Make her look like an actual kid with missing teeth, short hair, bare face, snot, and see if those instincts kick in the same. This game is openly.
She's still cute. She's still adorable, and I must protect. I still must protect. I don't care. I still must protect. I really hate you so much with a passion, so it would seem they hate us. Hate us because they hate us.
Catering to pedos. The gaslighting is over.
Wait, I'm trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage. So we make her look more like a child in order to not cater to pedophiles? Am I following that correctly? Also, the face on the left is like a child 6 to 7 years old, and the one on the right is like a 3-year-old. Diana's a robot kid. She's not a robot toddler. Also, again, she looks like a kid. Am I going insane? Like, that looks just like a little kid. Do they just want her to look ugly? Is that what this is? They want her to be ugly? Like, I need more brain damage. Hold on.
Weeb incel gamers LARPing saying, ooh, I want to be a dad now, because they're manipulative, creepy freaks and like the ooh little girl with the model face, especially the lolicons, obviously. The devs know the male gamers hate a realistic or ugly.
A realistic. So. Let me get this. Okay. Okay, hold up. So, you're saying that this game caters to PDFs, okay? Got it. But at the same time, you want them to use a real child as a model. Do I get that right? What? What is even Pragmata about? It's just... I just see it thrown around by either transphobic idiots, me, or people like this. Because it's basically just, how do I say this? It's mostly a third-person shooter. Realistically, with a little bit of Souls-like gameplay, and overall just like these two characters, Diana and Hugh. It's just technically actually just really wholesome. But I can't spoil the game too much because some people probably haven't played it yet and still want to play it, so I need to be a bit careful here. But yeah, just know that this game is really wholesome. Uipoi Molkar. I'll look at that and I see what I can do because I have no idea because I actually need a video for that, so I have to look at that. The biggest irony is Diana's English VA is a black lady. Interesting how they ignore that. It's almost like they know nothing about the game. It's all, of course it's all performative. These people are all performative. They are virtue signaling. You think these people crashing out will save a single child? Do we really think that they're actually going to save a single real child? No, they won't. No, they won't. Not a single child. I send a link for it, don't worry. Okay, that works. Okay, I think you need a doll. A doll? I don't want a doll. What? Without men and women being in a relationship, you need to be on the brink of extinction. Those woke people have little to no life. They have no life preservation anyways. These people have no life preservation. They are safe, like in their safe little bubble, screaming for letting everyone, open borders, letting everyone in. But at the same time, they cry about the patriarchy. Yeah, no wonder if you let people in that are just like that. It's that simple. Like, no, yeah. These people have no survival instinct at all. Survival instinct of a dead cat. Guys, I got my first ever Lego Ninjago minifigure. Yo, not bad. Not bad. Hi, Shine Dog, by the way. How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Child, because that's not what they're playing for. If they made her look like a realistic, ugly child, none of them would be saying this. First of all, why are they acting like it's real?
Also, it's like, I have to say this. What is this negative view on children? What is this? Okay, I'm gonna say this the way it is. This comes all from bitter, lonely women. Right? Anyways, I'm going to leave next week probably to help my sis with childcare while she is giving birth. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Interesting. Uncle Coco's out here. Anyways. See. I'm gonna say the way it is, these are all lonely, bitter women. Fatherless, even. Fatherless, lonely, bitter women. And that's all there is to it. There's actually all there is to it. Nothing more to be said here. Nothing.
Realistic to portray children as ugly and disgusting. Children are not ugly and disgusting. Like, they're cute and adorable. That's what they're known for. Like, yes, she's made to look cute. Yes. That's how you know this game was not made by Western video game developers. That's how you know there was no Liliths on the dev team here.
You guys would lose your shit while playing BioShock. Actually, BioShock is a really good example of this design working right. The little sisters are all gross and have gray-green skin.
No, you don't understand. Everything around me must be ugly as or I will furiously start masturbating. This all sounds like 2014 discourse, because it is 2014 discourse. Please don't let there be Gamergate 2.0. Who's going to be the shoe on head 2.0 to emerge from the Gamergate 2.0? If she's listening now, just, this might sound very vague, but don't. That thing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Phew. Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the...
I couldn't believe they put AI in a video game, AI art in a video game. Anyways, have no life, pretend to care about this fictional robot kid's safety towards creeps, PDS while they kill kids in the womb, IRL, shaking my head. Yep, it's also like, these same people will have a problem with this, but then they won't give a shit about the grooming gangs in the UK. Because I know that a few of these people are people from the UK. I've seen it. So, I find that quite hilarious. Take my sister's kids to the movies tomorrow, seeing the new Mario movie. Oh, I think they will enjoy it, right? It's technically just Rainbow Vomit with no, plot, but, it's a fun watch for kids, for sure.
Tram?
Uh-huh. I drew it. It's for you.
Look at that. You wrote your name, too. Not half bad, kiddo.
This robot girl makes me uncomfortable, and the fact that I haven't seen female gamers fawn over her is interesting. I've seen more clips of her and that man, and that is not how kids behave. Something weird is going on here.
The something weird going on here is you, ma'am. You are the
Yeah, you are the something weird. Fatherless. That's all I can say. Fatherless.
Something weird. Men like the Father Simulator game where you have to protect a small child and shoot up a bunch of robots in space? Suspicious! Also, I have seen plenty of female gamers fawn over this character.
Me.
Yeah.
Look at them! Look at them! Look at the women are gonna fawn because look at her. Look at her. Billions must be born. Look at them. The eggs are activating.
Okay, everything's all about you.
Who would win? Decades of anti-natalist propaganda? One little
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people be like, oh, there's no anti-natalist propaganda. What is this breeding fetish? I'm like, breeding you know that you need to have children in order to exist. By the way, the same people that say this, by the way, that have this anti-natalist view are the same people that demand free healthcare and just free shit. right? And less stress on them financially, but then they don't want to contribute in that way to society. But then it's just very interesting. Just very interesting how many people I've seen who have such views, right? And you look at them and they live in the country where there's free healthcare, or where the retirement depends on how many people are working. I'm like, huh, that's rather interesting.
There were even women cosplaying as her. And when women even expressed how cute they thought Diana was, they're also met with this.
Oh my god, Diana is so precious and adorable. I'm gonna love this game. Thanks for telling everyone why you want to play the game, before you make up some other excuse to hide your pedophilia. What? Water guns are the best. I like it just as much as crayons. I like how the sand feels on my toes. I press down and sink in. Children don't act like this. This is how someone who fetishizes fatherhood wants children to behave. To normal people, it's actually deeply off-putting.
I have to say this. Yes, she is a child. Yes, she has childlike behavior. No! She's not a literal child. She's still an AI, and she is experiencing things for the first time. I wonder if these people would say to a person that isn't able to walk, that for some reason gets the ability to walk, right? If they're gonna say like, and this person's like all exciting and all happy, right? And then are they gonna be like, ew, this is weird? People who walk don't act like this. Oh, I can feel the ground beneath me. Ew, people who walk don't act like this. Shut the fuck up. The UK literally hasn't released criminally SA related stats since 2019 because Asian Pakistani men make up 52% of the grooming gangs. They also make the majority of birth defects. The more you know, right? They also make up the majority of the birth defects because you know, you can't have stepcorn in the UK, right? That's illegal now. But you can marry your cousin legally, by the way.
The best part was all the actual parents, like, replying to these people like, yeah, no, that is literally how my 5-year-old acts. It's like, yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Fetishizing fuck. You mean the human desire to procreate and start a family? Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family? Maybe have a house, 2 dogs? You sick fuck. We've reached radioactive levels of incel propaganda. What the f does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got thousands of likes. I feel like I am going insane. Where does the incel part come from? Like, they want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then
no, they don't. No, they don't. They want you to be open about it so they can weaponize it. That is all. No, they don't want you to be open about it. That's all there is to it. These people are lying when they say they want men to be open about it. I mean, you can't just look at it between these people themselves. If somebody expresses concern, or if somebody expresses feelings that don't align with the narrative, they will use that against them. They are lying. These people in particular, they're lying. No, they don't. Would incel be reverse of what is this, though? Yes, it would be. Right? It would be. See, you also always have to realize that these people will call literal married men incel. They will call fathers of 5 children incel. Which doesn't make sense, because you can't be involuntary celibate if you've cracked 5 times and had 5 children. Well, you probably have cracked more times, but still. Chud cell. I am the chud. I'm literally on the chud VTuber list. I have power. 2 sides of the same coin, Poke. Yeah.
they're just called Nazis or incels or both. Usually both. It's usually a package deal. And this tweet came from a man to make things worse. A grown-ass man saw another grown-ass man speaking about the normal human desire to want a family and want children one day, and called him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's pragmatic.
Oh, wait! The dog roaster! Cooking with Kaya. The problem is that Kaya is the one cooking. Getting cooked. Anyways. Look at this! Look at this. Look at this. The man that cooks dogs.
Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand.
I always find this funny. See, you know what the really good part is with Hassan? We never have to fear the idea of a child from Hassan because this man won't procreate. That's the good part about these things. Because, right, I think he's dating Valkyrie racist. I'm unsure though. I'm very unsure. Don't call Hassan cockroach. You're not worthy to be as an Asmund fan. I mean, certainly. Anyways, it's rather interesting.
And like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like
you will never have your communist utopia. Why do you care, huh? Why do you care? I don't like the champagne communists. Go to Cuba, go to China and stay there. You rotten individual. That's all I can say. Ah yes, the dog shocking brothel going DD party enjoyer with a girlfriend that doesn't want kids. Her eggs are dying, I tell you. Hey, I don't want the family. And I enjoy such parts because I just imagine myself as a happy uncle instead. The cool uncle. The cool uncle with the exotic animals. Real.
Riding for having children, like it's just not something that you're gonna experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh well, guess not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all, what is this nihilistic horseshit? Yeah, never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meaning. This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Something weird about a man who could easily consensually get sex from a woman but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying. Also, 35? No kids?
Hey, that clock is not ticking for him though. That clock is certainly ticking for Valkyrie. That's for sure. Ironic, his girlfriend is a OP fan, and he has to pay for schmecks. Yep. Wait, OF, an OF fan? That's crazy. Wow, that's interesting. There are many more crimes to mention for Hassan. I'm not going to bother. True. It's just rather interesting. Don't push him, Shu. What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Didn't she destroy him on Twitter as well?
Like, I'm sorry, that just pisses me off. Like, sitting in his ugly ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse, looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally mind raped that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome concept. Like literally no joke, the entire meaning of life is somehow confusing to Hassan Piker, anti-natalist.
I mean, it's true, right? I go into shoe. That is crazy work, my friend. Hi, Lizardon. How you doing? Are we doing well? So here's the thing, okay? Biologically, that is true. For all beings on the planet, whether you like it or not, the biological reality is what Shinzo Abe said. Marry and reproduce. All animals on the planet. All. Every single one. Wants to continue existence by having offspring. That includes humans. That is the biological reality of all things. The most basic means of existence is reproduction. And nobody can argue with it. That's the fun part.
If I saw a child that looked like that, I'd probably attack it. I felt like hitting her.
Did these people not have fathers? That's the only explanation I can get, but I look at these people, I'm like, not even a mother would want this. Is this the result of kicking out your child at the age of 18? Is this how we got here? Right? She has Homelander's cape in the back of her video. Another boys fan. I see. Stop. Stop. You remind me of the scene with the dog. There were 2 scenes with the dog. Are you a good boy? Horrible. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, please.
The right-wing nutjobs seeing this and feeling paternal instincts are just predators. The only instinct I feel as a man right now is self-defense. I want to kill it. Yes, the ones saying they want to protect a kid are the predators, not the ones saying they want to kill it. The only thing I felt while watching this is pure bloodlust for that annoying creature. I hate children so much. Before you come at me, yes, I'm a 35-year-old crazy cat lady and proud of it. Stay mad. First of all, every time you see a little smiley face like that, that's how you know that person is madder than they've ever been in their entire life. Listen, obviously...
Yeah. It's like, see? When somebody says they're happy, they have to point out they have to explicitly point out how happy they are, okay? Okay? I got news for you. You are probably coping. You are probably coping. Because especially in this context, horrible. Anyways, the Hassanlings are gonna be a global threat. Hide your dogs. Hide your dogs. True. Stay mad, they said, while being the maddest person in existence. Real. Exactly. I just seen that one scene where he multiplies and the rest is history. Ugh. It's just interesting. But yeah, truly, hide your dogs. Hide your dogs from most Muslims, anyways, because they don't particularly like them, especially the black ones. Huh? Dog racism. Interesting.
If you simply don't want kids, that's fine. Like, whatever. Not everyone wants kids. Not everyone wants to be a parent. But the societal attitude, the difference between men and women here, how they handle this situation is so, like, fascinating to me.
I'm probably never having kids. I'm probably gonna play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably gonna be as hot for as long as...
That is cope as well. The cope, because I can hear her eggs dying. They're dying, chat. Look at her. They're dying. But yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious, right?
I can, and I'm probably gonna keep making money. That's probably what's gonna happen for the next 40 years.
Yeah, but see, I'm quite... Also, you're not gonna be hot in 20 more years, by the way. Just saying. 10 more years, actually. Also, I have to say this. Son, she used Thunderbolt on my Houndour, and now he's paralyzed. It doesn't help the fact that he's a dark type who's misunderstood. Real. So here's here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. This woman is coping. She won't be hot in 10 more years, and the only thing that she has going for her is that she's attractive. And eventually that runs out. And what is she gonna do then? It's just cope. It's just cope.
Years until people are just gonna keep being mad at me about it. Menopause is gonna hit me like a brick wall, but at least I will be in the bag until then. You don't want.
Also, I'm gonna straight up drop it. I'm gonna straight up say it. I can't wait. See, it's gonna be quite interesting. We don't even need to fight liberals. We don't. We don't need to fight leftists. They remove themselves from the gene pool on their own accord. That's also, by the way, why they tried to indoctrinate kids in school, because they can't multiply the normal way.
Kids, I'll do it whenever I want. I don't think I'm running out of time.
Absolute delusion. I feel like a lot of men in this situation are like, damn, I wish I had.
Wait, I need to screenshot this. I'd argue her and Pokemon fell off a couple of years ago. They did, and that it happened when people actually looked behind that facade, right? When they were like new and like, you know, same with Casey Tron, by the way, right? Which is, we throw that one in there, right? Like, oh, the gamer girls, right? That was like a new thing, and like, wow, there's women that play video games. Crazy, wonderful. I'm so excited, right? And then it's like, after that, eventually, the act was dropped, and then everyone knew that these people were snakes, right? It's like, remember when Pokemon complained about the fact that, like, back then people used to be nice to girls that played video games, and like they would just gift them shit, and now that's no longer the case. That's because eventually people realized who these people are, right? Especially after the Broke Boy incident. You're a broke boy, just say so.
Had a family, that sucks. Women overcompensate and they pretend to be proud of it, and it just comes off as really kind of sad. And I guess it's like, as a woman for a long time, it's like, oh, you're too young to have kids, don't have kids, it will ruin your life and your body and your career, don't have children. And then all of a sudden you hit a certain age and it's like, your eggs, ma'am. I get it, it's frustrating, I get it. I hid my pregnancy from the internet. Nobody knew I was pregnant. Well, some of you guessed, because I was fat as f. But anyway, I hid it from the internet, and while I was like 5 months pregnant, I was getting tweets from like groypers and like, TikTok, your eggs are drying up. But this like...
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. She's still better than Hassan's lapdog Pokey, who Hassan probably uses the shock collar on there too. Honestly, I think he uses it more on Ludwig, right? I think he uses it more on Jellywig. I play Domodachi Live and pick up my Beavs Milk Shake. I'm around a bit. Me and Shake him around a bit. I can't read, bro. It's over. Wait, when did that happen? Good for you.
F you haters, I got my cats. Enough. Stop spreading that attitude. Stop being a crab in a bucket. Like, even if you don't have children, that's fine. You could find other meaning in your life, obviously. But don't encourage that type of mindset. The amount of anti-natalist propaganda young men and young women see nowadays is, like, insane. But the biggest anti-natalist propaganda has to be, like, $3,000 rent, $2,000 daycare, and student debt, honestly. Like, if we're being honest. It's just sad because, like, through all of history, like, imagine your ancestors, they've been through like war and famine, and you're just gonna end your bloodline because the rent is too high. But it's understandable, they don't feel like they can support a child. They can barely support themselves, especially on one income, like how it used to be. Those days are gone. You know, if I was president and I wanted to make America great again, that would be the thing I focus on the most. But no, we have to do another bullshit war in the Middle East. Okay, whatever, we're not going into that, not in this video.
The thing is, that changes nothing. That changes nothing. We can look at, right? Okay. We can look at a lot of countries that have a lot of social benefits. And there's this theory going around that the less money people have, the less children they have, or the less social benefits they have, the less support they have, the less children they have. That couldn't be further from the truth. Otherwise, right? Otherwise, the United States and Europe as a whole would have Niger's birth rate. And Niger would have Germany's birth rate, if you know what I mean. So it doesn't work. That doesn't apply here. Wait, we mean when did that happen? I've always been in a relationship. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's news to me. Anyways, it's just like that. Also, we can look at Hungary. If you have like 4 or 5 kids, you don't pay income tax. That didn't change shit. Crazy, huh?
Video. Lots of strange reactions to this game. Let's clear some things up. Childless men do not have paternal instincts the way childless women have maternal instincts. Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically, those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else's. Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over cute kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason—
Fuck you, I have baby fever. I want to be a dad. I don't care. Son, daughter. I want to be a father. Fuck you. Because I see this one.
Other than it being a product of his own lineage, he's likely a predator. What? Okay. First of all, even from like anecdotal common sense, this is just not true. This is obviously bullshit. Research literally shows that childless men experience like the desire for fatherhood almost just as much as childless women experience the desire for motherhood. Apparently, young men want children more than young women do nowadays. Many men, including childless men, exhibit caregiving, protective responses to infants, even if they're not their own. All through history, men have protected, mentored, even died for kids that weren't their own. Also, with this logic, like, uncles, stepdads, adoptive fathers, like, anyone like that is a predator. Like, men just have the protector gene, and this game just activates it. It's really not deeper than that. Yes, it's true men don't have maternal instincts, but men do have paternal instincts. There's a reason this game is about protecting her from evil robots in space, and not like, I don't know, breastfeeding her. Yes, women and men are different. And a huge factor in this very popular trope is that the man gradually develops paternal instincts over the child despite his stoic, emotionally distant, masculine nature. These gamers are experiencing that through the main character. If Capcom's goal with Pragmata was to make everyone who plays this game want to be a parent, then they've done an amazing job. I always sit back when Diana starts playing and think to myself, so this is what it's like to have a daughter? She's so cute. And for the record, yes, that is what having kids is like. It's also not so fun stuff and lots of responsibility, but the good parts completely outweigh the bad and make it all worth it. There were hundreds of tweets from people, mostly childless people, mind you, being like, that's not what having a child is like, actually, you stupid gamer. It's actually terrible and awful. Men like this view having a daughter like having a pet dog. Once she grows up and isn't a cute little girl anymore, they'll begin to resent her. Men really do want to.
I have a hot take that there's some truth to that. However, it's not what they think it is. People around... So, how do I put this? I've noticed something, and that is that dads become distant to their daughters. And that's for one reason, and one reason only. And that is that other people outside of the family, maybe even inside of the family, who knows, sexualize this father-daughter relationship. That is what I'm seeing, and that is what is happening, in my opinion. That's why. Also, I think this woman earlier was 100% projecting. But I think that is the reason why dads become distant to their daughters. It's because other people outside of it think it's weird. When a daughter and a father get along well.
Kids the way kids want a puppy. All the fun, but none of the responsibilities. I don't like the way you guys talk about children. Like, they aren't toys. People will lose their f***ing minds when they realize that kids aren't like a dog or cat. They're a goddamn nightmare. Watching a child play with a toy and actually raising a child are two completely separate things. Kids are adorable when they're calm and playful, but little demons when they're screaming, snotting, and destroying your shit and keeping you up at night. Men really think having children is easy and fun. It's not so fun when they're pissing and shit and crying nonstop. Do you have kids? No, and I got my tube side 3 years ago, but thanks for asking. Wow, Diana's so cute.
Oh, raising children is horrible. How do you know? I don't know. I would have children. Oh yeah, dogs are dangerous. They bite you. How do you know? I don't know. I've never interacted with one. Same energy.
Maybe I want kids one day. Did you know they poop and pee and cry? Why this compulsive need to counter signal this? Watching a fictional kid play with toys for a few seconds and thinking that's what it's like raising an actual human being is probably a sign you have zero idea what it really looks like being a parent, and you should not base your decision off a video game character. Wait, wait, this community note. OP is an e-girl with an OnlyFans.
Well, this one won't have children anyways, then. The only thing that one gets is shame. And yes, I'm at this point where I'm like, no longer live and let live. I'm just like, we should shame these women, and that's all there is to it.
You stupid gamers don't get it. Doom scrolling TikTok and having multiple failed situationships is true happiness. Children are a burden. Nobody is saying parenting is easy. Nobody said that. All the parts parents say are the best parts. All the parts parents say are worth it. That is what people are seeing and yearning for. They have this like insane compulsion to attack anything that's like remotely pro-family, I guess because it culturally clocks as conservative. So you have to just shun it and mock it, or else you're doing a fascist propaganda or something. This whole thing has just been a litmus test for humanity. On one side, people who long for love and meaning and human
Me! I am people.
connection, desire deeper things, and they're in touch with their humanity. And on the other side, miserable, insane freaks who want to destroy everything pure and wholesome. And then on the sidelines, normal people who just think this is a fun game. Yeah, that's probably most people. I think we're a little too online sometimes. So we have established that the broveries have been activated by this game, but is the male biological clock real? Unlike women who are born with a specific number of eggs, men create sperm all their life. Right now as we speak, your balls are creating sperm. Men can technically get someone pregnant all their life. And by someone, I mean a woman, not a femboy. You can't get a femboy pregnant. Stop trying. Sperm.
Also, homies, it may look like a woman, but it's not a woman. Having schmecks with a femboy is 100% certificated gay. Say gex. It is gay. Stop coping. Feminine enough is not an excuse. That is a man. You are sticking your stick into a manhole. I just wanted to clarify that. I don't think it's that. I think it's the fact that as a man, we don't know how to deal with the hormones of female puberty, etc. So we rely on our wives to assist on those things. Thus, why fathers become distant. Maybe. I guess you'd have to look a little bit of statistics. From what I can see, it's just that people treat father-daughter relationships weird when the daughter is older. That's all I can see. I mean, they already do it weird when they're younger. Like, what? Remember when this dad came home from work and like picked up his daughter, and like weirdo women were just sexualizing it? I mean, in my opinion, and not everyone has to have kids. Want kids or whatever you do or whatever you don't shouldn't be such a big deal to everyone else. Like, it's your choice in your life. The problem is when more and more people are doing that. That's the problem. That is the issue. When more and more people are doing that, then it becomes a problem. Right? Remember, society is not made of people. It is made of relationships. No relationships means no society. It's all great and good. Yeah, everyone can make that decision. But if too many are doing it, then you have a problem. A huge problem. The problem that we have right now. Which is we need to import third worlders into our society. And they start stabbing you. Or they try to force you to wear the hijab. Or they beat up your children because they're a majority in school. That's the problem we have. Of course, not everyone should have children, right? If you have a disease that makes life incredibly difficult. Yeah, maybe don't have children, right? That kind of thing. Or like if you are like if you struggle with mental health, maybe don't have children. And then also, we need to say that as well. If you don't have children, please don't get into the way of others, right? If you don't want to have children, at least don't get into the way in the way of others. In fact, if you don't have children, I think it is in some way, shape, or form your responsibility to contribute something else. I don't know, somehow, in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. Volunteer, something. Encourage others to make babies, something. I don't know.
Quality tends to decline over time. Lower sperm count and more DNA damage to the sperm occurs. These changes usually start after 35 to 40 years old. So as men age, the risk of passing on genetic mutations increases. Similar to maternal age, higher paternal age has been associated with autism, schizophrenia, so basically being a shoe-on-head fan, and other rare genetic disorders, as well as the chance of—
Fine! I guess my kid will be acoustic. Anyways.
Of miscarriage rates being higher. So when red pill manosphere people tell you like, oh, you have all the time in the world to have children, bro, focus on yourself, queen, get that bag, like, technically they're correct. Physically, you do have all the time in the world, but that doesn't mean you should wait. Having kids is more than the ability to reproduce. You want energy to chase a toddler around. You want your kids to have their father in their life for a long time. You want to see your kid graduate and maybe have children of their own. You want to give your parents grandchildren. You don't want to be a super old dad or mom, but if that's how it happens, that's how it happens, and that's great. Life is not a Hallmark movie, but it should not be the ideal for men and women. Like, if you are in a stable relationship, get married and have kids as soon as possible. Honestly, it's the stable relationship part I think people are having the most trouble with. It's easy to be like, find a wife and get married and have kids, bro, and it's like, find a wife? From where? The wife store? Listen, I believe.
Maybe. Last time I checked, buying humans is illegal. Maybe we can do that again. Reintroduce it. Just an idea.
You will have that.
Right, but non-discriminatory. A woman can buy a man, whoever she wants, and the man can buy a woman. And we find out like their market value and how much they're worth, whatever. You can only buy one at a time. And if you have like get rid of the current one, you need to bring it back. Something like that. If you don't like it, then there's gonna be a warranty.
One day and on. I believe you will have that wife and daughter or son. You will have a little Diana of your own one day. You will hang those drawings on your fridge. Don't blackpill, don't doom. We're all gonna make it. Same to you ladies watching. If I can make it, you can make it. So what did you guys think of this? Have you played Pragmata? Did you like it? Did it make you feel those fatherly or motherly instincts? Is your biological clock ticking? Do you have baby fever? If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, donate to my Patreon link.
That's pretty much the end of the video, right? So just to summarize, we just have a bunch of mentally ill people crashing out over Pragmata illegally. So men paying on first date is a crime. I don't know. Yes, it is. It promotes patriarchy, but the women don't want to pay either. So I guess restaurants just have to give out food for free. Anyways. Yeah, to summarize, people, lonely, bitter people with either no family or no, not just mentally ill people. That's all there is to say. Are mad about this game, and that's all there really is to it. I agree. Shinzo Abe, marry and reproduce. That is all you need. You want to save the world? Plap as if there's no morning. I am pro plapping. That's all I gotta say. Elsh video shoe, huh? Long vid. First I will take a break now. That was a long one. But then again, it is a shoe video. It will make me duckillions, if you will. It will make me slimillions. I'll take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we'll watch whatever Zeppelin said. Girl, I need a link. Yes, not a Zelda, a link. I'll be right back. I am back. It was a lot. It was long, and it could have been a short video, I guess. But I like shoe videos. Anyways. Still Pui Malt car, but I still don't have a link. I need something. I need something. Somehow. I can look for it, but still. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for here. That's the thing. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't send it in this chat. I think you still can't send links unless you're a mod, or am I stupid still? Unless I am stupid. So that could be a bit annoying. Unless we have quite a few videos still to get through. If you can't find it. Oh, if you can't do that. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. Shocking. You're not a mod. Perfect. All right, let's see it. Whatever that is. I sent up. Yep. I see it. 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 Let me add that to my collection. Why is that in Italian? There's gonna be some kind of that I don't know what's going on here. That's rather interesting. Anyways. Okay. Let me up the audio again. That's important. Okay, perfect. Yeah, just let me click on something. Doesn't matter. That works. Whatever I'm gonna be looking at. Whatever I'll be looking at here. That looks rather interesting. There's no word, so it doesn't matter. Ah, okay. Peak. Good. Alright, so I think Poi Poi Molcar. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into here. It looks cute already, that much I can tell. And yeah, also, please consider liking and subscribing. You'll help me a ton with this. Every little bit of support is appreciated. We'll go in. I have no idea. It's cute and short. So we'll probably see some cute and short stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Here we go. What the fuck? That's adorable. That's cute. What is that? A guinea pig? Something. No, wait. Those are guinea pigs, but the cars. Hold up. That's cute. Not like fleece or whatever. That's cute. Look at them. Oh, God, it's adorable. My heart. Look at them wiggle. Look at them wiggle. They're adorable. They're running from zombies. Isn't it so cute? It is so adorable. Okay, never mind, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. Bro, it just what the fuck? Well, now it's stacked up with true weaponry here. Jeez. Well, now this one's stacked up straight out of Mad Max. Borger, they're locked in for real. Borger, he's I think he's a bit out of energy here. That poor little guy. Borger. Oh no! That's so adorable. Oh my god, that is so adorable. That is so fucking adorable. Oh my god, that was so cute. These are adorable. More! Wait, do they want the burger? Maybe they want the burger. That could be interesting. Maybe they do want the burger. Maybe they like burgers. What do I know? You're welcome. This is so adorable. My heart. interesting. So they got the meat and the guinea pig cars. It's got the other stuff. That's cute. Oh my god, this is so cute! This one's munching the salad. These are munching the tomato. Even the zombies are eating the meat. And the birdies are eating the buns. No! 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 What happened? Okay, that was adorable. I'll be real. That was adorable. Okay, that was adorable. And then the little guy turns also into a zombie. That was adorable. That was cute. Am I high right now? Maybe you are. Oh my god, that was adorable. I like that. That was cute. That was actually really cute. That was adorable. There's another one that Zeppelin sent. Hold up. There's another one. Too bad I can't add this one into my list normally, so I have to, it appears, do something else. Wait, I'll swap over to this screen real quick, so I can't do that. It's a bit annoying, but because apparently you can't add that in list, because apparently when something is for kids, you can't add it, which is pretty interesting. Into that. Anyways, that'll do. Hold up. Now back here again. That is the other one that I was shown. That one is the other one that I'm supposed to look at. Let's see. It's not, it's an entire series. They are quite short, easy to watch. Okay, okay. Anyways. We have another one of these. Of Popo and Molcar. Gran Premio, probably, is how you would pronounce it. Anyways, also, please consider liking and subscribing. These are really cute. I've just been introduced to these. These are really adorable. We're gonna go in. We're gonna go in. Last time we had zombies. Now we have this. Ooh. Here we have it. Okay, so they're gonna have a race. They're gonna have a race. This other one has flowers. Ah, they're so adorable. And they're little wheels. Wait, the other one didn't even start. Late start. He'll win. He'll win. I believe in him. He'll win. Ooh, now he has some oomph to himself. Some oomph. Interesting. Oh well. That was a bit aggressive. A classic. That's a classic. It's essentially just classic situation in racing. Formula One. He would be dead, actually. They can't get him to start. That's so cute. Well, he's dead. Yeah, that one's dead. Yep. That one is dead. It just continues. It just continues. It just does. It just continues. It just does. That's adorable. Okay. Oh! Now he looks sad. Look at him. He looks quite disappointed about this. He looks quite sad. This is interesting. Okay. So the other one got the carrot now. Cute. Yeah, it's so adorable. Oh! Look at him! He sees his life flashing before his eyes. What the heck? How could you? He doesn't really care. He doesn't even realize that he had won. He just wanted a carrot. Look how happy he is. Look how happy. Next thing, what's the Teletubbies poke? Hey, it's not my fault. It's adorable. He won, but at what cost? Apparently, he won quite a bit. What do you mean at what cost? Look at this. He got a big carrot even. A massive one. And he's not. I loved that show when I was a baby. Crazy. Okay. He's gonna share, isn't he? A true bro. See, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Anyways, that was adorable. That's cute. That was adorable. I like these. They're well made. I think mine as well, probably. Like, how many are you of these are we watching? Just these two. I don't want to make too many, otherwise all my uploads just look like this. That's the thing. All my uploads just end up looking like this, which isn't too fun. Anyways, we're gonna do something more interesting now. Some of the ones that Somax has recommended. Why is that even in here? Goodbye. I don't need you. So yeah. Let's do some interesting ones. I'll nuke that because we don't need that anymore. I also need some water real quick. All right, so let's look. What do we have? What do we have? Okay, hold up. What do I go for? What the fuck? When did that get in here? The Korean Peninsula is just a massive social experiment. Or why isn't Gen Z growing up? That one's shorter. That one's shorter, so we'll do that first. And also, I need to fill up my video stash desperately. I need to. So yeah, we'll do that one first. That one first. All right. I'll work through most of these anyway, so it's fine. Rage baiting feminists. I'll do that as well. I'll do that as well. I've got plenty. I've got plenty I want to get through. I've a lot of stuff I need to get through. Anyways, why isn't Gen Z growing up by Sono Jordan? Yeah, that's how you say it, probably. Yeah, I actually have a simple answer to that.
The reason why Gen Z
There's no need to. There's a simple reason there's no need to. You don't need to take responsibility for anything. In some cases, not even yourself. No real responsibility means you're not gonna grow up. Yeah, shocking, I know. Yeah, by the way, this has nothing to do with living at home. Just saying it. Back then, multiple families lived in the same house. That wasn't the issue. So we cannot put it on that. Yeah, I think that's one of the major reasons. You don't need to grow up. We have 35-year-old man and woman children out there who don't take responsibility. A big part of growing up is taking responsibility. A lot of people don't do that. And now we're here.
have such a hard time with growing up is because Gen Z does not have any of the milestones past generations have.
What happens when an entire generation of people cannot enter a job market because entry level?
Yeah, that's another reason. But there are other problems as well. There is no, how do I say this? That's the word I was using. There are no, right? We look at older generations, they had some form of responsibility. As you grew up, you had some form of responsibility, right? For a lot of people, especially for a lot of men, right? You ventured out and you found yourself a wife, you started a family, you had a job, you need to take care of these people. You had a responsibility, a constant one, not just like temporary. Nowadays, most people get is like cat or a dog. You had something you wanted to achieve, and that is gone. Sadly, that is gone. We can't buy houses the way our parents could, or grandparents. A single income isn't enough to not only feed, but also like just live comfortably in general, right? That is new. That we didn't have that. Yeah, it's rather interesting. Again, I just think that we are the first generation that's properly fully exploited by our governments, but interesting.
Jobs have collapsed.
Nearly everyone I've talked to recently is just like, yeah, haha, I can't really afford groceries.
The average person.
I'm gonna say something that people won't like, but it's not only people have an income problem. A lot of people also have a spending problem. No, you don't need a coffee from Starbucks every single time. You don't need that. I'm gonna say it. You don't. There are ways to save money that you don't need to spend on specific things. It's more likely that a local coffee, or if you make it at home, it's gonna be cheaper and last longer than if you spend a lot of money on Starbucks. Now, this may sound a bit ridiculous, but there's a lot of people that cry about not having money that I know that spend their money on things that they don't need or that they could get significantly cheaper. There's also something to be said about people being financially illiterate, which isn't necessarily their fault. It's just that nobody prepares us for that because it isn't in the curriculum. Anyways.
In America, under the age of 35, will never be able to afford a home.
What happens when an entire generation doesn't grow up?
Gen Z have no reason to believe that they're ever going to have economic security.
What's the point of planning a future when everything is falling apart?
I've been forced to drop out of university because I simply can't afford to keep...
The problem is that, that there is a slight issue with that thinking of, if I can't achieve anything, why would I even do anything? The problem is that with that mindset, if one does it, fine. If multiple do it, then of course you're not gonna achieve anything. Right? The mindset doesn't work because, like, yeah, then you're getting nowhere either way. They say it's Gen Z, but I hear more millennials complaining about everything and are the liberal extremists, whereas Gen Z, specifically men, is the most conservative generation than every other generation. That is very true. That's very true. Yeah. It's also a lot of millennials, true, that complain about it. Yeah. More younger millennials. Mm-hmm.
Studying.
I don't think our generation can budget their way out of this.
Gen Zer says they'll need more than $500,000 a year to feel successful.
At this point, I seriously think Gen Z is just screwed.
Why isn't Gen Z growing up? If you've encountered a Gen Z person recently and somehow convinced them to like you, they might have shared one of their most sacred and beloved cultural traditions with you, complaining about how awful everything is.
Help wanted, but only for boomers and not Gen Z. My 2 new cashiers quit because I said their boyfriends couldn't stand here for their entire shift.
And I, being a short-form brain rot-loving Zoomer who has also spoken to other Zoomers, at least the ones who have developed language, am seeing a huge increase in this lingering sense of hopelessness that's been permeating in the air. A kind of apathy. A kind of general disconnect from societal expectations. And while it's easy to just call Gen Z something like lazy, and I'll be the first to admit, it's pretty fun to do that too, if you take a moment to dig deeper into what's going on, you'll see that there are some pretty serious...
Well, how do I put this? We over centuries, right? Well, not centuries, but over decades, completely obliterated purpose, right? We have completely obliterated purpose, right? So much so that we even replaced religion with politics. Yeah, and now we're wondering why we're all cooked. I wonder why. I wonder why. It's like funny how, like, think of Nietzsche what you will, but he literally predicted this, right? Alright, people completely misunderstand Nietzsche. He's not a fan of nihilism. He absolutely understands that nihilism is destructive in nature, right? People like to mischaracterize that. But he did predict that people would eventually become so nihilistic that we are now on the point where we are, right? That's why we literally have people like Clavicula existing. So fun fact, that man is going to jail possibly, perhaps. Huh.
Issues. They don't own houses, they're not married, they don't have kids. Many aren't even sure what they want to do with their lives. It kind of seems like Gen Z's life is just a sad TikTok edit that's on an endless looping cycle. And as a Zoomer, it seems like somewhere in the back of their mind, there's this quiet, nagging voice that's just constantly talking to them. It's a quiet, disheartening feeling that by this age, they should be further. I mean, if we go back, our parents were buying homes at 25 years old. They were starting families at 27, starting wars by 30. I mean, for example, recently I've been watching a show called Cheers, which for those of you...
Starting wars by 30. Religion and politics. No. I said we replaced religion with politics, and now we're treating politics like a religion. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. Politics is the exact same thing. It's just the truth. That's what I meant. That's what I said. We replaced religion with politics. Too bad politics don't necessarily give a good moral foundation. Moving on.
Who don't know what that is, it's a show that takes place in the 80s and 90s in a bar that's in Boston. In this show, there's a waitress at the bar, Carla Tortelli, and one of her gags is pretty much how many children she has. She starts the show with 4 children and then she ends it with 8. The wild part though is that she's able to support all of these children just with the money she makes as a waitress. And compared to today, that's absolutely insane. I mean, you could probably barely keep a pet rock alive if you got paid what she did today. And when my 2 neurons started to fire and connected these ideas, I began to wonder, if the generations before us were able to reach all of these milestones, why does it feel like Gen Z is stuck? So when I say growing up, I'm not talking about the rite of passage that is watching Nickelodeon and then being able to watch Nick at Night, then consequently falling asleep while watching TV and then waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat to the sound of the George Lopez theme song. I'm talking about reaching the milestones that people have been reaching for generations as they got older. It starts with moving out of your parents' house, then you get a job, you get married, you buy a home, and you have kids. Not necessarily in that order, and maybe instead of having kids, you might adopt a feral dog or a highway or something like that.
Adopt the highway? Huh? That's a thing? Religion is worse when it's on the top. I meant more so as a foundation to purpose. We have replaced it with religion. People's identity has become religion. You can pause as long as everyone's on the same page and they don't overdo it. It's more so not that, but more so on a society level. People can't even be friends anymore if they don't align politically. You can't be with a person if they don't align politically. We were a lot more, how do I say this, on the same page before everything got politicized. We took the spot that religion had in society and we replaced it with politics. That is the issue. But politics are a lot more decisive or divisive. I don't know. They're a lot more splitting than religion is, because most people are pretty much on the same page. At least in the 60s and 70s. Now that's not longer the case. Because if you're blue and I'm red, or like if you're orange and I'm pink, then we can't be friends. We can't get along. We're public enemies. You get the idea. Strong men make good times make weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men. We're just in a traditionary period. True.
And for decades, most people followed that path. But if you look at where we are now, it's like somebody's playing Sims 4 with the Love-Struck expansion pass, then they went into the settings and turned the silliness up just a notch. Well, it was probably more like 100 notches. 100 notches of silliness turned up. And you know what? They probably changed how...
If life is a Sims game, then whoever's controlling me is an absolute fucking moron. The greatest noob ever. Diversive. I just like split. Just like split. Just use the split. We're more split than ever. We're more separate from each other than ever. You can even look like even gender. We're at one point more on the same page, and now we're further gone than ever. With women being far more radicalized, which is kind of interesting. That's gay. Strong men make men hard. That's gay. That is gay.
Our Sims look too, because I've seen a lot of people with unnaturally large. According to the US Census Bureau, about 32% of adults ages 18 to 34 are living with their parents. That's 1.5 million more young adults living with their parents than a decade before. And that's a 6.3% increase, which is more than double the rate of population growth for that age group. So in my brain, it sounds like we're developing a generation.
I mean, in some parts that can't be smart, because you can offload, you can freeload from your parents. Makes sense.
Of basement dwellers. It's like when Skynet created the Terminators to take over the world, except instead of having an army of super cool looking robots, we're gonna get an army of that one guy from South Park who plays World of Warcraft, which is probably more terrifying than the Terminators. On top of that, for the first time in modern history, living with your parents is the most common arrangement for adults under 35. More common than living with a spouse or a partner. Then what about marriage, you may be asking? What about the old ball and chain? The Institute for Family Studies projects that 1/3 of Americans who turn...
Yeah, that's because we're cooked. Listen, you alone struggle to afford living alone, yet alone a girlfriend. Okay? Okay? Got it. Got it. Okay, understood. Your parents also struggle now to live alone because everything got more expensive. So everyone just lives together now. And that's that. Horrible.
45 in 2050 will never have married at all. Only 20% of 25-year-old women and 23% of 25-year-old men will have ever married today. And those are close to the lowest numbers ever recorded. But if it makes you feel any better, Batman was never canonically married. So there's hope for you. Except Batman probably also didn't canonically watch 4 hours of brain rot TikToks a day, but that's just me being nitpicky. In 1975, the most common outcome for young adults was reaching all 4 of those milestones. They moved out, they got jobs, they got married, and they had kids. 45% of young people reached all 4 of those. Now let's fast forward to 2024, the year we were blessed with the appearance of Raygun the Breakdancer. In 2024, the most common pathway is just the economic milestones, which that would be working and living independently, but not married and not raising children. And that's...
Isn't it depressing? I'm gonna be real, that's depressing. Your entire life's purpose is working for someone else. I'm gonna be real. That's depressing. That is really depressing. Imagining your entire existence, right? Your entire fucking life. You work for somebody else. And you work for somebody else for like 50, 60 years. And then you retire. No wife, no husband, no kids, nothing. That's sad. That is sad.
Now just 28% of adults. So not only are they reaching less of these milestones, there's a lower percentage of them even reaching this lower amount of milestones. But here's the crazy part. These milestones haven't just shifted to be later in life. In many cases, they've disappeared altogether from the Gen Z past. So it's not that they're hitting adulthood milestones slowly, it's that they're hitting a completely different set of milestones. But with all of that being said, I feel like that begs the question, is this a personal failure or is something else going on? To afford the median-priced home in America right now, you need to earn $112,000 a year. The median US income is about $87,000 a year. If you go into your closet and grab your thinking cap, which I know you may have some trouble finding it because you probably haven't used it in a while, you will find that there is a bit of a discrepancy between the two numbers that are...
Why is he calling us retarded the entire time? That's rather rude. Yeah, there's an interesting issue, okay? There's an interesting issue. Houses have gotten more expensive, but the income didn't increase. Everything has gotten more expensive, but the income didn't particularly increase. There is some retarded takes in Europe, which is that we just keep increasing the minimum wage. Oh yeah, fun fact. If you increase the minimum wage, you increase everything else. So increasing the minimum wage actually makes things worse and more expensive. What should be done is to lower taxes. But the politicians don't like lowering taxes because they have billions of debt. Not a fan of that.
$112,000 and $87,000. And the difference between those two numbers is a lot of Robux. Only 27% of Gen Z owns a home, and when baby boomers were the same age, it was over 40%. Monthly housing payments hit $2,800 at their 2024 peak, which was an all-time high. It was a record. It was in the record books. Mortgage rates more than doubled from their pandemic lows, and if we look at rents in high-cost states like New Jersey and California, 40% or more of young adults are still living with their parents, specifically because they can't afford to leave.
For all the idiots that keep commenting, just leave, bro, just move out. You thought I haven't tried, bro? You thought I haven't never thought about that? You don't just leave or just move out. There's so many variables you gotta be in control.
So we had a little bit of a war here at home, right? And my brother was just like, "Yeah, I'm good. I had enough. I'm gonna move out." Then he looked at apartment prices, right? He looked at like rent, and bro forgot that idea really quickly. Bro forgot this idea really quickly. Bro was like, "Yep, maybe I'm actually fine having my room, and that's that." Bro actually gave up immediately. Be right back. Take care, Samax. Bye bye. And there's that. So just saying. Some of us just look at the like the monthly rent, and we're like, yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. That might not be so smart or fun.
First off, in this economy, there's already the rent that you got to worry about. Everything's hella expensive for no reason. So if you're going for somewhere cheaper, you gotta make sure that's still a safe neighborhood. So I'm trying to find a delicate balance between a good price and somewhat of a safe neighborhood.
And that's just specifically the housing side of things. What about the debt side? Student loan debt exceeds 1.7 trillion. It's tripled since 2007. Gen Z is paying an average of $526 per month in student loan.
There's another problem I have to say though when it comes to like students and studying. A lot of people are studying something that will never pay. I see so many people that are, or like not many people, but like I hear of so many people that they are getting an art degree, or they get some arbitrary degree that would never fit any job description. And I'm like, you do know you will go right into the unemployment line, right? You do know that, right? Like, you are aware that you will be unemployed once you finish what you started. And it's just, no. I'm just, no. A lot of these people study something that never pays. You also got to study something that pays. You got to get a degree in something that pays.
Payments, which is nearly double the overall average. And 84% of Gen Z with student debt say they've delayed major life decisions because of it. And a Bank of America survey found that more than half of Gen Z adults say they don't make enough money to live the life they want. Which, to be fair, if the measurement is for people to live the life that they want, that can be kind of an ambiguous thing. For some people, the life they want may be getting married, buying a house, having kids, and building a family. And for others, it might just be becoming the #1 Fortnite player in the world. And obviously there's a bit of a difference between the difficulty and respectability of those two things, which I don't want to hate on building a family, but becoming the #1 Fortnite player in the world takes a lot of strategy, discipline, and focus, while raising an iPad kid takes something. For the longest time though, adulthood felt like a step forward.
The problem is, again, it's just purpose. There's no purpose anymore. There's no reason why you would do something, because you don't get anything out of it, right? That's the problem. I've said this a million times. If retards would look at the policies the local state government are pushing, because it's your local leaders that are fucking you the most, not the federal government. They vote the other way, but no orange man bad. Yeah. So here they are doing, so I don't know if you know this. I don't know how many of you know this, but Germany does have, for most part, a free free healthcare. You pay like health insurance and that's it. And it's not even that much. So there's that. But here's something that you didn't know. Your child is also in that health insurance. It's like, what, $280, something like that, right? Monthly. And that's, by the way, I think it's not even paid. It's like immediately paid from your job. So that's that. Your child is also in that health insurance for free. Every child. Until the age of 25. And if they did this voluntary social year, it might be until the age of 26. That's my case. Fun fact. And you know what's also interesting? Your wife is also in that health insurance, also for free. They've changed that. And now everyone who marries cannot. Their wife has to also pay health insurance, and every child after the age of 6 also you have to pay health insurance. That's a new thing that they did here now officially. So yeah, that's very interesting. People don't they vote wrong, and now we have very fun stuff, right? And that's not on state level, that is the whole country, because we're running out of money, because importing a bunch of people that you can't take care, and not having enough people to pay health insurance, surprisingly empties your wallet. Shocker, I know. There's a bunch of other things they want to do. They cut down support for what they're called, the women that help you, that you can hire to help you with childbirth and stuff. I forgot what it's called. Midwifery. They nuke that as well. What else did they nuke? Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Just but people vote wrong. And now you get stuff like this.
It felt like a kind of promotion. Moving out meant gaining independence, gaining stability, and gaining a sense of responsibility and freedom. Now, moving out means you're pretty much losing any sense of stability that you had. You're taking on more risk than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And there's a lot of risk going on in that Pisa. It can feel like you're building your life on the San Andreas fault line, and Dwayne Johnson is not going to come and save you this time. Over time, adulthood became way more expensive while wages stayed flat. And when things start to get more expensive but earnings don't go up, people don't progress because they can't. But here's the thing. If money was the only constraint that Gen Z was facing, you'd expect them to be complaining a lot. They definitely would be complaining a whole bunch, but they would still be functional. You might think that the milestones are delayed, but the ultimate outcome would be the same. But instead, we're feeling that something else is going on. Something that's harder to give a name. Something's happening that's deeper than money.
Do not push up minimum wage. I beg of you. Any country, do not increase minimum wage. It makes everything worse. Initially, it might feel nice, but it makes everything more expensive. Taxes must be lowered. If taxes are lowered, things would look quite different financially.
Well, if you look back to the ye olde days of education, it seems like schools have given us a clear path to follow. Graduate high school, go to college, get a degree, get a job in your field, hate your job, get another job. And now, if I were to put it in the most elegant and scientific terms I can think of, the path is super dumb and super annoying. The World Economic Forum reports that the job market is changing so...
Yeah, I wouldn't. The World Economic Forum is evil. I'm gonna say the way it is. The World Economic Forum is evil. It's also that, right? Now, with like the more increase of AI, right? More and more. There will be a lot of jobs gone in 20 years. That's another thing. People don't consider that. It's also like, we have a lot more young men dropping out of school as well. That's another one. Not going to college at all. Yeah, we're probably a little bit cooked here.
So fast that half of today's workers will need to reskill within the next 5 years. That means that the skills and other things that you learn in college might be completely useless by the time you graduate. Meanwhile, the average amount of time Gen Z keeps a job is 2.3 years. Which is the shortest of any generation. And it's not because they're lazy, good-for-nothing swamp rats, even though there may be a level of truth to that, but it's because the jobs themselves are unstable. Because companies lay people off and then post the same position 6 months later. It seems like the old way jobs work is no longer the way current jobs work. It's like we laid off the good job market. I tried to make a joke there. I'll let you guess how that went. Psychologist Jeffrey Arnett calls this period emerging adulthood, and he classifies this as a new developmental stage that didn't exist a few years ago. A period from roughly 18 to 29 years old where people are no longer adolescents but haven't stabilized into traditional adult roles either. But here's a big difference between Gen Z and previous generations before us. Previous generations had constraints that forced them into decisions. Economic necessity pushed people into jobs, social pressure pushed them into marriage, limited options made choices more clear. And now Gen Z has more options than any generation in history, more career paths, more lifestyle.
Nah, I think it's more so the result of that we stopped doing what's right and started doing what just feels good. But what feels good won't necessarily give you an outcome that is good, right? We lost societal responsibility. And that's how we got here.
More things to do. We probably consume more information in a single day than a peasant from the 1500s consumed in a lifetime. I genuinely don't know if a farmer from the 16th century could even handle something like Italian brain rot. It would probably send him into a coma. And it's crazy too because you think this endless amount of options would actually make things easier, but in a sense, this massive amount of abundance has started to create a sort of paralysis. When there's no clear path, every choice feels like a slot machine. Every choice feels like you might be making the wrong decision. There's a concept in psychology called learned helplessness. In the 1960s, Martin Seligman, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I tried my best, but maybe my best wasn't enough, I don't know. Martin Seligman ran experiments showing that when effort consistently fails to produce results, animals and people stop trying. Now apply that to Gen Z's experience. They watched their parents or older siblings do everything right during the 2008 recession and still lose jobs, lose homes, and lose security. They watched COVID ruin career plans overnight. They watched student debt become an endless pit with no clear escape. They watched the housing market.
Actually, COVID didn't ruin that. The governments did. The governments did by mishandling it completely. Yeah, who would have guessed that closing down restaurants would completely and utterly destroy the service sector? Yeah, who would have guessed that 30, 40, 50-year-old family businesses, family restaurants would disappear overnight? A lot of the problems that we face are due to government mismanagement. For example, energy prices have never been higher here in Germany. They never have. They're the highest they've ever been. In fact, we are the country with the highest taxes. And soon we'll probably, at least in Europe, soon we'll probably be in the entire world if this continues. You know why that is? Why we have that much of why we have a little bit of an energy crisis? We took down all our power plants, our atomic power plants. We all took them down. Yep. I'm not just like talking about shutting off. Literally blowing them up. Destroying them. In the most literal sense possible. And now we have to import energy from other countries. We, of course, refuse to take Russian oil because, you know, virtue signaling is better than, creates more energy. So we're taking it from other countries. The funny part is, however, that they're importing Russian oil and they're just selling it to us. So the Russian oil still gets to us, just we pay more for it. It's very interesting though, Poke. You don't understand. Everything is COVID. The guy comes in the hospital with a gunshot wound in 2020. He died of COVID. Yep. That is the thing as well. Yeah. I think they very much lied about this all, right? They literally said, when in the EU Commission, they straight up just said, oh yeah, by the way, when we released this vaccine, we didn't even know if it worked. We didn't even know if it worked. We didn't even know what we were doing if it worked. It's just all huge psyop.
Become pretty much impossible to get into. And believe me, I still have not forgot that Duncan was clearly the best in the 2007 season of Total Drama Island and still didn't win. Is that another obscure reference or a totally fun and relatable one? Only time will tell. More than 2 in 5 Gen Z don't believe that their generation is set up for success. On one hand, they feel responsible for their futures, which they should, but on the other hand, they feel completely powerless to change it. The gap between this is your responsibility and but you can't actually afford anything creates a weird kind of psychological difficulty. It creates a disturbance in the force, if you will. 36% of Gen Z has given up on the idea of ever owning a home. Not delayed it, they've totally given up. In many cases, I would argue that this sense of hopelessness doesn't come from failure, but it comes from Gen Z putting in all this effort and not seeing any results. I mean, at the end of the day, you can, generally speaking, recover from failure, but it's much harder to overcome.
Well, that depends on the failure. If you lose everything, and I mean literally everything, yeah, chances are you're not gonna get that far. Hi, the Kidnapper. That is a crazy name, but hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's crazy, though. Yeah, it's interesting.
The innate belief that putting in effort is pointless and won't get you anywhere. But can Gen Z adapt to this new world? I want to share a stat with you that I found pretty interesting, and it actually gives me a sense of hope. Over 70 million Americans now participate in freelance work, which is 36% of the total workforce. Full-time independent workers more than doubled from 13.6 million in 2020 to 27.7 million in 2024. 52% of Gen Z is freelancing, and that means that they are the largest generation.
Well, if you can't get a job, just make one. I can't find a job. I'll just create my own. Makes sense, though. Why not?
In the gig economy. And it's not because traditional jobs failed them or they weren't able to get traditional jobs, although that may be the case in a lot of situations, but it's because they're building something different. They're not waiting for permission. They're not following some random path that their school counselor laid out for them. They're building alternative paths, remote work, side hustles, creative careers, unconventional timelines. You can literally make money just from dancing on TikTok, or you can also make money just from people watching you eat food, which is crazy. That is a crazy thing to say. People are paying.
Or you watch other people's videos and you react to them and give them some commentary, and yeah, that apparently works. I've seen. I can tell.
You to watch you eat food. You can practically start a successful business with nothing but a phone. So I don't think our current world is awful, but it is different. So what does this mean for Gen Z? I already know there's going to be people who saw the title of this video, only watched 2 seconds of it, and then try to argue against everything I said in this video just by repeating the things that I said, because they didn't watch the video. Click on my videos just to comment how much they disagree when they didn't even watch the video. It's my favorite thing ever. This isn't a video about hating on Gen Z. This is a video about our system. Gen Z grew up in a world where old...
My man cooked a little bit with his, there was a disturbance in the force, it seems.
Rules stopped working, where the milestones that defined adulthood became financially impossible for many people, where the career ladder got shorter and more dangerous, where comparison became infinite and constant. And I don't think it's necessarily that we're failing, but we're learning how to navigate it. And that's not to say that everything that we're doing or everything that we're trying to do is great or even good, but it's just a symptom of us trying to navigate this new world. And maybe the milestones were never actually the point. Maybe they were just synonyms for stability and progress. And if the old ways don't work anymore, that doesn't mean that progress is impossible. It just means there are different ways of achieving it. And if the old ways don't work, that doesn't mean that you're behind. It might just mean that you're building something different.
Well, time will tell. The problem right now is that our governments across all continents, it seems, are fucking us over because they can't get enough. So we'll have to see how that goes. Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult. It is largely great mismanagement from previous generations, in my opinion, as well, especially from the boomer generation. A lot of it was used, right? A lot of our world's resources were used without thinking about future generations as well. And now we're here. I wonder how this will turn out. I still plan on having a house. I still plan on having children. You ain't stopping me, Friedrich Merz. I will get you. Nobody likes him. Anyways, crazy. Well, back at it again. Okay, that one's done too. I'll remove the videos that I've watched so I'll have some room again. Well, not some room, but I know what I've seen. Anyways. Alright, let's see what I want to look at. Ah, yes. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I haven't had much mini ref videos now, so let's look at this. Let's look at this. Also need some water. This is a short one, so we can perfectly do this. Water. I need water. Water. Anyways. Twitch, quote-unquote, talent calls out ignorant VTubers. Instantly finds out. Yeah, this is about Mockpie and her, weird clip. I think you're gonna see it. I think you're gonna see it. It is rather interesting what has been going on Twitch. Apparently, Hips and other stuff is bad, but whatever this is not bad anyways. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support counts, so that's the best you can literally do. Yeah, we'll go in. Yeah, it is interesting. The e-thoughts once again added. And yeah, it's interesting.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So it's often said when it comes to the application of the platform's TOS that if Twitch didn't have double standards, they would have no standard.
Yeah. It's also like, yeah, they don't apply the TOS as at all. They don't it's just at this point you might as well just call it at this point it's like closest chatterbait that it's ever been. It's just rather interesting.
Standards at all. That's especially true when it comes to the application of TOS on VTubers versus real-life streamers, and there's also a great degree of favoritism when it comes to certain streamers on the platform, and all of this is the desired result of the platform's CEO,
Daddy Dan Clancy, the god Coomer of the website. Bro is watching 100 titty streamers at the same time across thousands of screens. It is crazy. That's all I can say. It's crazy. It's crazy. See, the entire problem I have with Twitch all the time is like that I've noticed is, does Amazon not care? Like, they're not financially successful. Does Amazon not care? Like, genuinely. Because, like, I feel like if Amazon was like, yeah, actually, shoo, fuck off. We're gonna get rid of this platform. They don't even have the money to back themselves up anymore. Or is that just me?
Dan Clancy, who definitely has some, let's just say, preferences when it comes to the streamers he enjoys. In fact, not that long ago, while showing off his timeline and some new Twitch features, his entire For You page was nothing but e-girls on Twitch. And that's very
the got Coomer. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Dare I say, I'm not surprised. Right? I'm not surprised.
Interesting given the fact that he is a 60-something-year-old married man. Now, one of his favorite, let's just say, talents is an individual named Morgpie, and for a lack of a better way of describing her, she makes adult content on...
She's an e-thought, that's it. That's all there is to it. That's literally what she is. And there's no denial about it. She is that. Right? She is. She is.
On other platforms, and goes over to Twitch, pushes the limits of their TOS, often breaking it, getting a short ban, and in the process, she promotes these off-site platforms where she sells adult content. She is quickly unbanned, and she repeats the cycle over and over again. In fact, she has been banned at least a dozen times on Twitch.
Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. She's been banned 12 times. What is the limit of how often you can get banned on Twitch before they pull the plug? 12 times. 23 hours, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 month. 1 whole month, by the way. 1 hour, 37 minutes, 7 days, 1 day, 12 hours, 23 hours, 23 hours. 12 times. 12 whole times. Wow.
Twitch since 2023, and all of them for sexual content. And it's often said that the majority of the current rules...
Yeah, you see that, actually. You see that. She's streaming with her girls hanging out. That's all.
Involving sexual content are the result of Morgpie's streams, where she finds a certain rule and she pushes it to the limit, where it either has to be tweaked or a new rule has to be added altogether to address the very hardcore content she is posting on this, by the way, 13+ platform. Now, recently she found herself into some controversy given this stunt she did, and now that she's facing a lot of criticism and people are bringing up the double standards on Twitch when it comes to TOS.
Interesting. That isn't shown here. That's rather interesting that it's not in my chat. Okay. Powder's post of the busty model on Twitter getting her unbanned is a canon event. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, wait. I think I've seen that, actually. What the fuck? There's nothing even crazy in there that YouTube would just nuke this. That's pretty interesting. Huh. Well, YouTube is rather dickish, do I say? With their censorship in chat. Yeah, I think YouTube censorship in chat is also a problem that needs to be addressed. When I say no filters, bitch, by the way. When I say no filters, I quite literally mean no filters. That'd be pretty cool. And not like, when I say no moderation, I'd like no moderation in my chat. Auto moderation. Thank you. But apparently YouTube doesn't do that.
She is crashing out on VTubers, claiming they cannot read. And it all stems from this clip. This has gone viral, as you can see, nearly 17 million views. And I'm not even going to play this, I'm just going to describe it because who knows with YouTube. But basically, she's sitting in her chair here, and this guy, her pets, comes from out underneath her desk wearing a gimp suit, and she has a little shock collar. Obviously, this is some Hassan-related bits, and it's all just a fetish for her, okay? She is just flaunting fetish content on Twitch, which I guess this is the platform they want to be these days. And to answer your questions, well, is she...
Oh, femdom. I'm not shocked, am I? I'm not shocked. Why would I? Well, Kaya is, but like, I'm not shocked. Yeah, that's rather interesting. I don't know how they get to this. I don't understand why she would do this. I mean, I do understand, right? Money. It's just like, why does she not get banned, right? That's a ban. That should be a bannable offense. Maybe again, I'm just retarded, but I think that should be a bannable offense.
Better than Hassan when it comes to the treatment of her pets? Well, not so fast. She actually does another bit where she pretends to shock her pets, so I guess they're the same. And just look at the accounts promoting this content, like, absolutely shameless. This is someone's son, by the way, for shame. And I think we should shame everyone in this situation. The people who are creating content like Morgue Pie.
The people glazing it, the people Morgue by creating it, and the dude allowing himself to this like to be degraded like this. All of them. Yeah, I'm on the same side as Powder, by the way, which is, yeah, we should shame these people. I don't give a shit. We should shame these people. OF girls, corn stars, promoters, participants, whatever. Shame them all.
On Twitch, and also the people who are consuming this absolute slop. But anyways, you can see people pointing out double standards on different levels, not just with VTubers, but with streamers in general. But this user says, change the genders of the two characters in the video and watch the one sitting on the couch become the target of the aggravated life imprisonment and societal lynching. No other platform is as two-faced as Twitch, and that is definitely true, by the way. If the roles were reversed in terms of gender here, the guy in the chair doing these commands would be a pariah socially and would be banned off the platform instantaneously. Unless he's Hassan, of course, then maybe he would get away with it. But there's some good points being raised here. A lot of people are asking, why doesn't the Twitch CEO do something about this? And this user says, who do you think is in the suit?
Dan Clancy. The DD. Anyways, it's crazy. It's just so ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous. This actually ridiculous.
Like, all jokes aside, this is exactly what Dan Clancy wants on his platform. He has made it very clear this is the stuff that he tolerates. In some cases, because if you're a VTuber and you're trying to do this stuff, you'll probably get banned very quickly, but with Morgpie, she gets away with it because, well, she is who she is, and even if she does get banned, we know it'll be a very short ban. Here's another quote saying, I really miss when Twitch was actually used to stream video games and building communities.
Yeah, video games. Anybody remember that time? They know me so much. I'm a proud misogynist, crazy work. Well, these one in particular is definitely. These ones in particular, especially, right? I'm against the sexualization in general, right? I don't care much about fictional content. That much I don't give a shit about, right? No actual, like... I don't care much about that, realistically. Go give a shit. But, like, we should definitely shame these women if they do it IRL. 100%. Including the men, actually. Fuck it. Throw the men in as well. If you're a male corn actor, you get the same boot. I don't care. I'll shove my boot so far up your ass, you can actually taste it. Anyways.
Of gamers and not just softcore adult content. Yeah, I miss those days too. And you know what? People like Morgpie, they do not care. She is mocking the situation, quoting the related clip, saying just a girl and her lil pets. And then you can see her reposting people talking about some of the fetish content she is posting onto Twitch. I mean, that's not even the only thing.
Why would she repost Volo? Which used to be about gaming, yeah. Why is she reposting Volo, though? That's criticism. It doesn't make sense. That's criticism.
She's done this week that has pushed the TOS beyond its limits, if we're being honest, and she's flaunting the fact that people are disgusted and outraged by her content. And then we have people asking this, hey, at Twitch, can I have an anime girl on a leash, or would that get me banned because VTubers are treated differently?
No. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? So apparently a VTuber's emote was rejected because it was too sexual. And it was apparently called Good Girl, and it was just the VTuber girl on the leash, right? But you didn't really see much, right? I was literally just her face and then a leash, right? That emote was rejected. But that stream had no consequences to Morgpie. It's very interesting. Hey, Poke, are you also having fatigue to fatiguers? Huh? I definitely I have woman fatigue. But it's more so e-girls. I have e-girl fatigue. Currently.
So there's going to be a lot of talk about VTubers when it comes to this clip because people are making the comparison. And to address this question very, very clearly, we have an example. This VTuber...
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, that emote was rejected. That emote was rejected. But the stream was not taken down.
Right here showed off that they had emotes. She had an emote on her stream that featured the same dynamic of the sort of pets dynamic that was seen in the Morgpie clip. And this was shot down, okay? She was not allowed to have this because it was promoting fetish content, which is exactly what Morgpie is doing. They won't allow it for a VTuber's emote, but they'll allow a cam streamer to do it openly with real people. Make it make sense. But here's another quote saying, oh, so this is fine, but God forbid a VTuber shows a little bit of hip bone. And here's a related quote saying, it's low-key weird how Twitch has different rules for VTubers versus flesh tubers. Like, how is this allowed, but we're not allowed to show our models' hips? And that is definitely true in the first part. There is more strict rules for VTubers. I mean, that is very clear if you read the TOS. There are additional rules for VTuber models as opposed to someone streaming their real-life self, which is very odd to think about. The fictional VTuber model has more rules especially when it comes to attire, than someone presenting their real self on camera. That doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense. If they were even in terms of their strict.
If it were consistent, nobody would have a problem, but it isn't consistent. So there's a problem. There's also a problem, however, on the VTuber side, where people will actively ban farm. Yep. Ban farm. Fifi is one of those that I would consider that she is ban farming, which means that she uses a very provocative attire on her VTuber model, and then complains that she apparently doesn't follow the rules, right? Because she doesn't follow the rules, and then gets banned for it, and then weaponizes her community to go off Twitch. Do I think it's inconsistent? Yes. Do I think that you actually have to film bans by getting banned and farming that? Because, you know, there's some odd reason, right? They wouldn't ban such a big creator. It doesn't make sense. But, like, I have questions, right? I have questions. I'm, like, in the middle. At the same time, it's double standards. On the other hand, there's a lot of people that abuse these double standards as well.
Okay, I understand, but to make VTubers the ones subject to stricter rules is weird. And yes, this is a point that a lot of people have raised. If you show the hips of your VTuber model, you could be banned, and that is right in their TOS, and that's unfortunately happened to a lot of VTubers, but there's also some exceptions too. Like recently we talked about Fifi, the VTuber, getting banned for showing off her hips, among other things, but that case was honestly very similar to Morgpie. I compared her to streamers like Morgpie because she's a habitual rule breaker, but a VTuber. Like, she's been banned about 10 times as well for constantly pushing the limits of the TOS. She just happens to have a VTuber model, so she acts like, oh, well, you know, we're just showing off our hips. Well, you've been doing way beyond that. But in general, yes, there is very clear unfair.
Obviously, that's the problem. If it weren't unfair, there wouldn't be any issues. Can't stand Fifi. Frankly, a lot of the large VTubers are AIDS. Yep, I agree. To be I know people hate it when I say it, but I'm gonna say it anyways. A lot of these VTubers are just e-girls with VTuber models. They're literally the same. Their VTuber model is literally just a funnel into their OnlyFans or Fansly. That's all. A lot of these people are literally just the exact same thing. That's all there is to it. They're the exact same thing. It's hilarious. And I know a lot of people don't like this when I say it, but it's true. They're just e-girls. They are literally just e-girls. Crocorock. Yeah, I've added it. Don't worry. I've added it. Oh, I was behind. So it would seem. You were behind, it seems. A classic for the cricket.
Treatment when it comes to VTubers. They get a lot stricter treatment from the TOS than real-life cam streamers. But there are, of course, exceptions in the VTubing scene as well, where you have habitual rule breakers pushing the limits, just like Morgpie. Here's another person saying, I love Shrink and enjoying these sorts of spaces, but it just seems really disingenuous and strange what's straight up fetish streamers on what's supposed to be a 13-plus website, but then also ban VTuber models who show their hips, or people who mention dual streaming, which, yeah, that last part is, or was very true for at least a while, but that's a very good point that I like to hammer home anytime I get. Why are you so obsessed with bringing this sort of content onto a 13-plus website? But Rev, they have the adult content warning on their streams. I don't care. It's still Twitch. Like, is this really what they want their identity to be? And also, do you feel comfortable as the...
So, I have a question. Since this is 13 plus, right? Should YouTube allow this kind of content and potentially push it to 13-year-olds? No, that's rather interesting. Huh. Yo, Poke. Hi, GT. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Just got home. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. I was still at where the Gen Z losing hope at owning house. Ah, you are quite in the cricket from the past. Very interesting.
streamer providing this sort of content on a platform like Twitch that is 13 plus, it's ridiculous. Like, just do it on the platforms that are meant for that sort of content, not here. It's so ridiculous how Twitch has prioritized.
Yeah, but these platforms don't have the reach. That's the thing. I can't funnel people to my OF from there, right? Nobody's gonna hop on Fansly. No, there's no new people to reach, so I must do it from there. I must do it from Twitch. I must do it from YouTube. I remember when the era was where PokeTuber were straight up, where there were OnlyFans girls doing Pokemon content. Yes, you heard that right. Women making Pokemon content, having an OF, and funneling the subscribers to the OF. But there were also minors in that, a good amount of minors in that audience. Very interesting.
This sort of stuff. But I guess the comparisons to VTubers and the complaints from VTubers got under the skin of Morgpie, who directly called out the VTubing scene for always inserting themselves into Twitch controversies. Listen to the hypocrisy she is spewing.
Anytime anybody does something controversial on Twitch, the VTubers all come out. They're like, but we can't do whatever we want all the time. Okay, but you can't have exposed hips. Yeah, because it explicitly says that in the TOS that you just read the TOS! You know what I do when I wanna do.
She's having less makeup on. She kind of looks ugly, not gonna lie here. And why is her face this long? I have questions, not that I care much. I'm gonna protect you from this eyesore. Well, she's twice there. I can't do much, but like I can protect you from the speaking eyesore. Anyways, okay, if you ever pull the Niji Sanji, Demi Mean Girl, or Fifi Woes Me BS on anyone we're fighting in game, well, first of all, I don't really interact with many people. Second of all, I have something that these people lack. It's called accountability. Oh, she having her own Kaya, I see. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does, it seems. Okay, is she a horse? Might be. Ew, that's quite an ugly Uma. Mayano top whore. Anyways, because of the long face. Focus. I would rather die than have this woman as my girlfriend. That's not my girlfriend. That's our girlfriend at this point.
Something on stream. I just read the TOS. It explicitly says it in the TOS that you can't show your hips on stream. That's been a thing for like 2 years. Dude, that shit changed like 2 years ago. That's 2024, man.
So I want to start by saying thank you again, Shoe on Head, for
again. Thank you, Shoe on Head, for the new meme format. I use it. Unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes. That's how it should be.
providing this very relevant meme in her latest video. But yeah, Morgpie mocking VTubers and basically saying that they're pining for attention and trying to make things all about themselves is incredibly ironic for the person who thrives off of attention. I mean, that is her entire bit, right? Garnering as much outrage and attention as possible to promote her adult content. And then to say that VTubers don't know how to read TOS is painfully ironic, coming from the person who's been banned at least a dozen times for not being able to read the TOS. Or does she read the TOS? Because at the end of the day, she's been banned this many times. She knows exactly.
Well, she does read the TOS. She has to read the TOS, right? Because she needs to find loopholes or generally just holds in the TOS that she can abuse. Remember when creative nudity was a thing and people are just straight up butt naked? Crazy. But she has a personality. If that's my personality, please. Please put me down.
Exactly what she's doing. Every single stream she does is pushing the limits. And a lot of times she has a specific rule in mind where it mentions one body part, for example, but doesn't mention another. Guess what she focuses her content on in that stream? The body part not mentioned. She tries to get around the rules and basically forces Twitch to act and extend their rules or make a new rule. She knows exactly what she's doing, but she's already kind of playing some damage control here, coming out with this quote of the last clip saying, "I just wanted to say that I love VTubers. I think they are real pioneers."
Those are both lies. Those are both lies.
Years of streaming. I just don't see this parallel between attire policy and someone wearing a full GIMP suit as a joke. What? I talk out of my behind on stream all the time, but it's all in fun with no malice whatsoever. If you watch this full segment, that segment is clear as I break up every other sentence with praise for the VTuber community. So you praise them, meanwhile you're bashing them.
Okay, so first of all, that's a lie. The second one is a lie. The third one, section, is hypocrisy. And the last thing I want to mention, there's no VTuber community. I still find it funny how people push this idea that there's a VTuber community. There's no VTuber community. There's just multiple separate spaces. It's a space or a medium, and there's separate communities in that space. That's all. Moving on.
And saying they make things all about themselves and that they don't read TOS. Meanwhile, you are, number one, the reason most of those rules exist in the first place, and number two, you clearly can't read yourself because you've been banned a dozen plus times. I think this is just a spin at damage control and trying not to anger a portion of her audience that for some reason enjoys this content. Like, yeah, to each their own, right? Like, people enjoy whatever they want. No matter who you enjoy as a content creator, myself included, there will be people out there who will look at that and say, how do you possibly enjoy that content? But with this, I mean, she's like literally mocking VTubers. Like, as a VTuber fan, like, this is pretty cringe to watch. Not only that, like, you're really going to Twitch for this sort of content. Like, I don't know, man. It's just pretty sad state of affairs. But anyways, as I said, if Twitch didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all. And I just don't know why people like Morgpie are so insistent upon bringing this sort of content onto a 13+ platform. It's totally ridiculous. It's obnoxious. And the fact that Twitch has made it basically...
Well, the fastest way to get young men into paying customers is to indoctrinate and corrupt them when they're still young, when they're teens. That's the easiest way. Didn't Dan Clancy say at one point he wanted to get younger and younger audiences? I find that very funny. He's the pioneer of German streamers. I don't know about that one. Maybe in the future, who knows?
Basically, their identity to protect this content is a reflection of them and what they think is important. And when they continue to crash and burn, I just don't feel sorry for them. This used to be about gaming and building gaming-related communities. Now it's just a softcore site. That's all it is. That's the main focus for the CEO. Until he's gone and removed from that position and someone replaces him, this stuff is going to continue. But that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please leave a like, consider subbing and turning on notifications, and feel free to check out my streams here on YouTube as well. Would love to see you guys there, but that's going to do it for this video.
Yeah, unless Jeff Bezos removes this man, we have a slight problem, which is that, yeah, this won't stop that easily. In fact, I don't see it stopping at all. If anything, it'll likely get worse. It always gets worse. That's just the nature of it. It just gets worse. Eventually, my man is actually going to just straight up allow corn at this point, right? We had a birth already. Now this. Hilarious stuff. Anyways. Now we're going to do the next video that is that the Crocs send again. The Crocker Rock has sent this. I shall also remove this. Anyways. Am I seeing moobs? Am I seeing boobs? What the fuck is that thumbnail? Anyways. The water. I'm talking my ass off here. Okay, that bottle is empty. This bitch empty. Wonderful. Chatto. Anyways, here we go. You're bad at social media. 11 by Fluffy Talks. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. Let's see how bad it is. The thumbnail looked very, what's the word? Promising. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Every little bit of support does help, and that is the easiest way you can do it. Thank you so much, and we will go in. I am curious what this one is again. Can't be that bad, right?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? So, this is You're Bad at...
Wow, that's quite old. That's old. That is an old video.
Social media number 11. Let's get right into it right away. Rush into it right now. Let's do it. Got a new tattoo, XOXO. Now the...
That's crazy.
responses are from her mother, and they got a little cut off, so I'm just gonna tell you what I assume she's saying. Honey, you know that's a fake tattoo, just like those boobs. Now take this down, you're embarrassing the entire family. Okay, but seriously, if you're trying to show off your tattoo, your boobs are getting in the way. I can't appreciate the artwork because your huge boobs are just sitting there in my face. I never thought I'd be complaining about boobs being in my face, but still, I want to see the tattoo. At this point, don't be like, got a new tattoo, be like, hey, check out my tits.
You know how, like, women do, like, hey, check out this, and then it's just them in front of the thing that they tried to show off? Right? That they tried to show off, right? Right? It's the exact same thing here. She's trying to show off that tattoo, but she is in the way. That's what it is.
Plus, I got a new tattoo. Okay, just found out that South Africa is a country, and it's also part of Africa, which makes no sense because...
Yeah, because, see, South Africa as a region, right? That's that. South Africa as a country. That's also that. But it is in Africa, and that does make sense. Because South Africa, it's in the name.
Because how can a country be in another country? Hashtag confused. You and your boyfriend use condoms, right? What? LOL. Yeah, why? Thank God. Thank God indeed. When people like this breed, the world just gets dumber. Broccoli Jokamoto Balasol.
What the fuck? Is he trying to curse me? Well, shit, I haven't seen this content in years. Croco introduced me to him.
Lishi Murzab. How do you guys like my daughter's name? Now, I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. Is there a right way to pronounce that? I think your daughter's probably gonna kill herself. I hope his daughter didn't actually kill herself, and that's a really cruel thing to say, but if she did, it was probably because of her name. People can call her BJBM for short. Although then people might just assume her name is Blowjob Bowel Movement. The best thing about anal? Everything.
I wouldn't know. I'm bitchless. But, I don't know. Also, apparently, see, I know of people that, did it. And next you know, not only the stick was covered in chocolate, but the stick haver was also covered in chocolate. I have to say it. I have to say it. The anus is not a sexual organ. Let me repeat that. The anus is not a sexual organ. Nothing is supposed to get in there. Just out. It is part of your digestive system. Moving on.
Question mark? Interesting. Laughing my fucking ass off. Ah, you are your mother's daughter. What? Oh my god. Awkward. Oh my god, Mom, please. Hey, what? What? If you can boast about how much you love anal sex on the internet, Why can't your mom boast about it too? Or maybe you should just not post things like this, knowing that your mom is on your Facebook. That's like going up to your mom and being like, hey mom, guess what the best...
Yeah, she posts like, oh yeah, by the way, I think taking up the booty is great. And your mom is like, oh, I think so too. You truly are my daughter. It runs in the family, it seems.
Best thing about anal is everything. And your mom's like, I know, high five. I wouldn't go up to my mom and be like, Mom, I love blowjobs. And she'd be like, I love giving them. I'd be like, what? No. Oh man, I can't believe I said that. Someone told me you can pay for stuff on the internet by putting your credit card in the CD slot. Is that true? Totally works. Try it out. Seriously? It making noises. Oh, she learned a valuable lesson today. How to break a computer with a credit card and how to fuck up your credit card with a computer. Saw the dumbest elevator today. It had a button for the floor I was already on. I don't know how I feel about this. You should feel...
This man is stupid. If it is a man. This person is stupid. Yeah, how else are you supposed to get back to the floor you were on, you dumbass? At least you can spell elevator right instead of escalator.
Feel like your friend is a fucking moron. Okay, show that turd who is boss. I farted right when you sent that. Yum. Now
Aww, these humans.
nice work. A fart is just a turd honking for the right of way. What? Put a cock in it. Cork. I think Titanic is fake because how do they record it when they are all dying in water? It's a remake of what actually happened, isn't it? So the people the movie aren't alive? I think someone took out part of this man's brain. He actually thinks Leonardo DiCaprio just died on the Titanic.
Well, story is just about cheating when you break it down. Anyways, an elevator. Yep. Escalator. That fresh one. Okay. So I think this is just a minor posting on the internet being retarded, but that's just me.
And someone had a GoPro on the whole time, was just filming that shit. Was like, this is gonna go so viral. Trust me, they're gonna make it into a 3-hour documentary. Got a new shirt today? Then why are you taking it off? Are the boobs part of the design? What shirt? You know what? Only girls can get away with stuff like this. Like, oh, I got a new shirt today. Check out my sick underboob, though. As a man, if I was like, hey, check out my new shirt, and then I took a picture of me lifting it halfway.
This video is quite dangerous in getting me banned. I must admit, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. I think somebody's trying to assassinate me again. Crocker, what do you have to say here, Poke? Did you actually watch the movie? It's deeper than that. Yeah. Chick cheats with a broke dude because her husband is her promised husband is a piece of shit. But the movie's still about cheating. Oh, they're so cute together. She's a hoe.
Up my body, showing off my man boobs, people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? A photo of my lovely lady for all you jerks who said I'd never have a girlfriend. Laugh face. What's so funny, Sue? Buddy, I'm not trying to embarrass you on Facebook, but you do know this is Marsha from the Brady Bunch, right? No, this is my girlfriend. She gets that a lot. That she looks like Marsha from the Brady Bunch. I've never seen the show, though, so I cannot confirm. But I just did a Google image search of Marsha Brady Bunch. I couldn't find this exact picture, but I found one where she is wearing the exact same outfit as she's wearing in this picture. I hate to call you out like this on your own Facebook, but I can't stand liars. Wow, what a coincidence. They have the same outfit. Maybe since my girlfriend looks so much like Marsha, she figured she'd start dressing like her too. I'll have to ask her next time I see her. This guy is fucking delusional.
Delusion and cope. He is coping. He is coping. Why you read the comments that way? On purpose. It's cope. This is cope. This man is coping. He is horribly coping. He is horribly coping. See, Poke, this is just how you lie. This is cope. This is insane cope. I will bite you in your butt cheeks, Croc. They look quite delectable recently. like in the fresh video, you know, maybe I'll take your arm.
He is really sticking to his guns. He's sticking to this lie. No one's gonna shake him. Or maybe this guy was being catfished. Maybe it was some big, fat, sweaty dude who was like, this is what I look like. Send me your dick pic now.
That is pretty unfortunate. I know it's on purpose, but it's supposed to be obnoxious. That's the whole purpose of it. It's interesting. So, to summarize, these weren't that bad, but there were some that got me almost borderline banned at this point. Especially the underboob one. That would have got me banned now on Twitch probably, because you can't show that. That is very, very bad and very, very wrong. The tattoo one, that was also borderline. Anyways, now I'm craving boobs, and I know whose fault it is. Wonderful. Anyways, we've got more to get through. We have more to get through. So, what do? So, I think we're gonna make fun of localizers. And then we're gonna rage bait feminists. That's the way. That's the way. Yeah, we're gonna make fun of localizers. And then we're gonna look at feminists getting rage baited on Twitter. That's the plan. That is the fully committed plan. I see the vision. Nuke. How about you get a big black nuke up your butt? Anyways, here we go. Japan is destroying the modern audience by Hiroi. Apparently, see, ever since the translation feature was introduced on Twitter, I am having the time of my little life. I swear. I am enjoying this. Maybe a little too much.
I got this very...
Because these people are the Japanese are beating the woke people's ass on Twitter. I so enjoy it. It is crazy. It is so fun. Since the JP bros have discovered that they can now interact with the overseas bros. I am so ready. It is hilarious. It is so fun. It's also funny how people have now discovered Asian racism, which is quite hilarious. It is. It's quite interesting. How these people sit there and now realize, oh, they don't like us all that much. Yeah, surprising. But then again, a lot of old Asians are incredibly racist. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. I just enjoy it. I enjoy the interactions. I enjoy like the exchange and like the way that we now can communicate that wasn't there before. So thank you, Mr. Musk. That was that is incredibly useful. We can interact with you can essentially almost interact with everyone. There's still some things that don't get translated well, but like, right? Because like, I saw a tweet where like, how the benefits of marrying my sister. I'm like, that isn't properly translated, and it wasn't.
Interesting comment from a JP bro on my tweet about the Yunyun syndrome situation and this localization firm Dragon Baby. If you're not familiar with this disaster of a localization,
I have to say it. Why do all of these I've seen this one accidentally. Not accidentally, but like I never thought I'd react to it, but now we're doing it anyways. It's interesting how all of these weird localization or consulting companies have baby in there. There was a Dragon Baby. There's obviously Sweet Baby. There was another baby. It's just like, what was your obsession with calling yourself baby? Hello, welcome back, Samax.
Consider watching my full video from the other day detailing the entire thing. There's a lot of context into all of this. I've been getting a lot of support on this topic. Thank you all very much. Glad you've been enjoying the coverage. Let's return to that JP bro now. I actually met Tomoe JP back in March when I was talking about the Ben Diskin, Capcom, Katrina Lewandowski, or whatever her name is situation. You know, more corrupt localizer stuff. Go figure. That is to say that it's always cool when we see people in Japan showing interest in the horrible stuff that's going on with localizations. It's good that there's more awareness to this topic. And so here's what he sent to me on April 25th. Developers, anime and manga publishers, and the Japanese government are all aware of this issue. Some game development companies are using AI to reverse translate translated text and correct poor translations. Additionally, in contracts for sale,
This just goes to show that sooner or later translators will be completely replaced by AI, and I'm honestly at this point just here for it. I just am. Yeah, but literally, GT, literally, he's cheating on you. I am not cheating on my apple. How dare you say that? I mean that literally. I'm going to eat him like the struggle meal. I'm gonna have croc stew. Oh yeah, they're gonna be replaced. They're gonna be replaced, and I'm totally here for it. I'm excited for it. I'm almost ecstatic for it. And they're like, "Oh no, they're gonna lose their jobs," and I'm like, "Well, you're not doing it anyways. You might as well just lose it." Because if AI can do it better, then I prefer the AI. At this point, I just care about the product, not about who made it. Because the people who made it are sometimes just pieces of shit.
and distribution overseas, it becomes a power game, quote unquote, that includes distribution, marketing, and merchandising. So there are cases where the Japanese side cannot maintain control. Regarding that, plans are being considered to strengthen and support translation staff and international business staff through the Japanese government. So thank you, Tomoe, for the comment and the insight. Now, some of this we're aware of, and I've covered for years already. For example, how iconic mangaka Ken Akamatsu was elected to Japan's House of Counselors on a campaign largely fighting for freedom of expression, as well as Japanese politician Taro Yamada, who is also a part of the House and similarly fights back against censorship. More recently, there's of course also been Zenko Kurishita from the Tokyo Metro Assembly, who's become very active on social media looking into issues with EN localizers and global organizations.
Yeah, by the way, yeah. The Japanese are quite done at this point. They are literally fighting back in trying to combat censorship of their works and media outside of Japan, and I think that's a good thing. I think that is something that needs to be done, because if I consume media, I want it to consume the way it was actually intended. I have no interest in consuming an anime where suddenly terms are replaced with skibidi riz and whatever other brain rot term is there. I want the original media word for word, bar for bar, even if I don't understand the reference. Just give it to me. Give it to me, the full thing. I don't care.
That have openly advocated for authoritarian censorship policies. For example, the Australian feminist organization Collective Shout. But as Tomoe pointed out, the number of Japanese politicians, creatives, and Japanese people in general becoming aware of all of these issues is only increasing. To put it simply, this is a big dub. As a matter of fact, over the last 24 hours or so, we have news that Japan's Minister of Economic Security, Kimi Onoda, has issued a public statement where she defends freedom of expression and even talks about firmly protecting people and art from the performative outrage that we often see online from types like the modern audience couch activists. Here we have the 43-second long clip with translations provided by Haruka Wake.
This is totally different from today's topic, but as a country, no matter what we make, we should send it overseas, okay? He's always been a gay little man. He goons to men. So you're dating. You're gonna be dating a gay man at this point. Then that's rather interesting, Somax. Would you elaborate on that? What are you doing, girl? Right? We're established. We have a ship here, and now you're essentially shipped with a gay man. That wouldn't be good for you, for your publicity. You're getting cucked. I thought you didn't like sharing. Terrible. I didn't mind the fan service. This is an anime too much. See, the problem is... See, the problem is, right, that, how do you say this? There's a lot of people who complain about fan service in anime, and I'm like, I don't necessarily like it too much, right? I don't necessarily like it too much. But the issue is, at least in my opinion, that it is what gives them the most money. The fan service is what pushes sales more than anything else, actually. Because it's the gooners that will spend a lot of money on a product, right? It's the degens, it's the weebs, it's the nerds that will spend money, not just casual consumers. And when I see somebody complaining about fanservice, it's always like, yeah, but you also won't spend money on it to keep it alive. So, like, okay, I care about your opinion. In Japan or outside of it, both. Both. It's both. The gooners are the ones spending money. Just the truth. I don't like sharing. That's why it's called you cheater. Cheating. I wouldn't do that to you. Right? You're my sweet apple. I wouldn't do that to you. Well, Enser is outside. Well, obviously outside. Well, the people outside are obviously gonna complain about it the most, right? What harm in that, though? There's no harm in fan service. I'm of the firm belief if you don't like something, just don't consume it. That simple. You should try Read of Healer. I hear the Germans really like that one. My rod or this rod? And even if it sparks controversy, we should show a stance of firmly protecting our content. I agree. When exporting content, we do things like localization and translation. Send those who complain about it to fight. Leave anime alone. That's like the more funny part, right? They complain about sexualization and fan service in anime, but they jerk off to Corn or OnlyFans chicks, Fansly, whatever, right? They do that. It's quite ironic. It's quite interesting. It's very double standard. Anyways. And people overseas see versions adapted to their culture and think Japan is interesting, then come to see the original Japanese version. Yeah? And react like, what the hell? This is outrageous. Yep, it's also like you can, for example, look at Nier Automata, the Japanese, and you can look at the English. And then you realize that, for example, 2B is a completely different character in both versions. We got a version that's not accurate to the source material. Weird. I'm sick of retards that like, oh, they're gunning cartoon, let's ban it. Let people like Hassan stream freely. Are we sure we're pushing the right buttons? Well, those people I'm talking to probably don't even know Hassan. They're anime tourists, hoodweebs. The anime tourists mostly, right? When it comes to anime, they're anime tourists. They like a few things, right? They just mostly consume shonen, right? And everything else is weird to them. Right? They watch like Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bleach, JJK, Demon Slayer, and then everything else, right? It's just shonen. And everything else is like, ew. That's weird. We should get rid of that.
海外が知ってしまったことによって攻撃を受けたときに、やかましい、これが日本じゃっていうのを国として毅然とした対応をするから、もう好きにやってっていうそのなんだろう、腹のくくりっていうのは必要なのかな。
I'm not gonna read out all of this. My Hero Academia, Parasites. The My Hero Academia people migrated to Gachiakuta, and the first thing they did with the other animes, that they forced the sexuality, their delusional sexualities onto these characters. And even the mangaka herself. You heard that right? They headcanon the mangaka of Gachiakuta as non-binary. Fun fact, she's a woman. And she says she's a woman. Shocking, I know. Which made these people melt down. They have a meltdown when the actual creator confirms that that one character isn't trans. They had a meltdown and told the creator of how wrong she was. They did that as well with JJK, where Kirara is actually just an otokonoko, which is a man presenting feminine. Yes, but they're the ones complaining that gender is just a construct. Anyways.
Another section of her speech transcribed by the account Donmai, which reads, "What the country needs to be careful about is that Japanese content has become this strong not because the country or public institutions supported it, but because creators and the people..."
The problem is that right, we have people now in Japan who are like, yes, we need to globalize anime. And I'm like, see, the reason why anime is so popular with people is because it is created by and for Japanese consumers. And not Global Homo slop. Right? If I want to watch Global Homo slop, I'll just watch Hollywood movies. That's that. I'll just consume Hollywood media. That's it. I'll just watch the newest superhero Marvel slop, and that's it. That's what I'll do. Right? There's no difference. I don't want it to be catered to Westerners. Thank you. Or anybody that's not Japanese.
Who love it have nurtured it. That's why rather than how to support it, the key is how to cheer it on without interfering or getting in the way. I want to back it up in the best way possible without putting strange pressure on anyone, so that the potential everyone has can be fully realized, and creators and fans can spread it to the world while staying happy. Onoda's statement also reaching Spanish Twitter in a post that's already got 1 million views and almost 20,000 likes, which reads, "The Japanese government has just told the rest of the world to shut up and stop trying to censor anime." During the Nico Nico convention, Minister Kimio Nara declared that the global success of otaku culture is due to the passion of its creators and fans, not the politicians. For that reason, she promised zero interference in creative freedom and guaranteed that the state will defend authors against any complaints or foreign pressure. Japanese users respond.
Correct. Right. That is the right thing to do. One of the reasons anime is working with creativity. Mainstream slop is dead, woke, and uncreative. True. That is correct. You can especially, for example, see that when you look at comics, right? Comics were hugely popular in America. That is crazy, Samex. That sounds interesting. So, right? Comics, huge in the United States, right? Huge. Comics were just the thing in the United States, right? Dead medium. Essentially. Dead medium. You want to know why? First of all, the woke stuff. But that also, it's like hilarious when you look at like... Anime have consistent stories. You don't adapt the same character in different scenarios over and over and over and over again. Right? The reason why Dragon Ball worked so well is because it had a continued story. The reason why Superman doesn't work that well in comparison, right, is because you have like multiple different Superman. It's very interesting. But yeah, comics is also dead. Woke slop. They made Superman's son gay, if you didn't know. Well, the Kryptonians are certainly dying out with this one.
To the tweet with messages such as, "To all anime and manga fans around the world, isn't it wonderful? Minister Onoda is a champion of our world-class culture. Looking forward to your continued support." Conversely, however, we can already see couch activists getting offended at this news. For example, this user here who responded to the news with this post.
She, he, they. I am everything. I'm a female, I'm a male, and I'm multiple people. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. We don't listen to people like that. Oh, and Yaoi and Midori Yaoi. Oh, so this is a Bakudeku shipper. Okay, okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. That's not completely ignore this person. Completely ignore her, actually. There was one Superman in the verse just created out of popularity. Yeah, but after a while we just got Superman in different continuities and different stories and like, right? There's no continuity. And that's actually what killed comics the most. Not just the woke slot, but also there's no continuity. And that's a problem. Because you can't follow a story consistently because multiple other things going on. But yeah, initially I was just one Superman. I don't know if it's about continued story. I mean, most fans didn't watch Dragon Ball. Most started with Dragon Ball Z. But it's still a consistent, right? It's still a consistent story, right? You can follow it. You can't follow comics that much, right? Because there's not like, you have like Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3. It's like Superman fights Godzilla. Superman fights the Joker. Superman fights, my sweaty balls. That it is certainly a problem. It is certainly a problem. You don't know where to start. With anime, it's like start at the beginning to the end. That's what killed comics mostly. Also work slop, but also that.
You know, this is ridiculous, not because the government is getting involved, but because it seems like they don't like foreign money, or they take anything as an attack. Yeah, there are crazy people out there, but seriously? Do they want to act like little kids who can't be told anything? It's quite amusing how that person is actually the one acting immaturely, but as usual, couch activists have zero self-awareness. But that's it for the latest. As always, thank you everybody for tuning in. Shouts out to our JP bros.
Yeah, there's not much to say here. I think it is great development that Japan and Japanese creator no longer tolerate the bastardization of their work. I think this is amazing. I think this is amazing. I think this is great. You think it's different now, Goku fight this and that, but there's a continued story. I can start with Dragon Ball and end with Dragon Ball Super. When I start with something for Superman, I have to read that comic and then start with a completely new story. And I feel like for a lot of people that's tiresome. Because you never have a consistent, don't have continuity. You don't have a string to follow. It's always just like this. You have to switch around and like this Superman is different from this Superman. And it's like, who wants to do that? Anyways, massive progress if you ask me. Sweaty balls down, stomachs down. Wink. She's fallen from the tree to be down bad. Anyways, let's look at that. I can start in Dragon Ball and end with Dragon Ball Super is a bad example, I think. No, but I can start at the beginning of Attack on Titan and finish it completely. I have a full package of a complete story. Maybe that example helps. You just like how in DBZ they follow in more modern way after the heroes, that's all. No, it's mostly just that you have a continued story. You don't have that with comics. That's the problem. Or you don't have that with modern comics. Right? I can start Attack on Titan is a better example. Not necessarily. It's more so that you can follow the story. Of course, that Dragon Ball has at times some different continuities, right? With Dragon Ball GT, we have the movies, right, that don't fit into the canon, or like don't fit into the timeline. But like, it's more so about continuity. There is only one Goku. There's only one Goku. Just like there's only one Eren. There is hundreds of Supermen. That's most of the problem. Anyways, now let's look at something. What are we watching? Let's look at the fat little Asian man. Cuz I like the fat little Asian man. No, they're not. They are. There's also different. There's also different Spider-Man. There's different Batman. There's different Flash. It's a bit chaotic. Who wants to deal with that? Well, yeah, all Goku's made by the same creator, unlike Superman, I guess. Now it's also like the same Goku. It's the same character with the same experiences, right? Right? We follow Kid Goku through Dragon Ball. We follow Goku through Dragon Ball Z. Then we have a split, either GT or Super. And that's that. I pick up a Superman comic. I read that. And then there's no follow-up. So I pick another Superman comic. But there's no follow-up. And so on and so forth. There's no continuity. I pick up Duck Down. I pick up Attack on Titan. I follow Aaron through his story the entire time. From start to finish. There's only one Aaron. You get the idea. I think you get it. Convince me series that aired within like 30 years difference it's the same. It's the same character. The character's experience the same. It's the same character still. Goku hasn't changed much, actually. Besides Dragon Ball Z's for kids, it's not a good story to talk about if you value story. Then you have not read the manga. If you say Dragon Ball is a bad story, you have not read the manga at all. You leave now, you read the manga twice, you come back. That's all I can say. Even Toriyama's editor said, if you say Dragon Ball has no story, or bad story, or you think Goku has no character development, you haven't read Dragon Ball. It's that simple. Anyways, we're gonna look at this now. No, I didn't read the manga. Yeah. You didn't read the source material. Can't I judge by the anime? Nope, you can't. The anime has a lot of problems. The same goes for One Piece, the same goes for Naruto, the same goes for Bleach, the same goes for Attack on Titan, the same goes for almost all anime. Because there's a lot of things different, because you have to change a lot of things. For example, you remember when Goku kills Frieza? That scene is significantly worse in the anime than it is in the manga, because it's not portrayed well enough. Because Goku didn't want to kill Frieza at all. And it's a lot more of a powerful moment in the manga than it is in the anime. Significantly. A lot more blood. Yep. Especially Naruto is a lot more gory. Naruto is actually surprisingly a lot more gory. Nerd. Of course. You need correction. And I shall deliver. Anyways. The Korean Peninsula is just a massive social experiment by the fat little Asian man. I wonder if he actually is. Anyways, we'll go in. Well, I mean, have we looked at North Korea? Have we looked at South Korea? That is an experiment, if you ask me. That is an experiment, if you ask me. Right now, anime doesn't have the same impact of mangas, at least never, but when we talk about Dragon Ball, you imagine in your head the manga page or the anime. I read the manga multiple times, so I have the manga in the head. I haven't watched Z in a long time. The manga is more recent for me. Sexually frustrated Apple, also known as Samax. We can fix that. Hope you have work to do. Of course I have work to do, but we'll establish that in time. Anyways, we'll go in. I'm excited too, but the entire place is a experiment, I think.
Hi, I'm a fat little Asian man. and welcome to the Korean Peninsula. Here you can meet the two brothers, North and South Korea. You'd think that sharing the same country for around 1,000 years would make them quite similar, right? Nope.
Not really. I mean, look at right? We watched the video of him for the Balkans, right? And the Balkans were interesting, to say the least. They all have a similar history. They all have similar cultures, but like, how do I say this? The borders and the flags tell a different story. It's interesting. It's very interesting. GT unique correction. I will deliver it to both of you, but Samex, you get more because you like it.
One's rich and one's poor. One has depression and the other has anger issues. One loves skinny boys dancing, while one loves a weirdly round middle-aged man. But perhaps the most different is that both Koreas evolved into two seemingly unique dystopias. One's a late-stage capitalist cyberpunk dystopia, and one's a 1984-esque Big Brother totalitarian dystopia. Yup, Korea really did just speedrun two dystopias in only around 50 years or so. Completely unrecognizable from each other. The history of the PTSD-riddled social experiment that is the Korean Peninsula won't be easy to explain, but join me on how polar opposite dystopias developed in the Korean Peninsula. I suppose I should start by introducing my place first. This is South Korea. Just look at all the cyberpunk sites of Seoul, where efficiency is king. We've got the fastest internet.
Why did you have to use my boy Kling Klang for this? Interesting.
Korean fried chicken with 24-hour delivery, and a vast and on-time subway system. You can walk through the neon-lit streets filled with shopping malls, cafe bakeries, norebangs, and tasty restaurants, until you reach
a massively dropping birth rate. They're cooked. They are absolutely. Both of these countries will be gone in plus minus 50 years, essentially. Anyways, Kim Jong-un. That's crazy. Sounds great though. Also, hi Chad. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I have Corin. Yep. He isn't like us, Sumex. He isn't like us. He can stroke it. We can't.
Realize there aren't any kids on the street. Schools are closing and playgrounds are filling up with the elderly. But we're still hopeful for our birth rate increasing from 0.7 to what's the difference 0.8 over the past 2 years. Kind of dark, right? It's how you know South Korea is on the trajectory to become the next cyberpunk installment, where society is controlled completely by mega corporations. Our own little twist on mega corporations are called chaebols. Literally.
Yeah, apparently I've looked at, right, we watched the video and essentially like everything's just like owned by Samsung. Like even hospitals are owned by Samsung and it's just Samsung anywhere and everywhere. They have Samsung even in their blood at this point. It's crazy. Are you sad? Why are you so happy about it? I'm not happy about it. It's kind of sad, right? Because they do have a culture, even though sometimes I'm questioning what they're cooking in those idol factories. They're even cooking at all. But it's kind of sad that these countries will not long exist anymore.
Meaning rich family in Korean, they're massive family-run conglomerates with huge political leverage and economic influence over the country. Don't be surprised, remember that our surrogate father is run by and so being run by chaebols doesn't feel as bad. It is entirely possible to be born in a Samsung hospital, live in a Samsung-built apartment with Samsung.
Exactly. See. You could have been born, right? You could have been born as anything, right? I could have been born into the Samsung family empire. And yet, I became Samex's duck. And that's it. Which is actually kind of nice. Anyways, I searched up on Google to find your channel and saw that someone mentioned you in a virtual YouTubers wiki. Yeah, that was Marcus! Marcus was that. Marcus.
Samsung appliances, go to a Samsung affiliated university, and also work for Samsung your entire life. But as a Samsung brain chip installed Korean, living in such a chaebol dominated life is not the main reason why South Korea is a dystopia. It's the ever-present idea that results completely justify the means. Even though keeping up the chaebol system makes Korea the most highly educated, over-caffeinated, and sleep-deprived workforce, it's okay to keep the society hyper-competitive with suppressed labor rights and widespread societal burnout. If maximizing chaebol's shareholder value is what brings the country and the people up the economic and social ladder, everything's fine. At the end of the day, just distract them with K-dramas about marrying a chaebol heir, shows with
Seagull's Inferno 4, the hottest inferno in the universe, most unpredictable, most intense than more intense than any ever, and it's just a bunch of hot people. That's crazy. Probably go to Korea North. We can't go there. We can't live there. You know that, right? We can't do that. That's rather interesting. Yeah, remember, China banned hot CEO dramas because the women started getting delusional. Yes, hello? Yeah? South Korean officials? I have an idea. Uh-huh. Yeah, they told me they're gonna ban them all. 2 episodes, that crazy. 2 episodes. That's hilarious. Got to go. Take care, GG. Bye-bye.
hot people doing romance for you instead, and trends that seem to change every week. However, failure to function in the system is all on you. You weren't good enough for the system, which, of course, couldn't possibly have any problems. Probably why South Korea not only has the least amount of new players, it has the most logouts as well. While South Korea's bright neon lights distract you from the searing problems of society, our neighbors in the north prefer a more vintage approach to dystopias. Instead of flashy idols, there's Kim Jong-un's latest encouragement speech. There are no 12-hour study sessions, but there is
Kim was like, marry and reproduce. That isn't working, my friend. Your country consists of ungs and hags, and that's that. Who wants to have a child in this dystopia? In this dystopia particularly.
is a mandatory 10-year minimum military service. And unlike the South, kids are actually being born in the North, but instead of grinding
Interesting, they have a 1.8 actually. They're not that bad yet, but it's surprising.
away in schools, these children face the reality of public executions just for watching illegally smuggled South Korean dramas. So yeah, that's pretty dark too. Being executed for watching Gongyu might feel like a bit of a stretch, but that's just the Big Brother style used by North Korea. Unlike the efficiency and progress used to legitimize corporate rule in South Korea, the main focus in the North Korean totalitarian dystopia is about control, survival, and fear. The absolute control has been given to the Kim family for 3, potentially 4 generations now. Kim Jong-un and his extension.
Interesting. The boys. The Kim daughter is still looking for a husband. You have a chance. You do have a chance. Also forgot communism, because that is important to mention.
The Workers' Party of Korea dictate the rules of the country. Everything from your haircut to your social status, and most importantly, information and narrative. Going against the party-set narrative can get you and your 3 generations sent to political prison camps. Listening to North Korean state media is exactly like talking to a self-described internet communist who calls everything CIA propaganda the second they don't agree with it. The South Korean counterpart, by the way, is the K-pop stan that acts all high and mighty because they've got a bigger camera lens than you. So pick your poison. North Korea isn't a dystopia.
Yeah, it's like, look, I've got more plastics than you. Don't die out. Well, you will help me with that, won't you? Hopefully.
Just because the Kim family stays wealthy off the suffering of the people. That's just kind of the world we live in. It's a dystopia because you don't have a choice but to comply with this narrative. North Koreans aren't brainwashed idiots. They know that massive inequality, impoverishment, and corruption exists in their country. They just can't say anything about it. Getting the death penalty for watching Stairway to Heaven, or becoming a meat shield in the Ukraine war for the sake of the supreme leader. Your rights as an individual don't matter at all.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Apparently, they will punish you if you get captured. Right? Right? Right. Cause like hopefully interest yeah, very. Listen. Apparently they are punishing people that get captured in the war. I'm not now you might be questioning how would they punish them, right? How would they punish people that aren't even captured? Well, they will punish your family at home, which is why they are literally going kamikaze. Yes, they're blowing themselves up before they let themselves get captured. Yeah, I'm not kidding. They're doing that. Crazy, huh?
It's why North Korean names all have to be revolutionary, like Exploding Kang or Iron Kim, to remind you, you always exist for the country. Hearing these descriptions makes it seem like both Koreas are equally dramatic dystopias. But it's not so simple. No matter what self-proclaimed American commies sipping matcha lattes in Starbucks
Yes, a shot at Hassan Piker and Zora Mamdani. Funny enough, his approval rate has dropped to 47%. Was it by 47%? I don't know. But yeah, apparently my man failed completely.
on their MacBooks have to say, North Korea is a systemic human rights crisis run by a brutal dictatorship. But it's also a place where real people live and adapt. Everyone there knows about the societal flaws, but they need to survive day to day. And just like how the people had to adapt, the story of both Koreas isn't just a simple capitalism versus communism. They are the result of extreme historical realities forced upon the exact same people, which is what we're
careful, don't get backshots by conquest.
We're going to look at right now. Let's start at a period when the peninsula was divided into not 2, but 3 countries. The Three Kingdoms period. Baekje, Shinla, and Goguryeo all kinda competed with each other to take control over the peninsula. Already you can see that Goguryeo was on a different level, as even Chinese.
Well, you're not competing with that, by the way. Just saying it, cause like, goodness gracious, that is much larger than the others. When you meet that, okay, let's go back a little bit, okay?
Already you can see that Goguryeo was.
Listen. This is a kingdom. This is a fart. This is a kingdom. And I don't know how these 3 fought over the control of the peninsula. This is competing with this. These 2 could probably wipe each other out. But this is not, these are not competing with this. What do you mean by that? Good lord. Nobody's having war here. Jeez.
On a different level. As even Chinese emperors with massive armies all failed to defeat Goguryeo, it was clear they needed a different approach. So the Tang dynasty struck a deal with Shinla to help defeat Shinla's mortal rival Baekje if they helped them defeat Goguryeo. And that's how Shinla unified the 3 kingdoms. The history between northern and southern Koreans kinda begins here. Shinla tried to claim everyone had equal rights, but power naturally centered around Shinla elite.
How did that little small part win this? The fuck? How?
It was clear integration policies had failed because unified Shinla shattered and was later reunified again by Goryeo, the spiritual successor to Goguryeo. Things only got worse during the Joseon dynasty, which replaced Goryeo. Because of legitimacy, Joseon needed to distance themselves from Goryeo as much as they could, mostly by using the prejudice of northern provinces for mingling with barbaric tribes. They made a clear discrimination between elites of the north and south. So instead of Confucianism, the northern provinces adopted capitalism. Pyongyang was a massive trade hub with China, so they used all that trade money as power against the snobby Seoul political elites. It's also why when Western missionaries showed up, Pyongyang was nicknamed the Jerusalem of the East for how widely people embraced Christianity. Also ironically, the southern provinces had a bit of an underground communist movement. Unlike how the rugged mountainous northern provinces chose commerce and trade,
That was a large... Okay, that's interesting. As far as I know, the man with the highest IQ is a Korean man, and he is Christian. Anyways. Interesting.
The southern provinces were flat and fertile, perfect for ultra-wealthy traditional landlords to exploit poor tenant farmers. It was kind of the perfect place for communism to appeal to the general public. Communism was also popular as a form of resistance, especially as Japanese collaborated with such wealthy landlords to colonize Korea and crack down on the people. It's why not only was the original Communist Party of Korea created in Seoul, but moments after gaining independence from the Japanese, grassroots socialist groups appeared all over the southern provinces to take over local governance. A little strange considering the situation with the current day Koreas, right? Korea endured decades of the Japanese attempting to erase the language, culture, and identity, something resisted by everybody, communist and capitalist alike. When independence rolled around, everybody was supposed to come together to decide how to form the new government. However, Korea was robbed of that decision when the United States and the Soviet Union swooped in like two divorced parents trying to fight over custody of a kid they found out 5 seconds ago. This direct interference made thousands of years of history and context almost meaningless. And we already know what good crossing arbitrary borders does in parts of the world.
Yep. Yep. I see that. Yep. Yep. It makes sense. Yep. Interesting. I didn't even know that Congo and Rwanda are at war. Anyways. Thailand, Cambodia, I've seen that, right? They just like start beating the brakes off of each other. KD! Pointer. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then obviously Sudan. We know what's going on there.
And that's exactly how Pyongyang, the most Christian and capitalist city on the entire peninsula, was taken over by atheist and communist Soviets, while Seoul, capital of class conflicts, tradition, and elitist gatekeeping, was handed over to hyper-capitalist melting pot Americans. Initially, the divide was supposed to be temporary. Both the Soviets or Americans didn't really want to stay here either. The Korean people also had hope. There was still that feeling of family, one people, one country, waiting to be reunited. Something that would all disappear really soon because 5 years was just too long for North Korea. The Soviet Union and China helped support the North Korean army, giving it the firepower it needed to wipe out the weak and unprepared South Korean forces. Meanwhile, South Korea got support from the US, which did what they do best, dropping bombs. They dropped so much bombs, in fact, they used more bombs in the Korean War than they did on Japan during World War II. By the end,
well, if you have to, if you drop 2 bombs, that may make Japan go, ew, will? I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think that does that does something. They didn't uwu the Koreans. That didn't happen here.
Of it all, the peninsula was up in flames. People who just a few months ago were family and nation had just slaughtered each other. Both Koreas were so insanely traumatized, the sentiment of one people fighting against the Japanese was quickly buried under all the rubble. The PTSD from the Korean War really set the trajectory for both Koreas to become their own unique dystopias. Initially, the US and the Soviet Union were only liked by a few elites who needed their muscle to stay in power. In the public's eyes though, they were both just new management replacing the Japanese, a perspective that the war completely changed. Both Koreas experienced being pushed to the absolute brink of defeat, only to be saved at the last second by their respective superpower. Suddenly, the US and the Soviets became the heroes protecting them from total defeat. Each Korea trauma bonded with their new surrogate father figures, while an intense hatred
Father United States, Father China. That was a zesty ew. Exactly. You gotta also experience the zesty duck, right? You can experience it more.
Grew for the other. At this point, it was no longer an ideological debate about which system to run the country with. The people who wanted to have that debate had already been assassinated, bombed 6 feet under, or had run away abroad. The only point left was surviving, which you didn't do with communism or capitalism, you did it by looking at your newfound saviors. Also, peace wasn't expected to last. It was, and still is, just a ceasefire after all. If they wanted to develop, they needed to do it faster than the other Korea. This emphasis on speed made each Korea's transformation radical and extreme, all based on their newly found idols. Opposition was just going to slow things down. They were obstacles that needed to disappear. After the war, both countries went straight into dictatorships backed by their respective global dads. Yes, Kim Il-sung and his family are world-renowned, but South Korea didn't slack off in the dictatorship department either. It starts off with this guy, Seungman Rhee. He was an American-educated, English-fluent independence activist, but most importantly, he hated communists, which was basically the only quality
Understandable. Have a good day.
needed to be a US-backed dictator back then. Very much in character, he spent most of his regime violently cracking down on any hint of communism or socialism just to get more US funds, mainly so he could pocket them and idolize himself. Eventually, he was kicked out by massive nationwide student protests against corruption and election fraud. It's not like he didn't try to change things, but one thing was certain. Just being a US-backed anti-communist wasn't going to achieve anything. South Korea needed money, especially after the US pulled aid due to Rhee's corruption. Unlike North Korea, there were no natural resources, no heavy industries, and no infrastructure. During colonization, the Japanese had built all the factories up north to refine minerals, and only used the south to grow crops. So when the peninsula was split, South Korea had nothing left to make money, except for
Interesting. So they literally swap places. Because now the north is dead broke, and the south is still broke, but more plastic.
human hair to make wigs. Seriously. Against a richer, heavily armed North Korea, South Korea stood no chance. A strong economy was vital to
I'm gonna send Friedrich Merz to North Korea so he can get a wig.
funding a strong military. This is exactly what Park Chung-hee had in mind. He picked the US economy as a point of reference, but since America was 10,000 kilometers away, he used the next closest thing, Japan. Because South Korea was modeled on Korea's interpretation of Japan's interpretation of American capitalism, it was fated to be extra extreme. Plus, Park was kind of a massive Japan fanboy, especially regarding their rapid economic growth. That's probably why he pushed so hard for Japan's manufacturing export model. His first move was to copy the Japanese Zaibatsu, the OG chaebols. He handpicked the few loyal, ambitious, and capable families, gave them massive government subsidies, and shielded them from foreign.
Not bad, not bad. South is broke. Are you crazy? I don't know. Not being able to afford children sounds kind of broke to me. Not being able to afford bigger housing sounds pretty broke. I don't know. Living in a sardine can sounds pretty broke, but I don't know.
Competitors. In return for this blank check, they had to build this industrial empire at all costs. The problem was the foundation South Korea's economy was built on. While the chaebols were still figuring shit out, Park desperately needed money to rebuild highways and factories. So he decided to export the one thing South Korea actually had: people. He sent thousands of Korean nurses and miners to work in Germany in exchange for foreign.
Do we mean miners or do we mean miners? Both of those are not the same. Yeah. They sent the nurses overseas. They imported the goods, are you saying? Or, well, they exported the goods. That's most places. Yeah, that's why we're all broke. Collective.
Loans. Likewise, South Korea deployed massive amounts of troops to the Vietnam War for US financial and military aid. The idea of literally sacrificing people for economic growth solidified. To keep export prices cheap and growth moving, labor rights were basically non-existent. Society was turned into an absolute meat grinder, all driven by one trauma-induced logic: lock-in twin or commies are gonna kill us, which the constant border skirmishes and assassination attempts didn't really help. While South Korea was busy min-maxing their economy, North Korea was busy doing exactly the same thing. But from the start, the North had some big advantages. Natural resources, yes, but also proximity to their sugar daddies. Unlike US aid, which was basically just surplus food that put local farmers out of business while corrupt elites pocketed the cash, Soviet aid was kind of practical. They had the entire Eastern Bloc send engineers, blueprints, and heavy equipment to rebuild the industries and infrastructure the US had bombed down to ash. But even with literal factories being mailed to them piece by piece, people still had to physically put it all together. Just like South Korea's meat grinder work culture, the the North had the Cholima movement. It was exactly the same trauma-induced logic. Build dams and factories as fast as humanly possible to not get bombed by the Americans again. It didn't help that North Korea was going through a massive ideological crisis at the same time. Kim Il-sung loved Stalinism, and follows Stalin's brutal policies and cult of personality tactics to the bone. However, when Stalin died and the Soviet Union started its de-Stalinization, Kim realized he was also susceptible to having his entire legacy erased and replaced with a more compliant puppet. So, while the Soviets and the Chinese were distracted fighting each other during the Sino-Soviet split, Kim saw his chance to purge any pro-Soviet or pro-Chinese factions from his government. They were actively trying to get rid of him.
Wait. So they did clean up. So they did clean up the Stalinism. It's rather okay. That's rather interesting. Yeah, that's rather interesting. I would not see that coming.
2. These events would make Kim more paranoid, convinced that his regime would only survive by isolating it from outside political influences. To lock the country down, he replaced orthodox communism with a hyper-nationalist, isolationist ideology called Juche, then took control of the information and did a few more purges here and there. Next, he rolled out the Songbun system, which is basically the social credit system but based on how loyal your bloodline was to the Kim family. This obsession with loyalty completely broke their economic progress. Unlike South Korea, where chaebols needed to innovate and expand using actual business expertise, North Korean industries and farms were handed over to loyal party officials who didn't really know shit about how impossible their quotas were. But on the outside, the economy was okay, because Kim had access to the communist GoFundMe, basically milking both Soviets and China for endless streams of food, oil, and equipment, just by threatening to side with the other guy. For a couple of decades, it genuinely looked like North Korea's strategy was working, but by the late 1970s,
So bro was literally saying, oh yeah, if you don't give me food and oil and everything else I want, I'm gonna play with somebody else. I'm not gonna play with you anymore. I'm gonna drop you. You're a bad toy then, and that's interesting. The fact that China and the Soviet Union would even go on their knees so far is rather interesting.
North Korea basically hit the limit of their build. You can only force people to mine so much materials, but it's not going to help you know what to do with them. Meanwhile, South Korea's chaebols finally started to expand into global markets. They stopped exporting real hair wigs, thank God, and started competing in global electronics, retail, and cars. And when they finally got to show off their progress to the world in the '88 Seoul Olympics, it seemed like South Korea would get the happily ever after it thought it deserved. However, the chaebols had been taking out insane amounts of debt to grow so fast. In 1997, that economic bubble exploded, bankrupting the country overnight. The only way to survive was a massive bailout from the IMF. The sudden forced application of a Western free market to an already young and unstable economy changed the Korean landscape drastically. All this was basically enough to finish South Korea's dystopia. Before the IMF, the deal was simple. Work yourself to near death for the company, and the company will employ you for life. Strong government control kept the chaebols from crossing certain lines, while
Don't think about what the company can do for you. Think about what you can do for the company. Okay. So the economy completely broke. That is pretty interesting. Okay. I guess the Koreans did also have a financial crisis. Pretty interesting.
the people had successfully gone from living in straw huts to concrete apartments. But after the IMF, companies went bankrupt, millions were laid off, and death rates skyrocketed. Now it's just work yourself to near death for the company, period. Plus, most small to medium businesses went under during the financial crisis, giving the chaebols that survived even more concentrated power. It all created the hyper-insecure and economic ladder-obsessed society that is South Korea today. North Korea wasn't having such a good time either. Global oil shocks made North Korea's debt sky high, and their attempted trade with Eastern Europe failed. China went and reformed, opening diplomatic relations with the US and using dollars for international trade, effectively dismantling a large portion of trade with North Korea. Also, just when Kim Il-sung needed them the most, the Soviet Union collapsed. With their trusted GoFundMe disappearing overnight, North Korea was left with no food, no oil, and no trading partners, leading to the Great Famine of the 90s. For Kim Jong-il though, the famine exposed loose ends in his control. Starving people can't work, unless you force them to by concentrating the few resources left to the military, so you can gun down any opposition. Kim Jong-il's military-first policy peaked when he started testing nuclear weapons. Seemed like a puzzling choice considering both the US and South Korea were literally in their sunshine era, actively sending aid and trying to be more friendly. But every nuclear test resulted in, of course, more sanctions from everyone, conveniently isolating citizens inside while guaranteeing no foreign power could intervene. Things have changed a lot since then, but certain fundamentals remain. North Korea is no longer the super famished country it once was, ever since Kim Jong-un attempted to reel back his father's military-first policy, but everything still remains tightly under his control. South Korea's economy has recovered since the IMF crisis, and now we make
Oh my god, it's just bad luck. Honestly, beyond bad luck, it's also kind of retarded. They were in the everyone was in the sunshine era, and they could have gotten a nice deal. But bro is like, yeah, you know what we need? Nukes. Bad decisions were made. Horrible decisions were made. You know what? Nukes. There's some room for nukes.
better phones and cars, but it still sees humans as replaceable assets. Of course, when we only look at countries purely as systems or economies, we completely erase the actual human beings inside them. From a brief look, South Korea should also be a society controlled by chaebols, just like how the Kim family controls North Korea. But this ignores possibly what I think is the most important part of our history. The people fought back. Koreans never just lied down and accepted the dystopian reality. Every time a US-backed dictator crossed a line, the people literally bled to push them back. Even in 2024, South Koreans rose up against a martial law attempt as well. It's a story of how people continuously refuse to let the system crush their own humanity, which is why North Korea is even more tragic. When the US and Soviets drew an arbitrary line across the map in 1945, they didn't just divide a piece of land, they took a single unified people who had just survived decades of brutal colonization and made it a geopolitical science experiment. They forcibly swapped the servers and installed two completely alien extreme operating systems. Both sides were traumatized, both sides were pushed to the absolute brink of annihilation, and both sides adapted to the extremes. The story of North
Well, now they're gonna face annihilation either way. Now it's self-annihilation due to not plapping enough. You got Koreans, whether north nor south, plap. Plap. You can't achieve freedom if you don't plap. Anyways, crazy.
and South Korea isn't just a story about the ultimate clash between communism and capitalism that you think it is. It is a tragic lesson in what happens when global superpowers force a traumatized people to speedrun survival. Thank you for watching, by the way. If you want more videos like this, you know where to find me. I make these videos by myself and I don't use AI, which you can probably tell from how my video looks and sounds different from AI channels. So it would be a big help if you subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. Here's some other content that you may like.
Anyways, that's the end of this one. Interesting. So, Poke maybe convinced them go with 4 wives. The Koreans can't afford that. And they're not Muslim. And I hope they never will be. Regardless. So, in other words, they kind of shared similar problems throughout history. And they're both essentially still dystopias, regardless. Well, that's rather interesting. Yeah, my advice is just to you gotta plap the economy back up. That's the only option you have. That's the only option you have. Marry and reproduce. Everything will get better. Because then you can have more freedom fighters. You need to up the steady supply of people that can fight back. They won't do that. It's a really homogenous country. Shut up. They had this insane take already for Denmark, where they said, "Oh yeah, you need immigrants. Otherwise, what you're doing here is essentially incest." I'm like, huh? Anyways, plap. That was interesting. That was pretty interesting. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What the f... Wait, Sonic sent that, right? We're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch plapping. We're gonna watch some plap. Shut up, Duck. Let's break up. How dare you? Huh? No! I don't want to lose my apple. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. Let's look at this one. I'm curious. I think this is based on the game, I think, as well. Anyways, I think it's a simulation game. I'm pretty sure it is. But it's hilarious. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's see it. I left one woman alone with 99 men for 1,000 years. I'm curious how this goes. I think this is still based on the simulation game. This is by Jackal. And apparently, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Every little bit of support counts, and that is the best you can do to help me and my cause. We're gonna look at this. Let's see. 99 men plap with one woman.
A little while ago, I made this video where I spawned 99 females and only one male, forced them to make a kingdom, and then followed what happened for the next 1,000 years. And as you can probably expect, things in that video got very weird. She is technically dating her grandfather. But now today, I'm...
Oh, that's wild. Now that's wild. Now that's wild. She'll give birth only to boys. This experiment is doomed. Well, it's a coin flip. It's luck. And what is your cause? Good question. Paying your bills? Maybe it's something else. I need some munya as well. And some support. That's why I'm locking in so hard.
I'm going to be doing the exact same thing, but with the roles reversed. Because if we zoom in here, you will see 99 different male humans. However, there appears to be one more spot missing right here to make it 100. That is because that last spot belongs to the only female here in the world so far, who I have deemed to name Griselda. Yeah, I know the guy.
Poor Griselda. Poor Griselda. She's cooked. She's cooked. She's gonna get ravaged. She's gonna get ravaged. Help this poor lady.
The last video got a really cool name, and then she stuck with Griselda, but it's the first thing that came to my mind for some reason. And I've prepared Griselda here with a ton of traits to hopefully make this video work, as I have given her every single trait that increases offspring and birth rate.
Wait, she has immortal? She's immortal. Griselda is the new Eve. So he basically made the anime world end harem, apparently.
So that she can have as many children as possible, and this even includes making her immortal too. And also, I gave her this trait here called Super Offspring from a mod, which honestly just sounds really painful. Going into her subspecies here, not only can you see that there truly is 99 males to just one female, I've even gone into their genetics too and modified that so they can have as many kids as possible at the fastest rate. So looking at now, we can see that every single person here can have 1,000 children. So I think it's safe to say that Griselda is going to be extremely busy over the course of this video, because it is going to be her job along.
She's busy, bro. Somebody's getting a lot of text. You know the meme where like the men in like a long line, and then at the end of it, there's a woman taking back shots. This will be the last dude. No wonder she survives all these men for 1,000 years. She is on steroids. Griselda is Griselda'd up. She's gonna yoink babies. Crazy. And she's just 18.
with these men to make a kingdom and try to colonize the entire world here. And we only have 1,000 years to do that. Is it even going to be possible? I'm not quite sure. But going into the world laws, you will see that I have turned off old age and hunger for now. And also the world law handsome migrants, meaning the only people to spawn in this world are going to have to be direct descendants of Griselda and these men as well. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Clicking unpause here, everyone should immediately wake up and hopefully they form a kingdom relatively soon. And they do so just like that immediately. And looking in, we can actually see that the default queen is Griselda here, which pretty much
she's good. Well, there's not many options to pick here, unless you wanna feminize somebody, I guess.
which makes a lot of sense here, as I'm assuming she pretty much just kind of controls all of these guys anyway. But even though it's only been a second, let's look in at her and see if she's already found a lover. And yes, she has a man named Theothard, which means she can go ahead and get to work here. And basically, the only way for this challenge to work is whenever Griselda has a kid, we're gonna have to hope that it's a female, and when her child grows up, she's going to have to take one of these random, now much older men as their husband, and then have more kids in the cycle repeat, meaning that Griselda's grandkids would have to marry extremely old men. If you couldn't tell already at this point, this video is going to get extreme.
Old Maxing! She just needs one daughter, then she becomes the new baby making machine. No! And she has to date Unks! Not just Unks, Gramps!
Really weird. But you know, at this point, let's go ahead and rename this kingdom. Alright, that's much better here. But even as a couple of years have passed, we see that the kingdom still hasn't quite grown as much, which in the video where there was 1 man and 99 females, the kingdom grew extremely quickly. But it makes sense that the growth is slower in this video.
Well, makes sense. A man must provide for his 99 wives. That makes sense. Yeah, right. A man must provide for his 99 wives. That's why he got to work and built that kingdom. Or maybe he just dominated all women and put them into slavery.
Literally the only person who can have kids and expand the empire right now is Griselda, which is certainly quite the burden to carry, I'm not gonna lie here. But so far, nothing has happened here. However, Griselda's in her house right now, and that's a lot of shaking going on.
Damn. I gotta replicate that shaking. Moving on.
In there, what exactly is happening? And when Griselda walks out, she's on her side, stunned. Let's just look into her genealogy. She had a kid. Okay, well now I think I understand what that shaking was. But on a more positive note, that means the very first child is born here, and luckily they are a female, meaning that when they grow up, they will be able to help grow this empire as well. But like I mentioned, she can't have kids until she's 18, and since all of these men are like in their 20s now, that means they'll be like 40 when Griselda's daughter is ready to have a kid. So you know, it's probably just not the best to think about that at all. But now that we've seen that the very first kid is born here, we know that this challenge at the very least is possible. So we are going to go ahead and sim a little bit until we are 1/4 of the way done with the challenge, which will be at year 250, and let's see what the kingdom's looking like then.
Age is paused? And wait, what? Age is not continuing? Hold up. Oh fuck. Literally!
And here we are at year 250, and as we can see, the kingdom has grown to well over 1,000 people. And since
Interesting. 1,000 people. How many of those are female? How many of those are male? The queen is still clapping, by the way.
the only new people born can come from Griselda herself, that means some very interesting things must have happened. Let's zoom in on her.
Isn't this a society full of incest? Mostly? Isn't like every woman related back to Griselda? Isn't every woman, is like Griselda the grandmother eventually? She has a lot of granddaughters, by the way.
Her and see what's going on. Looking in at her, we can see that she has 93 children, which I have to say is way more than
93 children out of 1K. How many are incest? Quite a few might probably be if there's males involved, because like not all the children will be incest. Like all the children, not all the children will be incest like in the beginning, but eventually some of those will be male, and eventually the old males die out. So everyone will eventually just be related to Griselda. Hi, Zeno. How are you doing? How are you doing? Well. What on earth?
The dude in the male version of this video. So let's look into her genealogy, and yep, here's a bunch of her normal kids, but let's click the plus button here. Holy crap, that is a lot of them here. Wait a second, is that a crab? What the hell is going on here? That is a...
Oh, silly. Is that a crab? Why is there? Wait, what? Duck, don't be an old male. I am not. Why is there a crab? Why is there? I am so good. Wait, did you birth a crab? What the heck? She lobstered.
Most certainly a crab right there. Did my game break or something? It clearly says her children, and then there's just a crab. Okay, let's click on him.
She slapped the crab, man. No.
Yeah, we're on the crab right here. Siblings.
No fucking way. How did that happen? How on earth did that happen? Did that go wrong? Oh?
And parents, you're telling me they just gave birth to a crab. I'm so lost right now. This is actually the most insane thing I think I may have ever seen in this game. What is even happening here? Yeah, look, the crab is...
Species crab, subspecies. Best friend. Kilogram, 2 kilograms. Just look up, incest only affects a single generation. Unless they're all. That is, maybe she's more Lilith than Eve. Yeah. She's animal maxing. when he said, Mr. Krabs, is that you? But it's a woman. So, these guys, so she was like, yep. You want children? I'm gonna give you children. All the children, including beastmen.
Part of a completely different subspecies, yet he's somehow part of this family, and he even has a best friend who's a completely normal human. What the hell is going on? Well, other than that, as we can see, Griselda is doing a-okay for herself, and also I'm noticing a ton of her kids, for the most part, are actually all female, which I'm not sure if that's decided by the game to try to get the population balance more even, but it certainly helps our case out in this challenge here, because if we just look at her first daughter here, Pesa, we can see that she has had 10 children herself, which are Griselda's grandkids, who, clicking on them, they have had kids themselves, who have had kids themselves, and so on and so forth here, which means so far, Griselda has been extremely successful in her challenge, and hopefully this whole process should exponentially grow, meaning that this kingdom will get even larger over time. And it's so cool to think that quite literally every single person in this world, other than the 99 men I spawned at the start, is quite literally a direct descendant of Griselda. Like, they're either a child, a grandchild, or a great-grand.
Well, hold up. So, but the men are dead by now, I'm assuming, right? Because they didn't get the immortal part. There's that.
Child, or so on. Like, let's just look at a completely random person. How about this 11-year-old boy right here? Going into their genes, we can see that he has a ton of siblings, 6 of who are 1 year old, meaning his parents had sextuplets, which must be extremely painful. I'm not...
Bro, what the fuck? That is crazy, Duck. Let's watch the male version as well. Sure, we can do that. We can do that. We'll do that then tomorrow. We'll throw that in.
Gonna lie. But let's just look at his mom, and then her mom, and then her mom's mom, and then her mom's mom. Throw another mom onto that, and yep, their mom is Griselda. Literally every single person in the world here is connected. And then there's also that random crab somewhere too that I can't quite explain. Like, I still can't get that out of my head. Can someone please explain to me how the hell there's a crab? But anyway,
she just fucked the crab. That's all there is to it. That's why I'm telling you, if you come into the sink, clean out the sink. If it goes into the canal, you're gonna have get freaky babies. That's all I'm gonna say.
At this point, it seems like the kingdom is doing extremely well. But like you may have seen me say at the start, old age and hunger are still off, meaning that quite literally, it's extremely hard for anyone here to die. So it's actually pretty easy for this kingdom to grow. So we're going to continue letting them grow how they are right now for a little bit, but at the next interval, we are going to turn old age and hunger on to see if the kingdom can adapt to more realistic pressures, or see if they fizzle out and die. So I'll see you guys at year 500. And here we are at year 500. And as we can see, the kingdom has marginally grown here. Population's only
2K now. Doubled. The population has doubled. Griselda was probably quite busy still.
gone up a bit, but they have expanded into South America, North America, and the land that shall not be named. So some over...
You mean the Dark Kingdom? The land that shall not be named? Australia?
Overall, very good progress here, but let's look into Griselda, see how she's doing. And we can see she is up to 154 living kids. Holy...
Well, Mama was quite busy, it seems. Mama yoinked out some babies. It seems. Child, max 1,000.
Holy crap, that's some of the most I have ever seen here. But believe it or not, she's actually been with her same lover this entire time, which is impressive. She also has developed the evil...
Aww. That's cute. Hey, that's cute. I want to be with my lover for the rest of my life as well. That's cute. That's kind of adorable, but then she's evil.
Trait for some reason, so that probably can't be good considering she's the queen of this entire empire. But once again, looking at her children, it is absolutely massive.
The crap is still there.
Here, why are there just so many of them? And yeah, I don't think I missed it. The crab is still here. I still can't explain it. I'm just gonna stop worrying about
Jackal tip 30 to what was 31. Crabs aren't real. They're made up by the government. I guess it's my last video till I go to the Irani stream, so it would seem.
it for now. But looking into the actual empire here, I can't believe how big it is grown here. But one kind of cool thing I want to point out here, looking into Griselda here, we can see that she's obviously a Generation 1 person, which makes sense since she's part of the 100 that I very first spawned in at the start. But if we go into interesting people and look for the youngest person in the world, we can see that he is a 9th generation human, meaning that Griselda has been responsible for 8 other generations at this point, which, doing the math, let me just think here, means that she is a great grandmother of this guy right here. That is absolutely insane to think about. You know what, as a little experiment once again here, let's see if we can get from Philo right here, the youngest person in the world, back to Griselda, who is the oldest person in the world. So we have his mother, his mother's mother, his mother's father, their mother's mother, their mother's mother's mother, and
That's just crazy. That's just... Now that is insane. I'll be real. That is crazy. She locked in, but she's still evil though. Okay, look at what amazing video I sent. Goodness gracious. I am not ready for this. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. Let me. What on earth? Nah, bro. Erich von Stroheim. You're so... Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
lost count here, but yeah, once again, we found Griselda. This is actually just one of the coolest things to do in all World Box here. However, now that I'm thinking about it, if you're like the mother and or grandmother of like almost 2,000 people, I bet the holidays get really kind of awkward and expensive too. But anyway, here, now that we're at year 500.
Bro, like imagine your birthday. Imagine your birthday, okay? You get like thousands of gifts. Thousands, because everyone's related to you. Except the 99 men. Which it's odd how they have aged that long, considering that, like, I don't know.
Like I promised, we are going to go ahead and turn old age and hunger on here, meaning that this kingdom is no longer going to be granted everything here. Hundreds of people are about to instantly die because they're too old. And since Griselda does have the immortal trait here, that means that every single...
Oh no, Griselda's husband will die now. That's not good. Griselda's husband will die. She will lose her husband. First time she will experience grief. Huh.
Original person other than her is going to die as well, meaning we're going to see if a kingdom of just descendants of Griselda is actually going to be able to survive here. And also, is that going to mean Griselda's going to find a new husband who's going to be like younger than her and technically one of her descendants? You know, let's just not think about that. But with everything off real quick, I just want to unpause for like a second. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. World population is absolutely plummeting, but I'm just going to let that be that for right now, and we are going to go ahead and sim another 250 years until we...
Holy fuck! It dropped in over in. Now she'd be a ho. It dropped to merely 800.
Year 750, and honestly see if this kingdom even still exists. I'll be...
It drops before 700, below 700.
Be right back.
Never mind! First Greece, she had 1,000 pregnancies in the first time. Then learn from Griselda. Never mind, they're completely stable. They are completely stable. Griselda is locked in.
And here we are at year 750, and looking at the kingdom, it appears that they have recovered just fine. However, I'm noticing a lot of white dots on the map here, and looking at mobs, there's almost 4,000 of them. What exactly is going on? Holy crap, it's all crabs. Oh no.
Holy crap! Literally! It's all crabs? Why is there so many crabs?
No, it's all crap. Wait a second. Let's look into Griselda here, who now has 110 living children, which makes sense. Look at her genealogy. Oh my god, it's all crabs. It's all crabs.
What the fuck? Bro, she found a new husband, trust me. She found a new husband. I think something went off why he does consider they can die up because of so many other reasons. Obviously, God crabs. What did you do, girl? What the fuck? Bro, girl just said she just adopted a bunch of crabs.
As far as the eye can see, what the hell is going on? But how is this possible? What is going on in this video, dude? Why is she giving birth to so many crabs? We should have known at the very start, seeing that first crab as one of Griselda's kids should have been a sign of what was to come, but I had absolutely...
So, right, in order for this would have happened, somebody had sucked this crab, banged humans, and now we're here.
No clue. Well, I guess there's not much we can do about that, huh? Maybe they'll all die out, I have no clue. But on a more positive note, let's look back at Griselda, whose recent status says she just fell in love with somebody. Okay. I guess as I would expect, her husband probably died at some point because he was so old and not immortal. But let's see who she's up with now. Oh, a 53-year-old man. She's 703 years older than her husband. Well, that's interesting here. But wait, now thinking about it, because he's a descendant and everybody's descended from Griselda.
Yep. It's incest. It is. It is incest.
This is his grandma. And actually, looking at her husband Domarim here, he is a 22nd generation human, meaning that his relation to Griselda here is that she is his 20-time great-grandma. Well, but anyway, that is pretty much all here for this time lapse. All we got is a bunch of crabs and a ton of incest, too. Like I said before multiple times, this video has gotten extremely weird. A lot weirder than the other one here. So, you know what? Let's just continue it. Let's just get this video over with. So now, we're going to sim until year 1000 and see what the world somehow looks like then. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Oh yeah, if you look at the number, the population is stabilized around 2,600. Between 2,600 and 2,800. Interesting.
And here we are at year 1000, and as we can see, the world looks more or less the same, I can say. It seems like human population has actually kind of increased proportionately, because it finally appears that a lot of the crabs have seemed to die out, which just, thank God, I don't even know how that was possible. But let's look in at Griselda one final time here. She is now over 1,000 years old here. She has 48 living kids, but she has had 341 total, and she's dating a 40-year-old. How is it getting younger? And looking at her children here, there's still a concerningly high amount.
There's crabs, and then there's these red dots. What the fuck?
Of crabs, but there does look like there's also more normal people as well. And oh my god, I finally just realized how the crabs happened. In the human subspecies, they have the crab metamorphosis trait, which means eventually the
Eventually transforms into a crab. Evolution always leads to crab. Always. What the heck? Why? Why would that? What? That's okay. That's how we know the crabs got there.
humans will turn into crabs somehow. I'm actually glad I realized that because I was so confused. I thought my game had broke or something, or like a mod did that. But that actually means that all the crabs we see here are quite literally genuinely Griselda's children here. But
that means all the crabs are actually her children.
now that I'm thinking about it, the humans are omnivores, meaning that probably one of the foods they eat very commonly is crab. But that also means crabs are their brothers and sisters. So that means over the course of this video, by doing this challenge, we have essentially made an entire race of incestuous cannibals. Great, that's totally what I was going for when I clicked record on this video. That's kind of depressing, but anyway, if you made it this far in the video, clearly I did something to entertain you, so I appreciate it if you would click like and subscribe.
Called it, bruh. Okay. Okay. In other words, it is all crab. She actually birthed crabs. Anyways, that's rather interesting. All I can say is that, success? Success. I'd call that success. That is success. That's all I have to say. That's success. That is success. People, that is success. That worked. That worked. That worked. And no, I will not do that Erich von Stroheim video. I will not do that. I will not do that. I'd rather do something more normal. I will not do that. I will not do that. That's crazy. Okay. Wait, there's the man one as well. I'll put that into my list of videos, okay? I have put it in. It's in there now. I need water. That's hilarious. That was hilarious. That was amazing. That was hilarious. That was nice. Anyways, what do I still want to look at? I would call it. Okay, so we did that. What else do we still have that I wanted to look at? That I still have that I wanted to look at. We're doing this one. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but we're doing this one. Help. Help. We're gonna do this one. Right? I have no idea what to expect, I'll be real. I have no idea. Sounds horrible. Sounds horrible. Help, my voice is so fucked from all the laughing now. Jeez. For 3 days, he was hung on a meat hook and hurt by Lamont at large. We're gonna look at this. I have no idea what to expect here. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. This is the best you could do. Best way to support me. We'll go in. Yeah, we'll see. That doesn't sound particularly fun.
1950s Chicago was truly a gangster's paradise. Guns, drugs, illegal gambling, houses of prostitution, racketeering. A truck hauling a load of cigarettes suddenly disappears. The Chicago Police Department, overwhelmed and underpaid, could do little more than watch the lawlessness careen out of control like a crazed Hollywood car chase.
So, basically Gotham? Basically Gotham, but without the Batman. And with no Batman, Gotham goes to shit. That's essentially what it is.
And in the middle of all the insanity was one man who wanted a piece of it all. Enter one William Jackson, the original Action Jackson, if you will, the nickname Action being a slang word for juice man, which meant debt collector. A loan shark would not want to soil his own hands dealing with people who had acquired unpaid debts.
Well, maybe not soiling your hands, but definitely soiling your pants. Anyways, interesting. Fat Thanos, basically New York, basically modern New York.
Sam, Raymond, or Bobby were racking up gambling debts and they didn't want to pay up. You gave Action Jackson a call and he would take care of it all. Described by the police as a man with the body of a giant and the brain of a child, people called him FBI behind his back, and it didn't stand for funny, beautiful, and intelligent. What Jackson lacked in intelligence, he made up for in pure and unbridled brutality. If you got a knock on the door and he was in front of it, you could expect anything from a broken eye socket to a broken pinky finger, or if you really messed up, never to be seen again. In his previous criminal career, he was a stupid crook with arrest for assault, robbery, and rape.
Oh, bro didn't just want it all, he did it all. Bro just ticked everything on the box, all the shit you can do, horrible shit, horrible garbage you can do, just like, bro was like, tick, 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 tick.
Even though the latter charge didn't stick, he ended up being given an 8-year prison sentence. And what was supposed to be a punishment for 8 years turned into 4 years of making new friends, learning new ways of committing crimes, and mingling with some of Chicago's most notorious mobsters. Jackson came out with some new tricks up his sleeve and a brand new job. Enforcer for the Chicago outfit, ran by Sam DeStefano. Jackson was now making more money than ever before, and sure, the hours could be somewhat erratic, but mafia bosses could always count on Action Jackson to pick up the phone at 2.
To be fair, oh, he's balding also. To be fair, listen, to be fair, I think when it comes to mafia, I think my brother's a fiance, and her dad is in some way, shape, or form related to some shady business. That man is money with no end. I don't know. where he gets it all. But one thing's for certain. That man, if I criticize this man, he's getting rid of me. He's getting rid of me. If I ever shit on this woman, he's getting rid of me. I'm not seeing the light of the next day, that's for sure.
2 a.m. if a couple of legs needed to be broken in multiple places. However, the rotund mob associate got too comfortable with his position in the outfit, with several mob bosses believing that Jackson was skimming off the gambling profits. Oh, and the rape thing. There was the rumor that Jackson couldn't keep his hands to himself. In 1961, Jackson was arrested with 5 others at a warehouse as they were unloading $70,000 worth of electrical appliances that were hijacked from a truck. After being arrested and taken to...
Not bad, yet you do it all the time she just doesn't know it yet. Huh? I'm a nice man. I am a nice man, okay? I'm a nice man.
The Cook County Jail, it was learned from officers that Jackson was an enforcer for Sam DeStefano. This information was forwarded to the FBI, and an agent by the name of Bill Romer, who would go down as being one of the most highly decorated FBI agents of all time, wanted to talk to the man. He went to the jail and approached the fat man with an offer he couldn't refuse, becoming a confidential informant with the FBI. All his charges would be dropped. He could start a new life in the witness protection program. Jackson kindly turned down the offer. In hindsight...
Interesting. So he turned down the offer. Now the thing is though, right? Where's this all going? We still have a little bit to go to find out whether or not how this man was how do I say this? Hooked. That's the only word.
Him taking the offer would have saved his life. After getting out of jail, it was business as usual for Jackson, but not according to outfit gangsters Tony Accardo and Fifi Busheri. Rumors started swirling within...
I'm gonna say this. Why do all mafia men have big fucking noses? I don't mean long, but like just chunky, chubby noses. Like, why are they always so big? Is it to smell money? I don't know. Interesting. They all have big, chubby noses.
The outfit that Jackson had turned into a paid FBI informant. A rat. A no-good, dirty rat. And this fat rat had to go. On August 12, 1961, a 1956 Cadillac with a rotten smell emanating out of the trunk was found abandoned on Lower Wacker Drive. After running the plate, dispatch came over the radio to tell police it was registered to one William Jackson. When the trunk was opened, a disfigured blob of what used to be a human body was found stuffed inside.
Ugh! Well, that's kind of disfigured is kind of crazy. What did they do to this poor man?
The stiff was transferred to the Cook County coroner for a proper ID and autopsy. After the positive ID of Jackson and the final autopsy report came out, it was only then that the heinousness of what was done to Jackson was revealed.
William Action Jackson had been a juice collector for the mob, and they thought he had become an FBI informant, which he had not, but they thought he had. And so what they did, in order to try to get him to admit that he had been an FBI informant, they took him, they abducted him physically, and they took him to a meat plant, a meat factory where they
Oh, a meat factory. Well, it probably wasn't to get a steak, that's for sure. The bigger the nose, the bigger the aura. So it would seem, and that's why guys get involved with the mafia. Yeah. I wouldn't do that. I'd have too much to lose. The guy that makes the video tried to adjust and talk like mafia guy. It was a rat, a worthless, stinky rat. That's what Asmund discovered in his room when he cleaned it.
hung meat, and they put him up on a meat hook through his. They hung him on.
Ah! Well, that's one way to explore the back door. Ew! That must have hurt. That must have... Into his into the booty hole! Let me repeat that as well. The anus is a reproductive organ. Nothing is supposed to get in there. Anyways.
On this meat hook, 300 pounds Jackson weighed. They hung him on this meat hook. They tied him up so that he couldn't wiggle his way off. And then they got a cattle prod. And they electrified that cattle prod. And they stuck it in his... And they...
Yo! Well, my boy got Kayet, my bro got Kayet, his PP got Kayet. But, what the fuck? Oh, that's freaky. Oh, these guys are freaky. They shoved it up his booty hole. They put something in his pee-pee. What else? And they electrocuted him too. Oh, that's roasted sausage.
They left him there, trying, in the meantime, interrogated him concerning his relationship with the FBI, which was non-existent, and they tortured him for 3 days. Never did really kill him, but he naturally expired through the excruciating pain.
Judging by the extensive wounds all over the body and the time of healing in between, it was found that Jackson was hung for 3 days while having both of his kneecaps shattered with a baseball bat. He was shot with a small caliber handgun and was severely beaten, had rope marks on his wrist and feet. He had many cuts and burns all over his body. He had at least 6 broken ribs and had a large amount of burn marks on his body, which appeared to have been made possibly by a blowtorch.
Oh! Bro, they obliterated this man, right? They obliterated this man, and how do I say this? That's messed up. Yeah, no shit. They actually, like, they went through with this, and he didn't even do anything.
Chest had been crushed, and he had a hole in his right ear made from some type of a sharp object similar to an ice pick. He also had electrical type burns up and down the anterior and posterior sides of the body made from a cattle prod type instrument. And his genitals have been burned off more than likely.
Oh, it's not just like they tortured him, they just removed it entirely. Oh my god. Oh, I feel that. It's just gone. His best piece was just gone. The balls included.
Likely from the combination of electrical and thermal burns. During the process, Jackson had evacuated his bowels. The medical examiner and all of his assistants have identified this as the worst signs of torture any of them had ever seen in all of their years. After his corpse was released, his family had a Catholic burial at Mount Carmel Cemetery in Hillside, Illinois. And once again, here we are at the Mount Carmel Cemetery here in Hillside.
Damn, he's locked in. He even goes there. That's pretty interesting. Bro, that's crazy.
Just outside of Chicago. And this is the grave of William Action Jackson. He is buried alongside of his parents.
Barely 40, by the way.
William and Margaret, and on their other side is his younger brother James. I'm not really sure what happened to him. I would definitely say that this is
some mafia people aren't the nicest people out there. Oh, yeah, but bro, you gotta be a bit classy. You're not gonna get any information if you burn the man's wiener off.
Probably in the top 3 worst ways I've ever heard somebody died. Other than like in the medieval times, you know, I'm talking about like modern times. Yeah, this is definitely top 3. You know, you gotta understand.
They got pretty damn creative, I must admit.
If you live by the sword, you will surely die by it as well. And
well, somebody didn't just die by the sword. Somebody's sword got burned off. That's sad. Yeah, it is sad. Wait, that entire family's just gone. Right? Eradicated.
nah, he did a lot of janky things in his life, and you know, who knows? Was he really truly a snitch, or was it mistaken? Who knows? Yeah, but they worked him over good. He would be lying right in this space where I'm standing right here. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm on to the next.
Yeah, but that's pretty much the end of the video. So, what we had here, the parents saw one of their kids being reduced to just a blob of Maz, and the other died young as well. Or from what I can tell, no, they actually didn't. He died after them. He died after them. They didn't see shit. They did, however, see the younger brother die, but they didn't see him die. But it's weird because 1955, 1961, so they couldn't have seen him. That means whoever buried him was not like his parents, probably like wife and children and others. Because that's the only option, right? He died later. He died in 1961. Both parents died before that. So there's that. Interesting. Yeah, that is quite horrifying and quite gruesome. They burned off his crown jewels. They shoved a hook up his booty hole, and they burned. He had multiple burns and 6 broken ribs and a hole through his ear. That's crazy. Oh, never mind. I just assumed that because he was only 40. They all didn't live that long, right? So, 1892 to 1955. That's not super old, right? The other son, 1922 to 1938, right? Was it? So that's what, 16? The father died before the mother in 1949 from 1895. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. They were all not particularly old. But why did you do this? I did do nothing. Nobody has died because of me. Nobody. Anyways, that's insane. That is insane. That is insane. Do I still have a short video? It's not Erich von Stroheim. Because I'm not doing Erich von Stroheim. That's for sure. If anything, I want to do something interesting, but I don't have something short enough that's interesting. Unless I go up and find something, but I don't think that's the case. Also, I can remove that. I don't need that. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, can I send one? Go ahead, do it. If it's short enough that it fits in here, that's fine. Do that. Do that. I can wait a little bit. Oh, I can wait a little bit. Because that works as well. And then we can do the 99 Men one tomorrow. I still have some drama videos that I want to get through. Yeah, we have some work to do. Got some stuff to do. Send one. Okay, let me check. Let me check. It also appears that deer is indeed dead. That fits right onto the channel, it seems. Also, I have this. Also, it's new. Apparently, you can have like YouTube videos cannot play even if you do something else on the phone. At least for me, that's very interesting. Anyways, mini player. All right, here we go. Let me see. That's rather funny. Okay, I can remove the hooked man. Also, I've removed this one. Perfect. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Think of the most.
All right, all right. Good night. See you tomorrow. Take care, Cricket. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Lovely, chirping man. Anyways. The most racist movie and the apology follow-up. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. This is Movies with Mac, and yeah, I don't know what to expect. I will see how racist this movie truly is. Can it beat modern Twitter users? We will see. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Every little bit of support counts. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Think of the most racist film ever made. Chances are your first thought would be The Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffith's silent epic where the villains are black people played by white people in blackface, and the heroes are white people in Ku Klux Klan attire. I doubt that.
That's crazy work, by the way. That's crazy work, by the way. Oh no, that's crazy work, by the way. That's insane.
That many would argue you can't get more racist than featuring a film where black characters try to rape white women and then are lynched in a manner meant to be more.
Well, then I don't know. Look at it. Look at it, Europe. Anyways, moving on.
Heroic than horrific. The film inspired a new generation of the KKK and is celebrated as a classic of the Klan. But Griffith's follow-up film was an interesting one. While The Birth of a Nation was a brutally racist production, his next film, Intolerance, seemed like the polar opposite. Here was a tale that was more
Intolerance, I wonder. Interesting, okay? This is the Pocus type of movie. Not that I'm aware. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it is. Mine is more so criticism than anything else.
More relatable as one about drama and persecution throughout the ages. We go to Babylon and watch a prince taken down in the name of religion. Then Judea to view Christ on his last days. Then France, where Catherine de Medici watches over the slaughter of people. And then California, where a woman begs for the life of her husband when he's due to be hung for a wrongfully accused murder. Intolerance was a sprawling epic, far grander a film that had dwarfed the scale and techniques of The Birth of a Nation. It seemed as though Griffith was making an apology with this film. But did he? Historian Kevin Brownlow interviewed those who had worked with Griffith and was told over the phone that he didn't feel he had any.
Interesting. Well, let's see. You don't like the K? Not necessarily either. Nope. Not a big fan of those either. So apparently they saved the black man's life. And then once they leave, they give him give him their hood. Like, really interesting. He's into race play. I have a feeling that somebody is. I just can't prove it. It's certainly not me, though, because I'm not the one bringing it up.
Anything to apologize for. Perhaps he was just too proud to admit Intolerance was an apology picture, maybe feeling it would diminish the film's greater appeal. It was, however, intended to shake off conceptions of him being racist and intolerant, most likely trying to explain that any racism in his work was unconscious. And Intolerance certainly has the feel of being a response to the controversy that brought about Birth being condemned by the NAACP and celebrated by the KKK. In other words, he didn't want to be seen as a racist, even though he had made a racist film. But maybe...
Surprise. Surprise. Well, that's pretty interesting. Can we talk about the fact that his name is D.W. Griffith? The name Griffith is that hits a sensitive spot. That's all I'm gonna say. If you've ever read or watched Berserk, that does hit a sensitive spot.
Maybe we just want to view intolerance as an apology to remember Griffith in a greater light. The biggest problem with The Birth of a Nation is that while deeply racist, it also features a lot of trailblazing film techniques of the silent era. From the use of close-ups and editing, to the epic size of shots utilizing an absurdly large number of extras for battle scenes. Of course, one could argue that Griffith and other filmmakers had been perfecting these techniques before this film, but
Interesting. So, like, it's like racist movie, but it was using cutting edge technology back in the day, or ways to film. Interesting.
Birth is unfortunately notable because it's a combination of all of them into a towering epic feature. It's troubling to see a film such as this as more of a technical innovator than a negative narrative. It's not the only example of a film being a problematic picture with landmark qualities. Buster Keaton's The Playhouse used a stunning technique of overlapping footage to create multiple characters played by Keaton, one of those characters being a blackface minstrel performer. One of the greatest musicals of all time, Holiday Inn, unfortunately features a blackface number. And even the first all-black musical film, Stormy Weather, also features a blackface scene. And so
all black, but they're not black. The Birth of a Nation is over 3 hours long. Damn. Why would you sit down and why would you sit down to watch that movie for 3 hours though? That's rather, well, different times, I guess.
So it would be far easier to recognize Intolerance as the superior film for holding up better over time and showcasing more of Griffith's stellar filmmaking techniques and less racist overtones. So why don't we? The Birth of a Nation is considered far more notable of Griffith's career than anything before or after. It was his biggest commercial success, whereas Intolerance made much, much less. So unprofitable was the film that Griffith would dice up the segments and try to sell them as smaller, separate films on their own. And so the sad truth is that Griffith's The Birth of a Nation was both a boom and blotch on his legacy, maintaining a critical eye for his provocative and propagandic picture as opposed to his more friendly follow-up. Intolerance had been in the works before Nation began production.
Well, if it was more successful, yeah, that makes sense. What about Lon Chaney playing Asian people in 2 crap movies? It was a product of it. See, you need to look at stuff from product of its type sometimes, right? And I think that applies here, right? It is a product of its era, these type of movies. And I think you need to look at them like that, no matter how racist they are, right? That's the thing.
Features an astronomical budget and was one of the most ambitious films of the decade. But it wasn't Intolerance that was showcased at the White House to Woodrow Wilson. It wasn't Intolerance that was the highest grossing film of the era before Gone with the Wind. It wasn't Intolerance that garnered the most controversy to be a snapshot of the era's rampant racist acceptance. And it wasn't Intolerance that was usually included in many film history class curriculums. It's The Birth of a Nation, the film that has become a stain on Griffith's career.
Well, the man is dead, so won't matter much, but okay. The Birth of a Nation got backlash even before it released. Yeah, surprise. Surprise, how did he do that though? Eyes? Probably. The thing is, like, probably nothing crazy, right? They probably just applied some makeup and shit, and that's that. Well, if it received criticism before even a release, then well, get fucked, I guess. Get fucked, but some of it was still a success, right? At least more than the other one. Now, success might be a bit relative. Maybe in comparison to the other one, but probably not in general.
No matter how apologetic Intolerance may appear. if it ever was. I'm not saying that The Birth of a Nation shouldn't be talked about in film history. It should, for both its technical prowess and disgusting showcase of early 1900s racism. And I'm not saying that intolerance is effective as an excuse for the racism of Nation. It doesn't sweep away the despicable choice in portraying black people, and that the very source material of Thomas Dixon Jr.'s original novels were racist from the start. But what can be learned from these two films and its director is that, no matter how tolerant you may think you are, a deeply racist movie will make you look racist. And that's a stain that can't be rubbed away easily, even with a far better movie as a retort. Thanks for watching this video. If you'd like to watch The Birth of a Nation or Intolerance for yourself, both movies are public domain, and I've left links to them in the description where you can watch them below. If you'd like to see a particular video essay in the future,
Ooh, he's based. He criticized the new Animal Farm. Yeah, apparently the new Animal Farm is kinda horrible. It replaced its anti-communist, how do I say this? Its anti-communist message now with anti-capitalist. Very interesting. They didn't tried to be faithful at all. Anyways, this man was the first big American director. That's why he is remembered. Well, that is rather interesting. The thing is, like, he made that movie, but if he made amends to it, I'm not the type of guy to be like, yeah, you can't be forgiven ever, a great racist man. I'm not like the type to say you can't be forgiven forever, right? I think I'm a big fan of second chances. So there's that. Anyways, a great racist man is crazy, by the way. Well, maybe he was. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know enough about the dude. Interesting, though. Alrighty, guys. That was the last video for today. Shocking, I know. But, we will end here, kiddos. I will end here. Have a good day. Or night. Don't gooner gump. And I will see you tomorrow again. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do some more. So yeah, take care, guys. Bye-bye. Farewell.